ban him and fuck with his posts. He teaches preparedness, right?
Yeah, so he owns Fieldcraft Survival, which I would describe as preparedness, not to be confused with
preppers,
which I don't think has to be a pejorative term. There's a fine line. Okay, yeah,
it's a lot of the end of the world people, right? It's a lot of
if you're burying a school bus in your backyard and you have like fields of fire and fucking bazookas hidden everywhere, you've taken it too far. Yeah. Having a medical kit in your car and some first aid training, like, hey, I can stop bleeding until a higher level of care arrives. Yeah. I think that's great. So that's preparedness. But Mike owns Fieldcraft Survival. He talks about getting censored. A lot of people talk about getting censored and shadow banned. I can't make heads or tails as to whether or not that is how true it is.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Some people's stuff is fucking boring. So the engagement should be lower.
That's so true. But everybody wants to think they're so important. They're put on a list.
Have you ever seen somebody complaining about being shadow banned and they have under 100 followers? Because I have.
Oh,
it's
really?
Fucking glorious. I'm being shadow banned. I only have 7 likes. I'm like, that's actually a 7% engagement. It's pretty good, dude.
I do think it's highly likely that they take people and put them on certain lists, though, where you don't get distributed as widely. But I think what it is, it's like, if they feel like you have controversial content, they don't want to put you in that search function area. Like, say, Instagram, for instance. You know, like, if you go to the search area of Instagram, you'll discover a bunch of new people and new pages. I don't think I'm ever in that. You know,
yeah.
I think I talk too much shit, and I swear, and I show animals getting eaten.
Yeah, the good stuff. That's the stuff that I'm at Instagram for.
It's like Nature is Metal. Like
that's a good page.
That's a great page.
Fucked up.
It's a great page, but nobody, you're never gonna find that in the search. Like
you have to completely spell it out, don't you?
Yeah, you gotta go looking for Nature is Metal. That's one of my go-to everyday pages. I go straight there, see what's the new horrific example of survival of the fittest.
I'm actually currently very deep into watching people eat shit on mountain bikes.
Oh,
it's one of my absolute favorites.
Those poor kids that do the flips and that land poorly.
It's not even that. We're talking full, just heroic charges down these hills that are just cambered out, and then the bike is going over. The last thing you see is the body folding in half on a tree and the bike coming after. It's awesome. It's taken me a long time to curate my feed to show me mostly these things. It's work.
Just it knows Andy likes violence.
Oh, I don't know if that's violence. That's just
chaos.
Human beings exploring their flexibility.
It's what?
Searching for mountain bikes.
Oh,
Tales of the month. You know?
So good.
They're out there.
I'm sure there's a lot of good ones out there.
Here's the thing, though, about guys like Mike. I think.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, kid.
Oh, and he's tied up in the bike.
Oh, I saw a bad one the other day with a skateboard. I think we played it on the podcast, right? Where the dude wiped out, and he wiped out on a skateboard and hit some sort of a sign post, and it ripped his leg in half.
Oh, cool.
And the bones of his leg were poking out of his shin, and it's like, ugh.
So here's a question for you: if Mike's on that list, who decides who gets to go on the list?
That's the thing. I think, you know, if you ever pay attention to any of that Project Veritas stuff where they've done undercover camera work with people that work on social media and they talk openly. There's Project Veritas has quite a few of these undercover expose interviews where they'll have like a reporter who is pretending they're on a date with a guy, and then the guy will explain like what they do in terms of how they shadow ban people, how they keep people's pages from showing up, and how they keep their engagement low. So it is a thing, whether it's a thing on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, which one does it the most and how they do it, I don't know. But it is a thing, and they do it with primarily with conservative pages. They do it if they think that. I think they probably ramp it up around the time where elections come around because they want to make sure that, you know, these people don't have as much in. Like, if you think about engagement, if you have a page and your page is let's say it's a pro Hillary Clinton page, and Hillary Clinton is running for president, and you engage with a lot of people, and your page gets a lot of traction. If they can slow down your page traction, slow down the amount of engagement that you have, they can slow down the amount of people who might be influenced to vote for Hillary Clinton. And say if you have 500,000 followers or something significant like that, that could play out in whatever voting area you're in by 100 votes, 1,000 votes, like who knows?
Well, especially if people start sharing, because then the content can go beyond that audience.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me, though. You look at a guy like Mike. So very similar pipeline to Evan.
Evan Hafer, Black Rifle Coffee.
Black Rifle Coffee, Green Beret first, so they went the Army path, and they both went and contracted for what I'll call some alphabet soup organizations. Millions of dollars put into their training. Multiple deployments around combat theaters around the world, and even to theaters before combat is there, to whether prep the battle space or train a partner force, doing their FID, the Foreign Internal Defense. But then they get on social media, and people want to not allow them to speak about the things that maybe they have learned and experienced during that time period.
Yeah.
Millions of dollars of training, an incredible amount of experience. But you want to silence that voice? And I'm not saying all those voices, some of the people who pursue those occupations are out of their goddamn mind. They're sociopathic for sure. But I find it interesting that they'll put so much emphasis in one direction and then try to shut them down.
We should explain to people who don't know you that you're a Navy SEAL, too.
I am not a Navy SEAL. I was a Navy SEAL in a different lifetime.
Former Navy SEAL.
That's correct.
A different lifetime. Isn't that interesting? Because it is kind of a different lifetime. If you you think of things you've done in your past, those are different lifetimes, different relationships you've had, different jobs that you've had. Those really kind of were different lives.
It was almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got out the last day of June 2013, so in about a year, it'll be.
Are you even the same
decade.
guy? You think you're the same person from 10 years ago?
Emotional intelligence, I'm still the same idiot. Obviously, some more laps on the body, there's some wear and tear for sure. But, I mean, I look back into my 20s, I don't recognize the person I was.
No.
And I look back into my 30s, and I think I was getting a better understanding of who I was. But now, approaching my mid-40s, I think I'm finally coming into a place where I'm more comfortable with who I am, and things make more sense. It's a completely different person every decade, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. And for me, I'm in my 50s. This is the most mature I've ever been as a person. Obviously, most mature in terms of actual real age mature. But it's also the most I've gotten my emotions and my brain and everything, my discipline, all of it dialed in, under control.
What age would you give yourself maturity-wise?
54. I'm actually really a 54-year-old.
No, I mean the inside Joe.
No, I'm I know I'm 20, 21.
I'm 12. So you got a little bit. There's the driver's license age, and then there's how I act.
It's in terms of how I treat people. I'm 54, but in terms of my childish, I like to poke fun. I like to have a good time. I like to talk shit. That's still very immature.
But awesome.
Yeah, I'm very immature in that way.
Yeah,
no doubt.
It's because you're a man.
Yeah, that's a part of it too.
Yeah, I'll probably peak at 18, maturity-wise.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll hit my 80s, but my 70s.
You'll be 18 in terms of maturity.
If I'm lucky. What's scary when I look back is in my 20s, I also feel like I am making up for a little bit of lost time because I was so focused on my old job for a very long period of time, to the exclusion of everything else. And a lot of things suffered. And it's taken me a long time to come back around and realize, I forget who had said it, but we were sitting down having a conversation. They basically said, hey, here's the bottom line. The job suffers last, always. You'll sacrifice personal relationships. You'll sacrifice marriages and loved ones. You'll miss birthdays. You'll miss holidays because the job suffers last. And when you're living that life, you don't realize it. In my 20s and early 30s, it was just completely front sight focused. And then now looking back, you miss out on some stuff, for sure. And there's some consequences that you're going to have to make amends for.
I think that's something that a lot of people find if they're obsessed with whatever their career is, whether they're a pro athlete or whether you're a Navy SEAL or, I mean, I would imagine anybody that works in business at a very high level, you make sacrifices that if you have a family and you're working 16 hours a day as a CEO of a company, what kind of family do you really have? I mean, what kind
Paper
of,
family.
Yeah, what kind of connection are you able to really truly have with your children? Are you really there when they get home from school? How can you be? You know, are you aware if your phone is constantly ringing and you are obligated to answer those calls? And you ever see that show Succession on HBO? Do you ever watch it?
No.
It's a very good show. I love it. We just finished it today, third season. But it's basically about this billionaire family, and they're all dysfunctional, and it doesn't sound good on paper, but in real life, it's fucking awesome. It's like one of the best written, best acted shows I think I've ever seen. But like the life that these people live, it's like a Rupert Murdoch type character who runs this gigantic media conglomerate. If you're that kind of a person, your life is that. That's your life. There's no other way to do that job. And I think that's probably, in your old line of work, very similar. And for anybody that wants to excel, if you want to be a high performer at any very difficult job, very competitive job, if you're gonna really be at your best, you're gonna give up a lot of stuff. You're gonna miss out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think the mistake is not realizing that you're missing out on it, which is the lie that I told myself. I think looking back at my 20s and 30s, oh, my kids are young. It's going to be fine. Like, I have to go on this deployment. Like,
Right.
complete focus in that direction. And, yeah. I think if you're going to be a high performer, like you said, there is probably a lot of sacrifice. I wonder, though, if those people, the Robert Murdochs, on their deathbed, are they happy? I mean, are they looking back with regret and wishing they had spent more time with their family?
It's a good question, because what is success? Like, it's a relative thing. Because success without happiness is not really successful. But a certain level of success plus happiness is probably more successful than more financial success and no happiness. Like, you're probably better off being in the middle than being at the top for a lot of things.
Most people don't want to be in the middle.
Well, certainly when it comes to competitive endeavors, they don't want to. Like, I was watching this documentary on, there's a great documentary on Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray. It's called The Kings. I think it's called The Kings. It's Showtime. It's on Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard, and Tommy Hearns. And it's all about when they were all battling against each other, when it was, a really golden era for both the welterweight and the middleweight divisions. Yeah, that's it is. The Kings. Great. I can't recommend it enough. When I was a kid, I was just a gigantic Marvin Hagler fan. I love Duran. I love Sugar Ray Leonard and Tommy Hearns too. But Hagler, when I was a kid, was the man because he was from Massachusetts, as I was. And I would remember reading about what he would do. Like, he would go into complete isolation. Obviously, this is pre-cell phone days, but he wouldn't see his children at all during training camp. He wouldn't see his wife. He wouldn't see any. He had no idea what was going on. So he would miss birthdays. He'd miss some of his children's births. He wouldn't be there for when his kids were born. He just was focused completely on being the champ. And he goes down in history as one of the greatest of all time because of that. But it's like, is that what you want? If you want to be Marvin Hagler, you want to be that guy who was just, when you would see guys when they'd step into that ring and they would look across the street, look across the ring at pure determination, pure will, pure discipline, and championship discipline. It's like that. That's why he was who he was. I mean, there's only one Marvin Hagler. There's only one guy like that.
Yeah, I would never discourage anybody from doing that. My advice would just be pay attention to what it is you might be missing and make an effort to maybe close that circle later on in life. I'm in a different phase. I'm living a different life at this point, and I have the opportunity, at least in theory, to try to close some of those gaps that I might have missed. Because my kids were younger, so I think I was able to get away with a lot. I mean, I remember the last deployment I did, I kissed my daughter goodbye in a crib. That's how young she was. She doesn't have any memory of that. My boys do, but there's still work that needs to be done to close that circle up. So
yeah, that's a different story, right? The circle of having this insane dedication and ignoring children, because you don't you don't get those times back. Like, you get times back with your friends. Like, if you don't see your friends for a couple of years, like, I have friends where I can miss them. I don't see them for 2 years. We run into each other within 5 minutes. We're back to where we were, and we're just having fun and having a great time. There's no issues. But the developmental process of a child is so critical, and like being around kids when they're young, you never get that back.
Well, there's being there, and then there's being there. And this is also a mistake that I made, too. I was fortunate I was at all the births of my kids. I didn't miss our rotation cycle for whatever reason. I was home for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I don't think I missed one. But there is a difference between being physically present and mentally present. And that is one where I know, looking back, I would not give myself the highest of marks. Again, the job suffers last, and that's not an excuse by any stretch, and people should judge me harshly for that. But at the same time, it's also it's what allows you to go and focus on and do those things.
Yeah.
Because if I had not had that level of focus, we're spinning off into hypothesis, but who knows what would have happened. It could have either cost me my life, or what would have actually been worse, in my opinion, is it costing somebody else their life.
And that's real. If you're in that kind of a job, you cannot have distractions.
You can. Doesn't work out well.
Yeah.
Or you get shit canned.
Yeah.
The standards and the tolerances, they're tight. And people will get benched sometimes and given time to work on whatever it is they need to work on. And from my understanding, the modern day teams are doing a much better job of integrating the overall family unit, which I actually think will make the guys even more lethal. If you know your family's taken care of, if your family is healthy, if you have a good communication dynamic and things are well when you go overseas, it lets you put even more mental horsepower into what's going on over there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but it's interesting occupation. And every time somebody says, "Hey, Andy, I want to be a SEAL," I'm like, awesome. Let's talk about other jobs that you might be interested in. Like any other job.
Is there like, in terms of like qualified candidates, are there less now than ever before, or more?
I'm a little bit detached from the process, so it's like second or third hand, but I don't think there is a lack of people signing up to do the job.
But qualified candidates.
Qualified physically?
It's more than physical, right?
But the initial pipeline is it's very physical. People say, the physical part is 10% and the mental aspect is 90%, and you can put whatever ratio you want to it. It's challenging for both, but the first thing the program does is it grinds people into dust. That's what it's designed to do physically, and that will expose a lot of mental weaknesses. And all I can really say is that the big end of the siphon is very full. The bottom end, the smaller end of the siphon, is still spitting out the exact same number of people. So I think it's working. I would say I don't think there's a lack of qualified people. My concern would be, and this is not based on anything that I have necessarily seen, but just kind of watching the world, that I think people may be perhaps pursuing that type of occupation for very different, perhaps more self-serving reasons now.
Like, what kind of reasons?
You ever seen a movie or a book about the post-9/11 era, Joe?
Yeah. Do you think that people are really enlisting and trying to go through the process so that they could eventually write books?
I don't know if that would be in the forefront of their mind. I think people might be enlisting and pursuing those jobs for the fanfare that could potentially come from them.
Oh, Christ.
Well, when you reward them on a national... And here's the thing. I found more information about the SEAL teams through a documentary called Navy SEALs, starring Charlie Sheen, than any other movie. It's the fucking greatest SEAL movie ever created.
I found out through Dick Marchenko's books back when I was a kid.
So that's actually what led me to the movie Navy SEALs. And I would just recommend people go and look at the hair on those gentlemen. Fucking top-notch, just constantly manicured. I don't know about the the telemarketer headsets that they're wearing that don't respond well to water or sweat. I would probably pass on that.
There he is. Look at him.
Oh, God.
Look how good his hair looks. My hair's never looked that good ever.
What's that scarf supposed to match? Let's talk about this for a second.
Whatever it is, it's dope as
Yeah.
fuck, and I need one in my life.
No, you don't.
I
I
do.
swear to God, if I saw you wearing one of those, I would at least
Oh, come
attempt
on.
to choke you with it.
I'm going to wear them at the range. at the range to keep shells from going in my neck, bro.
No, we got Vietnam era woodland camo with fuck cigarette butt. I mean,
Yeah, look at him. He was a beautiful man,
so
right? Can we agree to that? Charlie Sheen?
for sure. In that picture, he's a beautiful man.
Look, I mean, imagine you are pretending to be Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
You have weightlifting gloves on, it looks like.
Yep. Fingerless, of course.
Like, the Dice Man! Oh!
How long after this did Hot Shots come out? Because they completely parody this movie.
That's a good
It's
point.
10 to 15 years, probably.
No, it was like a year later.
That's a very
Hot
good
Shots
point.
is in the 90s. And
very
he's
good point.
making fun of himself.
That is a straight-up telemarketer headset. No doubt about it whatsoever.
Yeah, that is not a headset you wear in the field, right?
That I'm not joking, though. So I was able to find the Dick Marcinko books. I was able to find a book called, look at that, MP5 SD. Fucking get some. No magazine.
No magazine? Why
Yeah.
doesn't it have a magazine?
It's like, hey, asshole, what's in that pouch on your shoulder? What the fuck
Why-
do you carry on your
Why
shoulder?
doesn't it have a magazine? How is he?
There he goes. He's got a mag in that one.
Oh, finally, got a magazine. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I did
that
a-
telemarketer headset's killing me.
Oh my god. I did a breakdown of this with Callan, and I had him narrate the scenes, and he was like deep into it, talking about angles. He was completely and utterly wrong with everything that
Of
he
course. Brian's the best.
said. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but,
boy.
I mean, MP5 SD. So that's a pistol round. That's a 9mm.
really?
Oh yeah, that's a 9mm cartridge.
But it's so big.
What's so big? The
The
gun?
gun, it looks like you could carry more. Like you should probably like beef it up a
I
little.
think it's a 30. Well, I mean, it's still going to be shooting a pistol. Oh my
Yeah.
god, the jump scene.
Look at these guys.
So, in the history of the SEAL teams, there has never been a skydive into a fucking Draeger dive. Like, there are so many
What's a
things.
Draeger dive?
So, what they're wearing in front of them, that's a LAR-5 Draeger. That's a rebreather. The green bottle underneath is pure oxygen. Inside of the black, like, little clamshell thing is a container that has either probably softanolime or Sodasorb, and it scrubs the carbon dioxide out of your breathing system so that the black cable going around their neck, or not cable, hose, it's an inhalation and an exhalation hose. So you purge all of the carbon dioxide out of your system, and you're breathing pure O2. And so there's no bubbles.
Right.
So what they're saying is we're going to skydive in to a jump and then be super sneaky on the way in so we don't have any bubbles.
That's not possible.
It's very possible, and it's happened precisely 0 fucking times.
How come?
Because it's dangerous. You're combining like multiple different things. And
But he's Charlie Sheen.
he is Charlie Sheen.
Look
Trust
at
me.
his hair.
That movie is fantastic. It legitimately, I've watched it probably 200 times. Most of that was before the age of 18, though. And I had the Dick Marcinko books and that's what led me. So I'm not hating on the people that do write the books, because that was my initial intro and information to
Yeah.
lead me towards that. But the volume of them and how there's a culture around being a veteran, and people will be very upset about that, and maybe to some degree I fall into that because I was a veteran too. But there are people who make their entire living upon what they did in the past. The vet, the bro vet culture and all that. And again,
Right.
people can do it whatever they want to with their experiences. But when I was joining, there was none of that. It was hard for me to find information, and now the information is almost overwhelming. And I don't want to rob that from people because, like I said, it's the same path that I took. But there is also an unhealthy desire for people to be elevated in their status and use that occupation for that. And again, I don't have any data to support it, but I would be worried that perhaps people's reasons for joining is shifting.
That makes sense, right? Like they see the glory, so they go towards the glory. That's one of the things that people from the early days of MMA, one of the things that they really liked is that there was no money. Not that they liked that there was no money, but they liked that everybody who was competing was doing it for a pure reason. They were doing it to test themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, they were doing it because they really wanted to see how their skills stacked up inside the octagon.
It's pretty tough to get punched in the face for free.
A lot of guys did it.
For the right reason, though. It
Yeah.
separates the wheat from the chaff pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to compete like amateur fighters, you think about how many guys are fighting amateur, and they're out there getting kicked and punched and strangled, and they're not getting a goddamn penny.
Hard pass.
Yeah, that's the reason why they're doing it, though. They're doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it to excel.
I completely and utterly support that. And I think that I think that everybody should go through that phase in their life where you see where you want to go and you're getting just your dick stomped into the dirt and you're not being rewarded for it in any way, and you have to struggle and fight and just grind your way to that end state.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that those uncomfortable experiences of failure they are so critical to your development as a human being. And not just your development in whatever the endeavor of choice is, but your development as a human being. That if you don't have those, the people that seek too much comfort, if you don't have those rough experiences, you don't develop properly. Those people who seek too much comfort, they don't develop right. They're like a salamander that never becomes its mature form. There's something missing. Because that the uncomfortable experience of failing or of being smushed, of being overwhelmed by the competition, like being completely inadequate, completely unprepared, completely insufficient to get the job done. Like, that's important to know. Because otherwise, you go through this life with, like, how many guys out there who have never had any physical altercation with people have this completely distorted perception of what they're capable of doing? But
They're called game time player Joes. They don't need to train.
it's my mentality, bro.
They see red when the switch
bodies
flips.
start dropping.
Yeah. Usually after about a 12-pack. They just see red. Get after it.
There's a lot of people that really believe that. And that is precisely because they haven't experienced it.
Resilience can be taught. To go back to, again, my old job, people will equate or they talk about mental toughness with it a lot, and everybody has some degree of mental toughness, right? Like you're born with some, but I'm a firm believer that it can actually be taught as well. And we've talked about this offline. I think we were at the Deseret talking about the theory of keeping your world small, right? Little small chunks and stuff like that. The way you set your goals drastically will impact, I think, the statistical odds of success, but also seeking difficult things and finding failure. Resilience, the only way you're going to build resilience is if you push up against things that are hard. The definition of resilience is an object being pushed from its normal state and returning to that state. I think the goal should be return to that state plus 0.01%. But if you always avoid those things, how are you ever going to expect to be capable of handling the challenges of life? And I think that's where the mental toughness aspect of not the SEAL community, but I would say the military to a degree, but specifically because I can speak to the special operations world, the pipelines, they're just wrought with failure. I mean, the curriculum is designed to find your weakest point and then exploit it and get in there with a rake and just fucking dig around in your head. And it's failure after failure after failure after failure. Not catastrophic, but small failure, small punishment. And there are people who see that as a roadblock and they quit, and there are people who see that as a motivation and they move forward. And if you can grasp your head around those principles, I mean, it puts you in a place where you're able to accomplish things that'll make people scratch their head.
Yeah.
But it can all be taught.
It can be.
But you have to seek that.
You have to seek that, and you have to be accustomed to the experience of trying to do things and failing, trying to do things and getting maybe a little bit better. Looking back 6 months, you're better than you were then. Looking back a year later, you're better than you were then. And being able to trust that process and just keep grinding. People want instantaneous satisfaction. They want instant advancement. They want to, they want to know that if they take 10 classes, they get a stripe on their white belt. And that's just not how the world works.
I think that's why I like jiu-jitsu so much. Not because of the 10 classes and you get a stripe on your white belt, but the growth is incremental at best.
At best.
Best.
The best way to ensure more than incremental growth, though, is to do the difficult stuff. Drilling.
Roll with a dude who is just going to hand you your lunch.
I don't know if that's the best way.
No, I don't mean like rough hand you your lunch. The dude, everybody, to include myself, like you go to the gym and you're like, God damn it, Bob's here. It never goes my way when I roll with Bob. So I'm not going to. It's like, no, you need to go roll with the guy that you know is probably going to beat you. Accept the fact that you're going to get beat. I don't mean getting mauled, even though I do believe there's a time and place for that too. But your body will tell you, like, and this happens, I think, professionally as well too, because it happens to me. I'll fire up the inbox. I'm like, God damn it, I don't want to answer that email because I don't want to talk about that topic. So that's exactly what I actually should probably be attacking. Jiu-jitsu, I think, is just more of a physical expression.
Yeah, I think being with a guy like the Bobs of the world, it's a great litmus test too. You need those tests. You need to know. You need to have like a real idea of where you're at. Like I remember when I was a white belt, there was guys that I would roll with that would just smush me. And then by the time I got to be like a brown belt, I could either stalemate them or I could occasionally tap them.
Yeah.
And the same guys who used to smush me, I could tap. And that's a crazy feeling of knowing that it's this long journey of over a decade of getting strangled and your fucking ass handed to you, that you do make progress. But
Willingly go ask another man to choke you nearly unconscious.
but
It's not
that's
kinky.
That's what it is. It's and it's not a decade for everybody. I didn't train as much as some folks do. Like some folks are training every single day. Like Bourdain, when he was really into jiu-jitsu, he was telling me that he was taking a private every day for an hour, and then he was taking a class every day after the private. Every day.
So about 2 hours of training a day?
2 hours plus every day.
How old was he when he found
58.
it? Fuck.
58, smoking cigarettes, overweight, had high blood pressure, was on statins. He took statins because we had a conversation about that too, because he did not want to stop eating the kind of food that he loved, and he had high blood pressure and he had high cholesterol.
I can respect that decision.
Well, he was a food freak, man. I mean, that was his fucking occupation, was traveling around the world, and he said, I'm not going to stop eating this food. I mean, this is literally what I enjoy most in life. I travel to these places. I have these amazing dishes. Like, why would I stop doing that? I'll just take whatever pill they have. And I'm like, I get it there. Like, most people, they would tell you, I'd rather take a pill and I don't want to make any lifestyle changes. I'd be like, oh, man. Like, what are the downsides of that? I don't know what the downsides of statins are. I don't know. And matter of fact, didn't David Sinclair talk about the upsides of statins? Wasn't that something that he had brought up? I know I've read things. I'm not sure. But the point is, like, for most people, I'd say, man, make some lifestyle changes. But for him, I was like, okay, I get it. But when he started training every day, and he was training 2+ hours a day, he got off everything. He didn't need any medication.
That's
all
a
went
crazy volume at 58 years old.
He's an animal. It was an animal.
Yeah.
Oh, that one hurts me. That one hurts me.
How far did he...
He was a blue belt.
Okay.
He was good. He was good, man. The guy was an animal. And he was very proud of the fact that he could really be a hard roll. He goes like, he goes, I was a good roll.
How tall and heavy was he?
He's pretty tall. I think he was like 6'2" or 6'3".
190-ish? He looked a little thinner than
towards
most.
the end, yeah. Because he got very ripped. There's a picture of him walking down the street somewhere with no shirt on, with his ex, with the, I guess the girl he was dating when he died. I think they were broken up when he died. I mean, he was like full 6-pack, which is crazy.
At that age?
Yeah.
Yeah, I aspire to be able to do that.
Yeah. I'm sure he wasn't on the natch.
Are you trying to say it was more than chicken breast and broccoli, Joe?
Yes, I think he had some help. In fact, I encouraged him to. Here he goes. Like, look at that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, bro. Legit. Yeah, well, Tony was an addict, right? So
I'd heard
he was
that about him.
Addicted to not just, look at him and Iggy Pop. He was addicted to not just things that were bad for you, but also things that were good for you. That's something BJ Penn told me too. BJ Penn told me he was having a conversation with this guy who was a huge fan of his, who was addicted to jiu-jitsu, and he was saying to BJ, like, I got my black belt in 3 years just like you. And he goes, man, you're dedicated. He goes, no, man, I'm addicted. I'm addicted just like you. And he goes, and then I realized, like, yeah, that's what's going on. I was addicted. I'm addicted.
I think there's an aspect of that, and I also think that there are people who use it as a coping mechanism. They'll dive into that as opposed to having the hard conversations with themselves or putting the work in, because all they're doing, it actually goes back to what we were talking about before. They're working so hard on one thing to the exclusion of others. So it's, I don't have nearly enough experience to comment on jiu-jitsu as a whole or anybody else's journey in it, but from the conversations I've had with coaches that I respect, they have all kind of either experienced that a little bit, that level of dedication, or seen other people who every other aspect of their life is falling apart, but they'll spend 3 to 4 hours a day on the mats.
Yeah.
So I can see it is addicting. It's fucking awesome. I wish I had found it 30 years ago.
Yeah. How are you still injured? You had like an elbow thing that was keeping you from doing
Good.
Are you good?
That's called just not tapping, Joe. It's a theory that nobody should explore and recommend, but
It's hard to not tap, or it's hard.
it was my own fault. It came on faster than I thought it would. So yeah, I'm
What came on faster? The
armbar.
submission?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it was fine. I also could have started to tap before my arm was straight. There's a lot of things that I could have done.
So is it still fucked up, or is it better?
We're good. I'm good now.
It's good.
It
But
is
it kept you from doing archery for a while, right?
It happened right before the archery season 2 years ago,
Oh no.
which the first thing I did was go try to pick up my bow because it was, of course, my holding arm. And I go to pick it up, and yeah, that's not happening. I could have drawn it, but it would have just drawn it directly into my face.
Did you use peptides or anything to help heal it?
I told you, I'm scared of fucking needles. I'm not going to
come
shoot
on.
myself
Really?
up.
Is that real?
That's real. I don't like needles.
What's wrong with what is the needle thing? I don't understand that one.
I don't know. Why do some people like chocolate ice cream and not vanilla? I can't explain it.
I think it's so funny because this is one of the things that comes up a lot with COVID vaccines. People go, "Are you scared of needles?" I'm like, "No, I'm not scared of needles. Like, why the fuck would I be scared of needles?" Some people are scared of needles.
Well, let me rephrase it. I don't have any problem with shots, and we did like a bunch of IV training, and then which paid off awesome when we were hungover. I don't have a problem getting shots. What you were describing would be me having to inject myself.
That bothers you.
I would pass out.
Really?
Oh, 100%. Just straight auger. Or I'd have to sit there and like count down from 10. 10, 9. Okay, I'm gonna start over. 10.
That's wild.
I just can't.
I
do
look at my body like it's made out of Play-Doh. I just stick the needles in.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't even.
That does not work for me.
When I had like a tennis elbow and I would like put the BPC 157 into there, I would just stick it right in there and just squirt it in there.
You're a unique man, Joe.
I don't think that's that unique. I think it's the needle thing is, I don't know what it is, but for some people that are like really tough people, that's an issue. The needle thing's an issue.
It's an issue if I have to do it myself. I don't have a problem with shots or blood draws or stuff like that.
I used to date a girl, and her whole family had a thing where they would see things and they would faint. Like the dad was a
like
dentist.
goats, like the fainting goats.
Like the dad was a dentist, and one day his son got sunburnt and he had blisters, and the dad saw the blisters and just fucking dropped dead. Just fainted, not dead, fainted.
Yeah.
And I was like, "What? Your dad just faints?" I go, "Your dad's a fucking dentist. How's he just faint?" And so one time, her and I went to the movies, and in the movie, someone was shooting heroin, and the person sticks the needle into their arm and plunges and she just blacks out at the movie theater. And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?" So it's like some really strange. It seems like it's a genetic thing. Like her and her dad would just fall asleep. Rando.
I hope they didn't see any of that shit when they were driving.
I know, right?
I mean, that's a rough life if you just randomly see things and pass out.
Yeah.
I would get that checked out.
Some people pass out though, right? When they see things that are fucked up, they pass out. What is
Yeah.
that? What?
Shock, I think.
Yeah, but like, what kind of like evolutionary benefit would there ever be in blacking out when you see something that's stunning?
I don't know. Don't you ever watch videos of fainting goats? I don't think there's any evolutionary benefit, but it happens.
Yeah.
They're the best. They're not as good as people on, mountain bikes eating shit, but
My dog caught a possum a few months ago, and
It play dead?
Yeah, it plays dead. But I thought they played dead, but apparently they go into shock, and they just lay there, and they think that it might increase their benefit, like increase their chances rather of survival, because some animals when they attack them will stop attacking them if they don't move. So when the animal attacks them, like a wolf or something will shake them, and if they don't just lay perfectly still, they'll think they're dead already, and they might have a chance of survival that's better than fighting back.
I think I would fight back with the wolf. That thing's going to eat your face.
Well, did you fight back with a wolf? Like, what's the point? The wolf's gonna fuck you up no matter what.
Climb a tree.
Reflex vasovagal feints or reflex feints
That's
are,
what.
apparently are unique to humans.
Oh,
So other animals obviously faint, but
So
We're
what-
such a
what's-
bitch-ass species.
such a bitch ass species. We're basically water balloons.
Vasovagal feints.
Are essentially a protective mechanism. Reflex feints are activated by the nervous system, which slows down the heart rate and lowers blood pressure in response to strain, leading to reduced blood flow to the brain. I bet people who faint like that can get choked out easy. Triggers for this can be surprisingly benign. For some people, laughing, coughing, swallowing, urinating. Imagine you take a leak and you just black out.
Oh, keep going. Or blowing on a trumpet.
Well, blowing a trumpet, like
Yeah.
if you go to like Dizzy Gillespie. When I was a kid, I went to see Dizzy Gillespie live. I saw him live. It's the craziest shit ever. Do you know who Dizzy Gillespie is?
Not a clue.
Dizzy Gillespie was a jazz trumpeter, like a legendary jazz trumpeter whose cheeks would blow up. He actually did it in a way that it's like not how they teach you. They don't teach you to fill your face up with air, but he did it, and it became like a part of his signature. So we went to see him when I lived in San Francisco. We went to see him play, and his cheeks would blow up like, I mean, it looks like he's got a softball on each side of his mouth.
Was he able to play the trumpet differently than anybody else because of that?
I don't know enough about trumpet to answer that
good,
question.
I know that.
He was awesome. He was awesome, but that's not the way they teach you to do it. Like, they teach you to keep your like mouth shut. Because I remember I took a music class on trumpet playing, and when I was in the class, I was like remembering how Dizzy Gillespie did it, and I was like, that's crazy. Like, this guy's a legend, and he did it the total opposite. Because you're not supposed to fill your face up with air. You're supposed to like find out what's the correct technique for blowing a trumpet, because I think you're supposed to keep your mouth closed and keep everything tight. You're definitely not supposed to fill your face up with air, but Dizzy might have been self-taught. How to form a trumpet, wow, how do you say that word? Ooh, embouchure. How to play the trumpet. Okay, click that. Let's see.
I wonder if there is an agreed upon best technique.
This is a gentleman called the Black
Practice forming
Trumpeter.
your embouchure in front of a mirror
Embouchure.
or using the front-facing camera on your phone. So you can practice forming your embouchure in one motion, like this.
Spit.
He's doing like a Bill
So to
Cosby.
review,
Jello
we're going
pudding.
first,
Right? Isn't that look?
Yeah.
Doesn't that look like
to bring our
that
back
face?
Yeah.
together. Then we're
So-
going to firm our corners and lastly flatten our chin.
So
The
that
general
thing.
shape.
But
That's the way you're supposed to play the
The
trumpet.
flat face?
Right. So then you look at Dizzy. Give me some Dizzy Gillespie so you can hear it.
Holy sh! Look at his neck.
Yeah. Yeah, like all the way to the back of his neck would fill up
Holy
with
cow.
air. So when you see him,
Wow.
that's not how you're supposed to do it. But yet, he's a legend. A legend doing it his own way.
There's always going to be an outlier like that, right? There's some weird shit in the archery world too. Like there's a 90% everybody should do it like this, and then there's some weirdo doing it some other way at an incredibly high level.
Yeah, well, you know, John Dudley is a big proponent of the surprise shot, right? They're all using like hinge releases or all kinds of releases. You pull through the shot and you get a surprise shot. But Cam Hanes just hits the trigger. He just lines it up and he just hits the trigger, and he's the best bow hunter alive. So like,
I mean, I think if you spend enough time
Yeah.
dedicating yourself to it, you can get to that level.
Yeah.
I think
No, I think
anybody
so,
who
too.
says this works for everybody is immediately full of shit.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's with everything. I mean, with martial arts, you see that there's people that have like really weird technique and they pull it off. But for some things, it's like when you're learning.
What
you
button are you hitting?
Oh, there's a cough button. I got a cough button.
I don't even have to cough, but I
See
want to
it?
hit that
That
button.
little red button. Hit the button and start talking. Talk and then hit the button. Yeah, I hear you. Isn't that
God damn
crazy?
it, I got to upgrade the
This
studio.
is like a professional studio. It's close.
I'll just take notes, get other stuff.
But you should learn the right way. Like, there's a reason why, like, when you throw a right hand, you should turn your whole body into it. And, you know, it should be lined up with your shoulders and pushing off the floor. You could fuck people up without doing that, though. There's guys that hit so hard, they can hit you with, like, poor technique.
All you
It's
need to
not
do is
good
go
to
on
learn that
YouTube
way.
and put in there cold cock, and you're going to see
Oh,
the
yeah.
shittiest technique ever and people getting flatlined.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Easy putting in cold cock. And you're gonna
I mean, I don't know about your
a lot of
search
things.
Dicks
history.
on ice.
Cold cock punch.
The thing is, it doesn't take that much to knock someone out. That's what
Yeah.
people don't realize. You know, especially if you don't see it coming.
How much did you pay attention to your bell getting rung when you were younger?
Very little.
Yeah, I didn't either, and I actually have some pretty severe concerns about how the later years of my life might potentially be, given my concussion history.
I had an offer recently to get a brain scan, and I panicked.
Because you don't want to know?
I don't want to know what's in there. You know, it's
Yeah.
like I had a concussion, not last year, but the year before. Went skiing before the pandemic ended, or before the pandemic started. Went skiing, and this lady was kind of losing control and sliding into this trail. And I was going around the corner, and I saw her, and she would. There's no way to get around her, and I was like, I gotta figure. And I had to wipe out. I had to just kind of like go around it this way, and the skis went up and hit the back of my head off the ground, and I was fucked up. I mean, it was a hard hit. That was I didn't go unconscious, but I definitely got a concussion because I was dizzy for the rest of the day, and I had a hard time with my coordination. Like I fell down trying to get on the ski lift, and then I couldn't figure out how to get up properly. Like my body wasn't listening right. And my daughter's like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" But
Get up, Dad, you're embarrassing me.
It was embarrassing. A lady had to grab my arm and help me stand up, which is, you know, I'm a pretty strong person. I can get up pretty easy with skis on, but my body was not listening right. And then the rest of the day I was foggy. And I was like, Jesus, I didn't need that. And I was thinking about all the times that I've had my bell rang.
Did you ever at all just consider nuking that lady and going through her?
No.
We're different people.
I would have killed her. I was coming around that corner. No, she was gonna. It would have been terrible.
Just curious. I'm not saying.
No. It would have been terrible. It would have been terrible.
Last time I rung my bell, it was actually at jiu-jitsu. It was, again, completely my fault. And I'm glad at this point I'm recognizing my mistakes and avoiding them, but guy was turtled up and I was on his back, too far towards his shoulders.
He shook you?
No, I got both of my hands involved. It was either one was over and one was under, maybe going for a harness of some kind. And completely my fault to do so, but he rolled, and the first thing that hit was my head. And fuck, I had a headache for days.
Yeah.
And same thing, like foggy thoughts, very distressed sleep. I found myself waking up sweating in the middle of the night. It's I'm the number of head injuries be very interesting. I would actually probably pass as well on the brain scan. I don't think I actually want to know.
I don't want
what's
to
up there.
know. Look, whatever I have right now, I'm maintaining. I don't want to know that it's, you know. I mean, maybe I should get it checked out. I don't know. You know, the thing about those kind of forward pitch things that freak me out is the neck injury. That freaks me out more than even the head, I think.
Oh, the head coming back, you mean?
Yeah, anytime there's a movement where weight from two guys is on the head. One of the guys from, I think it was Team Alpha Male, I've heard this happen more than once, where someone shoots for a takedown and the other guy gets a guillotine and falls back. And so as the guy drives forward with the takedown, his head hits first with both of their weight, and they paralyze. He broke his neck, and he's paralyzed from the neck down. I've heard that happen on more than one occasion from that exact specific move. A guy shoots in for a double. The other guy, just goes with it with the guillotine and, gets the head to the side, and all the weight of the head, or all the weight of the two bodies, hits the top of the head, and it snaps the neck.
That sucks.
Fuck, man. That's the scariest shit ever. And
That sucks for both people, because the
fuck
person
yeah.
who had the guillotine obviously had no intent to try to do that, and you have to live with that weight. That would suck.
Well, anytime you hurt somebody in training, anytime something happens and someone gets hurt, you're always thinking about that next time you're training. Whenever you're in a weird position, like a tangle of legs, and someone's knee explodes, every time you're in that situation afterwards, you're like, oh shit. You're gonna hesitate. You're gonna think.
Yeah, I've heard that happen only one time on the mat. I heard a guy, I believe it was his MCL, go, and everybody freezes, and then he starts moving his leg a little bit, and then brace for the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah,
it made me sick to my stomach just hearing it. And I wasn't even directly involved in what was going on.
I had my ACL pop like a carrot. It was it snapped it sounded like a stick cracking. Was so loud.
Is that a cadaver fix?
Yeah, that one was. I've had both of them go. The left one, they did it with a patella tendon graft. The right one, they did with a cadaver. The right one was way quicker. It healed quick. with no like real residual pain. The right one was like 6 months later I was doing jiu-jitsu, but the left one with the patella tendon graft, that was like a whole year before it felt good. At least a year.
Can you trust it as much as you would have before?
Yeah, it's stronger than it was before. It's 150% stronger than a regular ACL. Because they don't use an ACL to the cadaver.
Oh, they
what
use a
they
stronger
use,
tendon?
They use Achilles from a dead dude. And I said, just get the biggest football player
Or woman. I mean, we shouldn't
Yeah.
assume.
What they get?
They use a man. It's
I would-
2022. You shouldn't assume it was a dude.
I wanted a dude, a big dude, a
I'll
dude
take- I'll
way
take a
bigger than me.
linebacker off the
yeah,
Chiefs,
that's what
yeah.
I want. I want some just giant Viking motherfuckers, Achilles tendon. Give me his shit. Screw that in place.
Yeah, I've been lucky. I've been lucky so far with injuries. I haven't had any knee stuff. I roll more defensively after that day.
Yeah, you have to.
I have to because I don't want to spend time off the mat. Man, it's so much fun, man. I love
It
it.
is so fun.
I
And
love
what
it.
belt do you know?
Purple.
Oh shit! Moving on up. Moving on up.
Moving on up.
How many years
fucking
now?
Nowhere. 3.5.
And how many days a week?
8.
Really?
No, I go like 5 days a week.
Well, eight is to me. It's like twice a day, once.
I will usually do 2 hours a day, 5 days a week.
That's a lot.
My schedule.
5 days a week's a lot.
My schedule allows for it,
Yeah.
and so that's usually a class for an hour and then an open mat for an hour.
Wow.
I love it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I think I like the mental aspect of it more. The problem solving. I like the fact that it's hard. I don't think I enjoy things as a person that are easy or easy to me. I don't find a lot of fulfillment and enrichment from that.
No one does. I mean, what is good that's easy?
Yeah, and plus, if you're waking up in the middle of the night still trying to figure out how somebody did that to you,
Right.
Like, that's you're like, you're like, oh, that motherfucker! I'm gonna get him next time.
It's the best motivation for cardio. I find myself, like, to this day, I'll be on the air assault bike, and I'll be doing those Tabata reps, and I'll think about
the worst.
someone who tapped me because I was tired like 10 years ago. I'll think about this moment where I know I could have pulled out of a triangle, but I was just too fucking exhausted, and then I wound up getting tapped. I'm like, shit! And I just fucking...
It's amazing how those-
You ever do Tabatas?
Oh yeah, 20 on, 10 off for 8 rounds.
That is so effective. Whoever figured that out, I guess his name was Tabata.
Dr. Izudi Tabata.
What a genius way to expand your cardiovascular capability, because it really is genius.
You can do it with anything, to include body weight. So I used to work for CrossFit, and one
Yeah.
of the first things that they would do is they would get everybody out air squats, Tabata air squats, and your score was based off the maximum number that you could hold through the 8 rounds. So if you did 30 air squats in the first round, but 4 in the 8th, your score is 4.
Oh, really?
And so, and most people, I think, around 20 would be pretty good. If that was your first exposure to that, though, you're going to be either looking for a wheelchair the next few days or walking like you have no fine motor control over your legs. You can do it with the kettlebells, Tabatas with the dumbbell. You can do it sprinting. It's one of the most effective protocols that I've ever touched.
I wonder how he figured that out. How he figured out that 20-second sprint, 10-second rest, 20-second sprint, 10-second rest.
Have you ever played with like 30-15 or 30-10?
No, I've only done 20.
I haven't either. And I don't know why, because maybe, I don't know. I would imagine he messed around with it until he found the optimal. I think he was working with racers, actually, endurance racers. My memory might be off on this, but I think it had something to do with increasing cardiorespiratory capacity without doing long, slow distance. Pretty sure. I also could be completely wrong.
Well, it's a weird protocol, right? Like the 20 seconds of going all out and then 10 seconds of rest and 20 seconds of all out. But I found when I was doing that for a while, I had an injury and I couldn't hit the bag for quite a while. And then I was I was still okay to do that. And then when I went back to hitting the bag, I lost very little in terms of cardiovascular capacity. I was like, that's pretty impressive.
It's pretty commonly accepted, I think, now, like long, slow distance runners, they can maintain what they have, if not add to it, by doing shorter interval work.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I know, well, I don't know an incredibly high level ones, but I know people who can perform at that level and they're not going past like a 400 meter. Maybe at most some repeats of 800, like one on, one off.
So when you would do Tabatas, like how many cycles of Tabata? Like I have an Echo bike from Rogue.
I have exactly the same bike.
That is the shit.
Yes.
That bike is the shit. It is so good, and it's so fucking sturdy.
I was just gonna say, I think it could survive a nuclear blast.
It's so good.
It's good.
Rogue makes awesome stuff. It's so
Yeah.
well designed. But when I would do a cycle of 8. So I'd do 8 sprints.
You would do it 8 times?
No, I would. Well, I've done that too.
Yeah.
But that's like what's programmed into it. Every time
That
you
is the
wanted to do
traditional
it.
Tabata
Yeah.
interval is 8 rounds of 20 on 10 off. It should take 4 minutes.
Yeah. So that doesn't seem like a lot of cardio.
I think it depends on how hard you go.
Right. But 4 minutes is still just 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You think in terms of like long-term endurance base.
You didn't. I think you would need to pile volume on top of that.
Right. Well, I've done that. I've done 8 rounds of that, and it's brutal. 8 rounds of 8 reps.
Yeah, that's bordering on psychotic.
Yeah.
But just on that bike, you did that?
I've only done it a few times, but then I'm wrecked for days afterwards.
For people out there listening who think that like, oh, 4 minutes, is it really that hard? I have a suggestion. Go get an empty 45-pound barbell. Do you know what a thruster is? Where
Yeah.
you start in a front squat, you go all the way down, and you drive it overhead for
Yeah.
20 seconds. Do as many as you can. Take 10 seconds off and repeat that 8 times, and let me know how hard you think 4 minutes is. There's a good chance you'll shit yourself if you've never done that before.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are really easy the first time you do it. Like the very
That's
first
not
rep.
easy though.
But I mean, the first rep.
Oh yeah, like
And
10
you're like,
reps in, you're
oh.
like, I am basically Marvel should be making a movie about me.
Yeah.
I'm Thor's bigger brother, and then in the third round, you're questioning your life choices.
There's a great kettlebell series by this guy Keith Weber, Kettlebell Cardio Extreme, and I would do this with either a 35-pound or a 45-pound kettlebell. And you pick up a 35-pound kettlebell, you're like, this is nothing. This is so light. How's this going to be difficult for me? 2 minutes in, you're ready to die. And this is like, he does, I think his program is like a half an hour. It's like this crazy half-hour workout that basically does your whole body with one kettlebell. And so with this one DVD, and Keith is a great guy. I've had him on the podcast before. With this one kettlebell, this one video, you get this insane cardio workout with a single 35-pound kettlebell.
I owned a gym in Coronado when I was still in the military, and I would introduce people to the movements with PVC pipe.
Really?
And I mean, what a simple way, because it's linear and you can get them to move and there's no consequences with the weight. But you can demolish people with a PVC pipe upon first exposure. I'm talking shaking like a dog shitting a razor blade with a 6-ounce piece of pipe.
Yeah.
So I think it's all about the exposure.
It is. It's just using your body, just body weight stuff with no weight at all. There's so many movements that you can do that will crush you. Just do split squats with just body weights and try to stand up. It's hard. Body weight stuff. You can like when people say, oh, I can't afford a gym. Like, guess what? You're in luck.
Yeah.
Because you could basically bring your heart to the brink of exploding in a small room with nothing but your own weight and gravity.
The first workout, I would say the first 9 years when I was in the military, it was back and bis, chest and tries, and then legs. And by that I mean a shirtless run on the beach. Repeated for like 9 years. The first time I did a CrossFit style workout, it was actually, I was introduced to it through Mark Twight, who's an amazing alpinist, has done some just spectacular stuff, and he's a wealth of knowledge. And I forget the exact structure, but it was squats, a kettlebell swing, and pull-ups. And it started at a high number, and the workout is called Jones Worthy. And at the end of it, I was like, okay, like my body feels a little bit different. The next morning, I fell down my stairs because my legs refused to work. That's how much it destroyed me. And I think the workout took like 6 to 8 minutes. And I had been around weights my entire adult life. And I'm talking to the point where like you need a rappel harness to get onto the toilet because like as you're squatting down, your legs give out and you're going to blast the bowl up behind you. It's just like holding on to the door for dear life so you can actually not break the porcelain.
But do you is that the best way to get strong, or should you build up so that never happens? Right? You know the Pavel Tsatsouline method, like the greasing the groove method. Like in his world, you never get to that point where you're that broken down.
For clarity, I did it to myself. It was a completely new stimulus, and I said, how hard can this be?
Right.
Me and a buddy, and we're literally crippled for days.
For clarity. But
For clarity.
But if you're going to do it for optimum
I would
advancement-
expose people very gradually, and I would do a mix of that type of conditioning and pure strength, because I can't think of a single downside to being strong. But you
No.
also need to have capacity as well.
No, there's no downside to being strong. But, how do you feel about that? Like, this school of thought, like the Pavel school of thought is you never go to failure. You just give yourself much more time in between the repetitions. You do, like, if you can do 10, you only do 5, but then you do more sets.
I don't have the knowledge or experience to even be able to comment on it. I mean, I messed around, and when I owned the gym, it was a CrossFit gym, and I was administering that type of coaching, so I don't have the knowledge base to be able to say. I know that when I changed my conditioning from, I think the heaviest I was probably 225, and that's before I put on any of my ballerina gear. And then I got down to about 195 or maybe 200, but the lighter I got, the more capable I was. And I actually, by changing the way that I trained, I actually got stronger and more capable. But I don't know, I don't have any experience outside of like genres of exercise doing that, so I don't know.
Yeah, there's so many different schools of thought in terms of like what's best for performance.
What would you say is best for jiu-jitsu? What would you recommend for people with a strength training regimen?
I think most people feel that kettlebells are one of the best modalities for strength and conditioning for jiu-jitsu. Kettlebells, chin-ups, and things along those lines. Because one of the things about kettlebells is that it forces your body to work as a unit, right? Like when you're doing things that aren't sexy, like Turkish get-ups are a perfect example. Like that is a phenomenal exercise for jiu-jitsu because it really does work your core, it really does work your shoulders, really does work your legs, it works everything.
Yeah.
And it's not bench and tries, it's not, doing chest and biceps.
Show muscles, if you will.
Yeah. It's not sexy and it's not fun either. Like when you're doing it, it's a grueling type of workout. But I think those and like gorilla cleans, where you have like one in each side, clean press, squats, and doing reverse lunges, and then backward lunges, and things where you're forcing yourself to balance out that weight while you're moving. I think those are probably some of the best exercises for jiu-jitsu. And then another thing that's really good for jiu-jitsu is yoga. Yoga's phenomenal for jiu-jitsu. It really is, because it forces you to be able to hold positions and breathe and control your body and control your breath in those positions. And also you maintain flexibility and strength, and especially like around the joints surrounding, and like with your knee joints when you're standing on one leg balancing. Like
You find it helps with
promotes
recovery?
stability. Yeah, I think it helps recovery. I think it helps keep your body limber too, which I think is very important in jiu-jitsu. Because there's positions where having a little bit more flexibility is very beneficial. Like some of the best jiu-jitsu guys are very flexible. Like Rickson Gracie famously was like very into yoga when he was young, and was the thing. There's many things that separated him from other people, but I think one of them was his physicality.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I've never met the guy. The movie Choke is unbelievable, where it goes through his
Oh
whole.
my God, it's the best. Choke is the best.
He was one of a kind for sure. Though it seems like they broke the mold with that guy a little bit. There was some natural talent built in there, with also a benefit of having, Gracie as your last name and being born into that. But goddamn, he was.
No, he was something special.
Do you get to train much anymore?
Not right now, but I'm getting over some injuries. I'm getting over some knee injuries, and I think I'll be able to train soon again.
Do you do mostly gi or no gi?
Mostly no gi these days, but I'm not averse to doing the gi. If if I decide to, I'd like to do both. Coming back again.
Do you have a
I
full
like the gi.
full spat collection?
Oh yeah, I got all that stuff. I got rash guard.
Do they match?
I have some that match. I have some from you. You sent me some rash guards.
I did. I got
cleared
some more
hot.
being made right now.
Oh, yeah?
Origin. Shout out to Pete and Jocko. So I went to their camp, their immersion camp.
Is that in Maine?
It is in Maine. It's literally adult jiu-jitsu camp. And I say that because you're staying at a campground in like a cabin in a bunk bed, and you just go do jiu-jitsu. We did 21 sessions over, I think it was 5 days, with an open mat after. I don't, there's only one no-gi class per week where I train, but we'll just pop the gi off the gi top off, the kimono top off, and you can do that. So the point I'm getting to is I was unprepared for the level of enthusiasm that no-gi players have for their outfits. Holy fucking shit.
So most of your training you do gi.
Yeah, but I pop the top off and roll no-gi. But I have a rash guard top, like the ones that I sent you.
But you use gi bottoms.
Yeah, or occasionally I'll go to a no-gi class and throw on a pair of board shorts. I've had nothing against it whatsoever. The vast majority of the classes where I train that I can go to with my time schedule are gi. So I roll to this no-gi class at the immersion camp, which anybody who's in the jiu-jitsu world should absolutely go. I have it like blocked off on my calendar till the end of time because it's amazing.
What time of year is it?
It's the last week in August, I believe. I roll in there, and there are grown men in spats and rash guards that are like unicorns, like prancing off into the sunset. There was a dude in a full Deadpool outfit from bottom to top.
Nice.
I was completely shocked at the
Bottom
amount.
to top, like he had like
Head
the
to toe,
face thing?
fucking straight. No, he didn't have the thing that came over the head. That would actually,
That'd be the shit.
it would have been the shit, but also a little bit scary. These people must spend an inordinate amount of time. Like, does this spats? Does it go with this top? It was unfucking believable. And then there was also people there who, I don't know your rule on this, but I say there has to be a minimum of 4 layers. There has to be spats or boxers and a pair of shorts between your dick and my dick.
What about a cup? There
That
should
could be
a
fine.
cup.
There could be that's
Do
personal.
you roll with a cup on?
No.
Oh, you should roll with a cup on.
Okay. I mean, I'll give it a try.
The reason being is I got kneed in the dick once, and after I got out and I went into the locker room and my jock strap was filled with blood. And I was like, oh no. And so I looked for a cut, and then I realized the blood was coming out of the tip of my dick, which means there was damage inside
That's trauma for
my
sure.
dick. Yeah.
So
that was the last day I rolled without a cup.
But people need to grasp this 4-layer principle, because there were people at the origin camp. You know, they make boxers that you're supposed to wear under your other shit, and there were a handful of people out there in the no-gi session,
Just boxers
straight boxers,
with the cock flying free.
one unacceptable fucking layer between their dick and every part of my body.
Just a thin piece of cloth.
I mean,
covering the
I
hammer.
don't need to know that much about people.
Yeah, I don't need to know that either.
But I was shocked. I couldn't believe the ensembles in the wardrobe of the no-gi players. I actually was relatively impressed. The amount of money that it would take and time to put those outfits together.
At 10th Planet, we have a wide array of designs. There's a lot of
It's
like pretty
unbelievable.
dope 10th Planet jiu-jitsu rash guard
Yeah.
selections.
Yeah, there was dragons out there. Like I
yeah,
said, there
yeah,
was
yeah.
unicorns, there was sunsets and
Skulls
sunrise.
and shit.
Skulls were everywhere. It's like mandatory, actually. Like blue belt and above, it had to be a skull. But that camp was awesome. I left that with my eyes pretty open as to what. There's just so many different levels.
So who was teaching these camps?
So Pete obviously is one of the co-founders of Origin. Dideko was there. Alexei was there. Liborio was there. Jocko was there. Dean Lister.
Ricardo Liborio?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
He is one of the nicest men I've ever met. in my
Oh, he's a
entire
great guy.
life. Phenomenal. Jocko and Dean were there. Echo was there. Leah was teaching there. They had another woman come in. It was really diverse, and then they would split. They would go different experience levels, and it would alternate from, top position, bottom position, sweeps, escapes, submissions. It was really cool. It was a lot. I mean, it was a fire hose for sure, and I'm glad I went into it with at least a little bit of experience so I could understand, what they're talking about and at least try it. But I would recommend anybody who's into jiu-jitsu go for sure.
And it was a week long?
You don't have to do a week. I think they break it up into like a portion A and a portion B. We went for portion A and B, and I'm glad that we did.
Nice. So you stay there, you eat there, the whole deal?
It's literally a summer camp. I'm not
Wow.
joking. It's adult summer camp.
So you have to sleep in bunks?
I think there may be other options. I don't know enough about it to.
Did you sleep in a bunk?
I slept in a bed. It was it was like a queen size bed.
And there's a room full of a bunch of dudes that are sleeping in beds?
Pete hooked us up because I had a good friend of mine and his girlfriend go out there, and I went out there with my girlfriend as well. So we had our own cabins.
Is Pete from Maine? Is that what the deal is? Why Origin is located up there?
I think he is.
It's cold as fuck up there in the winter, bro.
I mean, he wears a Canadian tuxedo in the middle of winter up there. I feel
Yeah.
like he has to be from Maine with that outfit. Denim head to toe. Which I'm pretty sure doesn't conduct body heat well.
You see these fucking truckers? They're still camped out in Ottawa, in Canada right now. It's like 20 below zero, and they have everything clogged up with their trucks up there. And Trudeau is now hiding in America, apparently.
No way.
Yeah. They apparently he escaped Canada.
I don't know.
Now, whether or not he made it to America, whether or not that's true, I think he's in an undisclosed location because they're worried about threats of violence from these truck drivers. But
I don't feel like that what they're threatening is violence. I think they're trying to have.
yeah, I haven't seen any threats of violence.
Yeah.
I mean, but maybe they know. Maybe they're privy to things that we don't know.
I mean, I'm sure if you get a large enough group of people together, there's going to be some wahoos in there. But to me, and I'm not following it incredibly closely, it seems like people expressing their opinion on the situation that they're living through.
Yeah.
And, you know, you had Jocko on recently, and he was talking about leadership through imposing your will. I could not agree with him more. That is a long-term recipe for absolute disaster. And you see it in the States where,
Yep.
you know, people are like, oh, okay, cool. Like, that's your mandate. Get fucked.
Yeah.
It only works for so long.
Well, it's a strange time where people don't know exactly how to handle things, and people have different strategies for handling things. And a lot of times when they want to implement these strategies, you know, they're doing so against the will of the people, and they think they're doing it for the people's own good. And some people are not buying that shit, especially when it comes to Canada, which has been really rough in terms of like locking down businesses and like what's going on right now in Montreal. They have a 10 p.m. curfew, which is just wild. Like, why do you have a curfew? Like, what happens after 10? Like, they're shutting down restaurants and bars and in parts of Canada where they are already like barely staying open. They're already barely alive, and they're not giving these people the options. It's like it's been pretty clear up to this point that all these lockdowns don't work. They don't stop the spread. They don't. It's just
Or at best, the what would be the correct term? At best, the impact is measured in very, very small numbers,
yeah.
like fractions of a percent. I was reading something about that today. It's do you really think that the people are doing it, or that the people who are making the decisions are doing it for the good of the people?
I think in certain cases they're doing it because it's the optics. They're doing it because it makes it seem like they're doing something. I think that's the case. And then, you know, if you want to hit this conspiratorial angle, then, you know, you just put on your tinfoil hat and we can keep going. Because the people that are conspiratorial about this, and I don't subscribe to this, but I've listened to several compelling arguments in that way, that's where things get really. That'll keep you up at night. You
For
start-
the mandates and the lockdown?
yeah, the mandates and the lockdowns, and people worried about
What's the theory about it?
that eventually they're going to implement some sort of a social credit score system that goes along with vaccine passports, and that these things are what they're angling towards, and that by slowly, incrementally moving in this direction, they're going to apply these new methods to control the population. You know what's going on in China? Have you ever paid attention to their social credit score system?
No.
It's pretty fucking wild. They can stop you from buying a train ticket. They can stop you from buying certain goods. Like, say maybe you want to buy a car. If your social credit does not align with, you know, what's acceptable in order for you to purchase it, it doesn't matter if you have the money to do so. They can see. This is where it could get wild. If so, I mean, and this is not happening, nor is it suggested to happen in the United States. I'm just saying, like, this is what happens in China. If you step out of line, if you protest some of the things the government's doing, if you speak openly and critically about certain aspects of society, they can put a hit on your social credit. And that
Which limits what you can do.
it limits what you can do, it limits where you can go, it limits what you can buy, because essentially the idea is that they'll be able to influence what you say and what you do, because you won't want to get a hit on your social credit, because that'll keep you from being able to go on vacation, it'll keep you from being able to buy a car, it'll keep you from being able to buy things. And one of the things that Yahoo had recently there was an article on Yahoo where they were talking about people allowing certain organizations, certain government organizations, access to your browser history. And the incentive would be maybe you could qualify for more credit if they had access to your browser history.
First off, for people listening, the government has full access to your browser history.
This was a piece I saw on Shepard Smith's show the other day. This was pretty recently.
People in China growing frustrated.
So I remember they talk about in here, which I guess we can play it if you want to. There is a way that like if someone goes into like CVS, their version of a pharmacy, and buys something that says they have a cough or they have a temperature, it goes through the system into their phone. A message pops up, which I think they sort of show here in a second, that says you can't continue to go places until you now have passed a COVID test that says you're negative.
Yeah, that's
Oh wow!
Just
So they're
because they
tracking you
bought
through your
something in a
activity.
store. Yeah.
because you bought Tylenol or you bought
Right. Yeah. Here's the stuff that pops up on their phone.
Mm.
And this is this was newer information than that
This-
other piece that came out like a year ago.
This is it says China scrambling to control COVID-19 outbreaks ahead of the Beijing Olympics, which kind of makes sense because they kind of have to do that.
Yeah, that's all starting this week. Now, I don't know exactly what's going on in these videos, but this was part of this piece that popped up along with all the stuff they were talking about that day.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of different methods to control their population. That's just one of them.
How do you think the pandemic ends?
I think it should end with this Omicron, hopefully, if there's not like another strain that comes out afterwards. My concern is that we never go back to normal, that we're in like sort of like, do you remember the days before the Patriot Act? Do you remember the days before TSA? Do you remember the days where like, now we've just accepted those things. Like we've accepted TSA. You have to take your shoes off. That's part of the problem. Like, everybody remembers the guy, what's his name, Richard, whatever the fuck his name was, trying to blow his shoes up. Like that one fuckhead ruined it for everybody. Now everybody has to take their shoes off at the airport. Like it's just things, they change and then they never go back.
So that's where I can buy into a little bit, not the conspiratorial narrative, but the incremental moving of behavior.
Yeah.
I've been shocked at how malleable people are.
Yeah.
And how
very much so.
willing they well, and I think the reason is, I think that people don't realize how powerful fear is.
Yeah.
If you can keep people scared, you can do damn near anything that you want to them.
Yes, it's true.
The shoe bomber, and not to say that the TSA or any of that is conspiratorial, but do you remember when they used to color code the days
Yes.
after 9/11?
Yeah, the warning.
Scaring the fuck out of people.
Yeah. It's orange.
And-
Threat
but-
orange.
And what could come with that is, hey, don't do this today because here's the threat level. And people
Yeah.
get scared and they get very, I just don't know if they realize how susceptible they are. And now I almost think it's at a point where some people in leadership positions, it's a different kind of fear. They're now afraid of not being accepted by the party that they identify with. And I see it on both sides. And the people who are suffering is everybody who's kind of in the middle, which I suspect actually in this country is like 80%. I have no data to support this whatsoever, but I think more people are towards the center than towards the extreme left or right.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
But now they're unwilling to change course because the fear of the pandemic may be one thing, but the fear of not being accepted by that party that they identify with, so they'll do anything. And again, I have nothing against masks, but hey, wear a mask at all times. Wear it in school. Wear it regardless of your age. And they're just like, yes, 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 yes. They'll do that. It's kind of shocking to me how reactive people are.
It is. It's shocking how easy people bend, about how it changes who they are. It changes what they do, how they view the world. It changes what they accept, and changes what it also changes like what they think of as being normal. Like it's normal to have a mask on now, everywhere you go. For a lot of people, a lot of people are like out there wearing masks outside. That makes no sense. It doesn't work at all. You're walking around outside in the street with a mask on. Like that is not helping anybody.
I mean, I'm a fan of people being able to do whatever the hell they want to do, but I also really appreciate people making informed decisions as opposed to just doing what they're told and not looking into it at all.
Well, there's so many people that are wearing their masks. It's almost like they have them on as a chin strap, and yet they still have them on. They just kind of have them down here, and they're just wandering around with it's like we've kind of like fallen into this weird zone of as long as you have it,
I was in Vegas over New Year's at a jiu-jitsu camp. And
Another jiu-jitsu camp. Look at you.
I'm going to Costa
a
Rica
fucking camper.
this month.
You're going to jiu-jitsu camp in
In
Costa,
Costa Rica, yeah.
Who's putting that on?
Henry Akins,
Oh, no shit.
who is a Hickson Gracie black belt. And when you roll with him, it feels like you're being beaten with this table. It's fucking gnarly. But we're in Vegas, and everybody in the casino had to have a mask. No problem whatsoever. Put the mask on, and as you're walking through the one-armed bandits and all the other stuff, it is, would be the polite way to say this, morbidly obese individuals with a fucking redneck guzzler in the cup holder, mask down, not everybody, of course, but plenty of this, cigarette, and all the warnings everywhere in the casino are about COVID-19. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What are we doing? And hey, I've had COVID twice. I'm not saying it's not real. I have family members, people that I know who are going through it right now. I totally get that. But goddamn,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of fantasy, I think, going on. And I do worry about the yardstick being moved a little bit at a time. You mentioned the Patriot Act. I'm not against the Patriot Act, but I wonder how many people realize how much of their privacy they lost with the Patriot Act. And I'd be interested for them to do a little bit of research and realize they never got any of it back.
No.
So
and
once it goes, getting that back,
it doesn't happen.
it's not going to happen.
Yeah. That's the real concern. The real concern is that decisions that you make right now that you think are good short term, you have to look at the consequences long term. And I remember there was a discussion during the Obama administration about the indefinite detention. It was about
In Guantanamo?
well, no, it wasn't just Guantanamo. It was I forget what the act was that they were trying to pass, but this idea was that they didn't necessarily need the same the same protections of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights were not going to apply if they could somehow or another decide that you were a target that was worthy. I forget what the parameters were.
Yeah.
But what I forget what it was called, but what I do remember was that one of the things they were saying was that this is not something that we would ever use. I'm like, well, then why do you have it? Because if it's not something you would use, is this what it is? Yeah, here it is. Defense authorization. Okay. Minus indefinite detention ban. That's right. The NDAA. That's exactly what it was. So the NDAA still allows indefinite detention of American citizens by the military, but President Obama says his administration won't use this power. That's exactly it. So like just that alone. Indefinite.
Yeah.
Indefinite means the rest of your life. Like there's no, indefinite doesn't mean a week. It doesn't mean a year. It doesn't mean an hour. It could mean forever. It could mean whatever. Indefinite.
I wonder, so that was signed in 2013.
Yeah.
I wonder if it still continues today.
So that was exactly, thanks for pulling that up, Jamie, the NDAA. So, but he said that his administration would not use this power. And put that back, please. Is the actual quote. I want to clarify that my administration will not authorize the indefinite military detention without trial of American citizens, Obama wrote. Indeed, I believe that doing so would break with our most important traditions and values as a nation. So that, the problem with that is, if Obama didn't use it and wouldn't use it, that's great. But now it's on the books for Trump. Now it's on the books
Or
for
whoever might be in that seat.
Yeah.
I'm
But-
sure
but-
I'm
but
sure
he
it
was
has
after him.
Yeah, I'm sure Obama, Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, and then who's after Trump? I mean, like, what if we get a real fucking loon in there? What if we get a guy who's so crazy that he makes us long for Trump? Like, all we'd have to do is get attacked. All we would have to do is have, like, a real hot war on our hands in the United States, like a real attack. Chicago gets blown up, and we could have a fucking, we could have a crazy situation. And that's when our rights and our laws are critical. And having something like that the NDAA freaked people out. And having someone like Obama, which I don't think Obama would use that, but have him say, we would not use that. Well, don't have it then.
Yeah, I'm sure it came with an expiration date, but I'd be curious if it got pushed
Really?
forward. Yeah, I don't think that stuff lasts forever. I'm not a policy expert by any stretch, but
I think as long as there's a war on terror. And
yeah,
the
but
war
when
on
has
terror,
there not been?
Yeah, exactly.
Just because they started calling it in the last 20 years doesn't mean
Yeah.
we haven't had enemies
Sure.
all over the world. People
Oh,
forget
yeah.
that too.
Yeah.
They think because we're not actively involved in Iraq and Afghanistan, which, we still have people in Iraq.
Yeah.
I think the last stat I saw, we have a presence in about 140 countries. Just even in the special operations world, like the war on terror is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Nor do I think it will ever be.
Right. It seems like an indefinite war, indefinite, whatever you want to call it, conflict. I mean, it's always going to be a strategy that certain states use to try to implement their goals. You're going to have terror. You're going to have terrorist attacks. And when we're looking at this gigantic world of resources and of conflicts, and the idea of a time in the future where there's no war, no conflict, that's one of the most depressing things about being a person. Like, there's no... if you had a bet, what is the gamble? What are the odds that there's going to come a day where there's no war? I would say 0%.
I mean, the most accurate thing you could look at would be the rear view mirror on that. And I am not an expert in humanity or the history of humans, but I don't think there has been a stretch of time in the history of humans where there has not been conflict or fighting, which at least escalated to war. Probably smaller scale as we were evolving and society was growing, but I can't think of a single period of time.
No, I don't think there is. The only thing that I think would save us is alien intervention. Like, do you
Or
remember?
all the fucking nukes would fly instantly. As soon as that happened, we're all dead.
Yeah. Then just come back again in 100 million years and see what's left and what starts over again. Yeah. The real scary thing is, like, if all the nukes flew, it wouldn't just be all the people die. It would be so much life dies that whatever is left, the amount of time that it would take to evolve back into a position where we could have advanced intelligent life again. And I say we, with the that's the loosest use of the word we.
With the
'cause
molecules of your
Yeah.
body that remain in the atmosphere somewhere?
Yeah, it's not really going to be us. And what kind of life? I mean, if you go back and look at the history of Earth and life on Earth, the Earth is, 4 point something billion years old, right?
Probably depends on who you ask.
And intelligent life is basically limited to the last couple of 100,000 years. And out of that intelligent life, there's only one species that has the capability of space travel, electronics, manipulating its environment. It's not just one. I mean, it could easily be that one species didn't exist. Like, there was that one, was it Indonesia? We've talked about this recently, where there was a super volcano eruption like 70,000 years ago that brought the entire human race down to a few thousand people.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because of what the eruption did to the atmosphere and
Yeah, it
changed
was,
living conditions?
It creates like a nuclear winter and essentially wipes out, look at this.
Toba.
Yeah, Toba. So 75,000, well, it's in another language. So what year was that?
75,000 years ago?
Yeah. So is that what it says?
I don't know.
Well, just Google the Toba eruption in Indonesia. But it was a massive super volcano. And it brought the entire human race down to a very small number. Well, it could have killed us all. And if it did kill us all, there would literally be no humans. From
Yeah, Jim was right. 74,000 years ago.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't know what year that is.
Does it say? Wow, the volume compared to almost 3 million Empire State Buildings. Holy fuck. Look at this. The explosion of the Toba supervolcano, located on the modern island of Sumatra some 74,000 years ago, was Earth's largest volcanic eruption in the past 28 million years. Parts of Indonesia, India, and the Indian Ocean were covered by 15 centimeters, 6 inches of volcanic debris, an estimated 1,700 cubic miles of rock, a volume comparable to almost 3 million Empire State Buildings erupted, forming a crater lake visible even from space. So that brought the entire human race down to a few thousand people. See if it says how many people in that article. How many?
How could they even know? I mean, that would obviously be a wild estimate.
I don't know. I think they did it based on the genome. Like, I think they just tried to figure out, like, where people emanated from, and that's a good question. It is a question. Oh, a few thousand survivors. Okay, here it is. Genetic evidence, there it is, indicates a collapse in human population around 74,000 years ago, with all modern humans descending from a few thousand survivors. According to the Toba catastrophe theory, most humans in Europe and Asia didn't make it. As the climate and environment suddenly changed in the aftermath of the Toba eruption, and only a small group with a limited genetic variability survived by chance in Africa. But archaeological and paleoclimate records don't seem to fit this theory. Oh, well, what the fuck does that mean? Oh,
Sounds like it was so long ago that nobody has a goddamn idea.
But they do know that that supervolcano did erupt, and they do know that it almost wiped out the entire race. And if that happened, and it did kill everybody, there'd be no people here. So imagine all the shit that we have. This is a blink of an eye ago, 74,000 years ago, in terms of the entire history of the Earth. That it didn't have to happen. So if we do nuke each other, this might be it. Like, for all intelligent life ever. That could be it.
For our little marble,
Yeah, well,
flying around in space.
Our little marble is so delicate. It's
So are the people on it,
so
unfortunately.
delicate. They're all delicate.
Speaking of delicate, how the hell are you doing managing all this Spotify chatter
I'm great.
that I'm hearing? You know what I appreciate? Well, actually, I'm not going to say I'm going to appreciate about the Spotify chatter. Very often, when they post a picture of you, when they're like yelling at you, you're wearing that black cleared hot shirt. I love it so much. It's like 75% of the time. It's
Really?
perfect. Yeah. You
Oh,
wore it
that's
to
interesting.
a UFC like weigh-in or something like
Oh.
that. And they pick that picture.
All right, man.
And I'm like, and
that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Yeah, it's been good. Stay offline, ignore it, and everything seems okay. There's nothing much I could do. You know, if I engaged with all of it, you know, I put out a video a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I saw it.
kind
I
of
thought it was good.
explaining- Thank you. You know, other than that, not much I can do.
I also think that people are smart enough to look at complex situations and come to their own conclusions.
Yeah.
I dislike the idea of robbing people of their chance to make an educated choice or decision.
I think so too. I agree with that. And I think that when you're hearing it from people that are losing the information attention game, like the people like CNN, when they're calling for other networks or other shows or other programs to be censored or other programs to be limited, it's like, just do better. Like, you guys should be better at what you're doing. More people should be paying attention to you than are. Like, why aren't they? Well, first of all, it's the format. Like, this format of 7 minutes or whatever it is, and then commercial.
It's rough.
You got it only an hour. You're only on TV at 6 p.m. at night to 7, and then there's another show at 7 to 8. It's like, that is antiquated. You can't. That old format is so limited. Obviously, there's nothing else they can do, right? They're on cable. This is what they have, a time slot. But that format of time slots, it has a very hard time competing with the open-ended format of an internet streaming show.
I'm assuming you've done like live TV interview,
Yeah.
like remotely too, where you're staring at the blank lens and you have
terrible.
and you have
There's a delay.
there's a delay and you have approximately 30 seconds to unpack a very complicated
Yeah.
subject.
Also, like, you don't feel comfortable staring at a fucking
Oh, it's the worst.
a camera like that. It's like everything is stacked against like normal discourse. Everything is stacked against you being comfortable. Those shows are just not good. And CNN has started to do. They're going to do a CNN Plus thing, where they have like a streaming, like a app, and I think you have to pay for it. Did you have to pay for CNN Plus?
Is it just
Yeah.
additional content?
They're gonna have like talk shows. Like Don Lemon's gonna have a talk show with an audience. They're gonna do shit like that.
Fuck, when was the last time you watched a talk show?
They're terrible.
I mean, for me, it's measured in years, maybe decades since I
I mean, I'll
watched
watch
a talk
Bill
show.
Maher. I'll watch that.
Okay, I actually have watched some clips of that. God damn
But
it, Joe.
that's as different. That's as close to being an internet show, because it's on HBO, and
Yeah.
so it's uncensored.
And other than his
swear.
monologue too, he's really having conversations with people at the table. Still
Yes.
time constrained for sure, but
They do jump all over each other though. Like,
Yeah.
when you have, whenever I do a podcast with 3 people, it's hard. Like if it was you and one other guy there, it's difficult to get a flow. Because like I know when you're about to say something and I back off and I'm listening to you and then I talk and we're trying to like dance. When there's 3 people, it's harder to dance. When there's 4 people that you don't even know and you have this limited amount of time, it's like, and people have these like planned out rants that they want to go on and it's like, ugh. And everyone's trying to go viral. It's like, ugh. It's hard.
Yeah, it's not good. How would you pick the guest that would sit there on the opposing side of those arguments?
For like a Peter McCullough,
Mm-hmm.
You'd be able to find them online. There's some very intelligent, very bold doctors. There's a guy named Vinay Prasad that I actually tweeted one of his articles that was critical of I think it was Malone. It was Malone or McCullough, I forget which guy. It might have been both. But he would work really well. There's quite a few of these guys that are like really highly educated doctors that have differing perspectives, but they're more fact-based than narrative-based. Like, because there's some certain people that are just they follow whatever the projected narrative is, like whatever the government's projecting, whatever the CDC is projecting, the World Health Organization, they're saying exactly what those people are saying.
Yeah.
Even when those things turn out to be incorrect, right?
Oh, and then they seem to be unwilling to admit the error of their ways. They're just
Right.
in lockstep. Again, it's people are afraid of not being able to identify with whatever their tribe may be.
That's a problem with people too with these networks, is that they don't seem human because they don't admit when they're wrong, and they don't admit when they're disseminating propaganda or where they're just bullshitting. Like with me with that whole horse dewormer thing. Like
I like the filter that they put on you, though. It was really good.
it was hot, made me hot, right?
Like the color, like whatever's inside of that green behind you, like pasty.
Well, they did a fact check. One of those news things that did a fact check. They said it's incorrect. Like bullshit. You can see it for yourself. Don't fucking lie. That's a lie.
Yeah, see, but
the
that's-
fact check is a lie. But who's fact checking the fact checkers? And who's paying the fact checkers? Like, what? You're not unbiased. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is a fact check? Says who?
Yeah.
Says you? How'd you come to that conclusion? If just that alone, that CNN didn't put a filter on my face, shut the fuck up. And when I put it up on my Instagram, like, so many people were mad.
Side-by-side comparison, if
Yeah.
you will.
Yeah, I mean, it's like so there. It's so obvious. It's such a dumb thing to do.
Well, it's part of the problem, too, because if you consistently tell people that what they're seeing is not what they're seeing, and what they're
Gaslighting.
hearing is not what they're hearing,
Yeah, that's gaslighting.
well, so if you knew somebody, a friend of yours, who consistently just told you that, no, your eyes are wrong and your ears are wrong, how long would it be before you completely tune that person out?
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a lot of what's happening with both sides. I mean, I try to stay out of left and right arguments because I don't know if I've ever felt less represented by the representatives of our government right now.
Yeah.
I'm fucking lost in this middle ground. It's like, can I have a little bit on this side and also a little bit on this side? And there's also this lost art I wish people would accept. And that is the ability to not have a fucking opinion about something. You don't have to explode and be passionate about everything. Like space travel.
Right.
I don't know anything about space travel. I love the idea, but I'm not like calling you up, be like, hey, Joe, can you hook me up with Elon's digits? Because I really need to talk to him about the paint on the side of his rockets. Like, no. Like, I don't have an opinion on it. I like the idea of it, but I'm not going to be passionate. I think it's okay to be like that.
Oh, yeah. It should be. Yeah. There's a lot of subjects where you should be like that.
Yeah, all of them for me, except for probably like 3, I actually have an educated opinion on.
Yeah, there's not a lot of subjects where I'll go, stop. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
MMA, I give
only
you. You'll stop some
MMA,
people.
I'll stop some people. Yeah, there's been a few times, a few notable, well, because people talk crazy, and I'm like, listen, you can't talk crazy about this.
Yes.
Like, and I am very passionate about defending MMA fighters, defending their courage, defending what is happening in an actual fight. You know, when someone will say like, they quit or they laid down or they didn't show up today, like, stop. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like there's so much going on here.
Get out there for 20 minutes yourself, buddy.
Yeah.
And can we talk for a second about Francis Ngannou doing jiu-jitsu?
Isn't that wild?
First off, I was scared of him before. Mm-hmm. Because if he hits you, you're going to die.
Bro, his leg was destroyed going into that fight. He had a totally torn MCL. His ACL.
Are you serious?
Fucked. Yeah.
Oh,
he
is
needs
that
surgery?
because he had
Knee sleeves.
somebody was asking
He
me
needs
about
surgery.
Does the opponent have to agree to let him wear those?
No. We were in California, and in California, it's legal to have knee sleeves on. There's some jurisdictions where they'll let you tape your ankles. Some commissions, I'm going to cough again. Some commissions will let you tape your ankles, some won't. It's like there's all sorts of different rules when it comes to MMA, unfortunately. There's like the unified rules of MMA. There's the changed unified rules that like they've changed some of the parameters of like what constitutes a downed opponent. And then some places will let you tape your ankles, some places won't. It's like there's a lot going on.
He did the smart move though. Both knees.
Yeah, so you don't know.
You don't put tape on like just two fingers. You're like, I'm fine. No.
Well, do you remember Sakuraba?
Sakuraba's
knees were so fucked that he would tape all the way up, halfway up his thigh, where his knees were like mummified.
How much flexion and extension did he have? Very little?
Very little, man.
Yeah.
When you would see Sakuraba when he fought, like especially later in his career, his knees were the craziest thing. See if you find a video of Sakuraba with his... Look how taped up his knees are. I mean, it's like halfway up his thigh and halfway down to his ankle.
Dude, Francis picked up that guy mid-kick, and they both left the ground.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he came down.
Oh, yeah.
All I could think of in my head while watching that was imagining, like in a cartoon, the ghost of my body just floating up. I mean, what does he weigh?
Well, he weighed in at 257.
But how tall is he?
He's 6'5",
Oh, my God.
I believe.
That's Dudley tall.
Yeah. Dudley tall. That's the two of them slamming down to the ground.
Ben, that's, again, where my ghost... Well, not yet.
Look at the faces in the background. Look at that dude with his mouth open.
Look at the girl, too. The girl on the left, right
Yeah.
underneath his knee.
Oh, yeah. Right there.
Every single face.
Everybody's like, holy shit. Yeah. Well, that was his best option to win that fight, given the fact that he was injured.
I had no idea that he was injured. Obviously,
It was
he wasn't.
significant.
He wasn't talking about that before, though, was he?
Well,
probably
we
be
knew about it.
Okay.
We had heard about it. There was a rumor going around. We had heard about it. I had not talked to his coaches, so I didn't know exactly the extent of the injury, and I found out afterwards. And I actually connected one of his coaches with Ways to Well, which is a company that I use here in Austin for stem cells. But he had significant tears in his knee, like to the point where they were really considering not fighting.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. But he still fought and he still won.
It was beautiful. A man that size.
Man.
So he weighed in at 257. What do you think he stepped in the ring at?
Well, DC thinks he's about 270 because he looked so much bigger than Cyril Gahn. Because Cyril Gahn was 247, which means Cyril Gahn didn't have to lose any weight.
He weighed in his walk around?
Right, but Francis oftentimes is over the 265-pound limit. So when he goes to weigh in, like he'll just not eat very much like the day before.
Dip under it,
and then weigh himself in, and then afterwards he'll rehydrate and carb up. So the day of the fight, he looked massive. I mean, he was huge.
Yeah, he looked huge, but he moved beautifully.
Well, especially for a guy with a fucked knee.
Yeah, I had no idea.
I mean, you also have to take into consideration what kind of an impact did that have on his training in terms of his cardio, like his cardio output? Like, what was he able to do? And, how was that going to affect the way he fought and the pace that he was able to fight at?
All I'll say is Francis Ngannou is one of the best arguments for carrying a gun on the face of the planet. Because if you run into that dude in an alleyway, you're going to die.
Yeah, you're not going to hurt him.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Stipe landed some big shots on him and didn't even ding him.
That's why tools exist. Sometimes you need to have tools.
Yeah. What's interesting is that guy evolving his game and then incorporating wrestling and incorporating jiu-jitsu. And I'm really curious to see what he decides to do in the future. If he decides to box or if he decides to stay with the UFC. Because part of me wants to see him I want to see him box. I mean, I don't want to see him box because I don't love seeing him fight in MMA. I love seeing him fight in MMA. But I want to see him box because I want to see him get a giant chunk of money. Like Conor McGregor style Floyd Mayweather chunk of money. Because when Conor fought Floyd Mayweather, he made $100 million.
I don't believe that's bad for an evening's work.
I think that's nice. I would love to see that. Like if he fought Tyson Fury, how much money would they be able to get?
I know nothing about that world.
crazy.
Do you think they'd be able to demand that much?
I don't know.
Is
I
it
mean,
off the
I don't-
pay-per-view or what they could sell it as?
Yeah, it's off the pay-per-view. It's off what they could. I mean, obviously, it would have to be very marketable. And Tyson Fury's very marketable, and Francis Ngannou's very marketable, especially him as a UFC heavyweight champion going up to fight in boxing. And it would be weird to see Tyson Fury like a legit 5 inches taller than Francis Ngannou, because that's what he
What?
would be. Oh yeah, Tyson Fury is 6'9". I think Francis is 6'4" or 6'5". I'm not sure. So how tall is Francis? Is he 6'4" or 6'5"? But the big fight in MMA is John Jones. So if they
Does he fight at that same weight?
John Jones is fighting heavyweight now.
Is there a weight class above the 265?
There is, but the UFC has never implemented it.
There's
It's
just not-
super heavyweight.
There's just not boys out there big enough to...
I mean, I guess there's probably a few, but there's not enough where they felt the need to have a over 265-pound weight class. It is kind of weird, though, that there's a weight limit on heavyweight.
Huh.
Because you would think like heavyweight would just like be the biggest person you had.
That's what I figured. I figured at that level it was like kind of come as you are.
I mean, it could be one day one day there could be a guy who is so compelling. Like maybe there's some like gigantic Greco-Roman wrestler like Karelin. Like Karelin in his prime, I think was like 290 pounds, something bigger than that.
Yeah.
If you did have a guy that big that was marketable, I could see the UFC implementing a super heavyweight division. But it's available. I mean, it's something that the commissions have sanctioned.
What were you doing out at the old John Wick Academy recently?
Just learn how to shoot people.
Were you, though?
Was I?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
What were you up to? You seem to be shooting as fast as humanly possible.
I'm shooting targets. Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right.
Learning.
Okay.
What do you? Why are you asking me that way?
Every time I see somebody post a video from there, they're shooting as fast as humanly possible, which
Yes.
there's nothing wrong with that, but accuracy is final, not speed.
Yes. Yeah. No, he loves making videos. Like
Yeah.
Taryn from Taryn Tactical. Taryn
That's what
Butler.
it's called. I couldn't remember.
Yeah. He likes making these videos of you running through these courses and implementing proper technique with speed and timing you. Yeah, it's not the best way to be accurate.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
But you do accuracy stuff too. But when he makes videos, he wants to make these videos very fun.
Yeah.
Like for people to look at.
I've never been
That's
there.
why.
I was just curious. I saw you out there just running and gunning, full
Yeah.
speed.
Yeah.
I see you and Callan out there.
Yeah, Callan goes out there all the time.
He sucks at shooting. I tell him that. I have that tactical asshole page, and he's just the cashmere cunt because he's always out there in a cashmere shirt shooting a fucking pistol carbine, which again is like an MP5.
Right.
It's like make your mind up. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's yeah. I've like I said, I've never been there. It's shooting videos online. I was just trying to figure out what you guys are up to.
Well, a lot of what they do is those competitions,
Yep.
where they run a course.
Yep, shot timer courses.
Yeah. So he's really into that. And he's really into training people for films, So, like, he trained Keanu Reeves famously and Halle Berry and
Yeah.
a lot of other people for films. And Kevin Hart's been there and a bunch of other, Michael P. Jordan's been there. Michael B. Jordan. B, right? Sorry. The guy from, Creed. He's been in everything. But those people that want to learn how to look like Billy Badass, they go to Taryn Tactical.
All right, fair enough.
You can mock it. Go
I'm
ahead.
not trying to mock
You got
it.
to smile.
I have
There's a mocking smile. I know you, Andy Stump.
because I'm thinking of Brian.
Oh. So why does Brian suck? Tell me why Brian sucks at it.
I would have to go back and look at some of the videos that he is willingly posting, so I feel I have full license to mock.
What's wrong with the way he does it? How much more does he suck than me?
I'd have to do a side-by-side comparison. You post less videos than he does.
Is that the problem? He gives you too much to study.
It's really hard to tell. I mean, the only thing you can really tell on the videos is how, stance, grip, how you're managing your recoil, and how you're controlling your trigger. He does all of those poorly. And I would say that to him if he was sitting right here.
What do I do wrong?
I'd have to look at him again. I'm not necessarily saying you're doing anything wrong. That's why I was asking you what you're doing out there. So we would do speed runs all the time. Don't get me wrong. The number one tool to get somebody to unwind on a pistol range is that fucking shot timer. I have watched guys who are so incredibly competent shooting, and you get them into a competition setting, and
Right.
There's like, and they're like putting magazines in their pistols backwards, which is
Right.
amazing. I totally support it. Dropping shit. I mean, it's dead man guns where you're presenting.
Yeah. There's Callan.
I know.
I don't have a problem with what he's doing here. I think you're wrong.
That's fair. I mean, let's just look at the flared elbows. Let's look at the bunny hop. Let's look at how his hands are so in instead of actually having an extended, grip on that. He's also
Look at that old man neck he's got. Oof.
I know.
He's got an old man neck. The back of his neck looks like a fucking old catcher's mitt.
Still on fire. Just looking around. Still on fire.
I don't know why he keeps dropping the gun and doing that. What is that about? I'm not sure there. Oh, Josh Barnett.
Yeah.
Chris D'Elia. Yeah, Taryn loves like making videos,
Yeah.
but that's part of his business model.
I wasn't knocking
Right.
it. I was knocking Brian, not necessarily the school. I was just curious.
I'd be happy for you to knock it. I like when you knock things.
I'd have to go through it to actually be able to. Oh, here we go.
There's
Jamie, can you go back just a sec to the very, very beginning?
to watch me with my elbow out.
No, I want to see if you have your
Incorrectly.
American flag oriented properly. You do. Good job.
Oh, and the
Yes.
ear.
One of the most common
Guards?
mistakes ever. Yep.
Really?
Yep. Stars always lead the way.
Okay.
How far away are those targets?
I don't know. I'm not measuring. How far they look to you?
5 to 7 yards.
Probably something like that.
What are you looking at when you're pulling the trigger?
What am I looking at?
Mhm.
I'm looking at the iron sights, the two things lining up, the
Yep.
front,
The front and
back.
rear sight?
Yeah,
Which one's in focus?
I'm looking at the rear. I'm trying
Should be
to
the
like-
front. Should
the
be front sight focus only.
Oh, I don't mean the rear. I mean the furthest away.
Yeah, so that's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the front one,
Yep. If you're using an
not
iron,
the one near me.
that would
I'm
be the
look-
rears,
yeah.
the fork.
I'm looking at the reticle, the one that has the
Yep.
the little dot.
And that's in focus and things behind it are blurry?
Yes.
That is completely correct. So
That's
that
how I
is
do
good.
it.
Yep.
Now, I was using a red dot for a while, but I kind of one time I went there and it fucked up on me, and I was like, "Ooh, that's not good."
You should be able to find a red dot site that allows you to co-witness, and what that means is
Yes.
yeah, and so that way, and
Even if it fucks up, you
even if
still
it
have
fucks up, and for people who carry every day, like I have a red dot on the gun that I carry. When I practice, or if I were ever to draw down, I am expecting to be looking at the iron sights because if I can line that up appropriately, the red dot's going to be right there.
right.
So I'm not searching for the red dot first and hoping that it's there. You start with the irons, and then you can just lift or shift your focus point. Red dots are awesome. In my experience, they can make people a little bit snappy, and they can start anticipating the shot because it's just that red dot right there.
Right.
And they're like, now. And the number one
Right.
thing for a right-handed shooter is shooting down and to the left because you're just anticipating and driving it down.
Isn't there a thing that's very similar to archery in that you kind of want the gun to go off in a surprise way? You don't want to like anticipate the recoil and yank. And
In a perfect world, I would say yes. That would be, especially when it comes to long distance marksmanship, like you're behind a sniper rifle and you want to make a really long shot. There's no room for anticipation. That should apply to both a carbine and a pistol. But here's the reality, right? If it's between me and you, I'm not going to line, like if we're this distance, I'm not even going to bother aiming. I'm
Right.
going to point my thumbs at you and pull the trigger as many times until the target
right.
or the threat is no longer a threat. So in theory, yes, but the situation is going to dictate how much you're actually going to need to do that in practice. But in learning it, that should always be the way that you practice it because then you can increase your speed with that. And then it'll allow you to, as you try to go faster and faster or the targets are closer and closer, you can deviate from that just a little bit. I mean, you don't need a surprise break for something that's 3 to 5 yards away.
Yeah. So you're dealing with something, if you're talking about a surprise break, you're just looking for like optimal technique.
Yep. So to define a surprise break, I'm not saying the rifle or pistol surprises you. They're like, oh my God, it went off. No,
Right.
you're pulling the trigger. It's the same as a silverback, put it into archery terms, right? You're pulling, you know, because your thumb's off the safety, you know, it's going to go
gonna
off.
go off, but you don't know exactly
Correct.
when.
So what are you focusing on? Your sight picture. And you just let it float. And when it goes off, it goes off. That would be the perfect execution of a trigger pull or a trigger press. And again, the farther the distance, the more you need to have that. Take a 1,000-yard shot and you get a little anticipation. I mean, you ain't going to hit shit.
Yeah, I remember watching a Tim Kennedy video, and he was shooting on a pistol range, and he would insert dummy rounds
Yep.
into his.
Very
Yeah.
telling. Because what ends up happening with speed, it's like boom, 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 click. You're like, oh yeah, that only happens when there's a dummy round. It's like, no, that happens every time you're shooting. You're compensating for your shitty technique.
Right.
It should be smooth, and then you go through your emergency procedures, and then you're back up and running.
Well, that was the thing in the video. He was in the video. He had it on Instagram where he was pumped because he pulled the trigger and like literally his hand didn't move at all. And he was like, "Whoa!"
That would be perfect theory and practice. That shit
Yeah.
never happens with me. I anticipate the shit out of it,
Do you?
depending on the distance.
How often do you practice today?
Well, in the winter months in Montana, where it was 3 degrees when I left this morning, 3 degrees.
3 balmy degrees.
I was actually still rocking flip flops well into December, so I
Were
was
you
proud of
really?
Oh fuck yeah!
Wow.
You got to
Look
wait
at
till
you.
there's like a foot of snow on the ground, and then you can transition over. When it's not the winter, I can shoot at my house, so I will.
in your backyard?
Yeah, my nearest neighbor is about 60 acres away.
Oh wow.
So I have, I can sight in rifles. I don't do a lot of long distance shooting there, but I have some pistol targets right there. So I will, a couple times per week. And the thing is, it's not necessarily the volume. I would say it's the quality. For the last year, I don't know if you guys felt this down here. The ammo shortage was real. I would
Yeah.
go to the sporting goods stores, and there were people in line to buy like 9mm. It's 7:00 in the morning.
Do you think that is because so many people were buying ammo that the ammo manufacturers just couldn't keep up because of the pandemic? Because people
Yeah.
really did freak out like during the protests and the riots.
I think it's just like toilet paper. I think there was always enough stuff around to wipe your ass with, but when somebody goes to Costco and buys a semi-truck full, it limits the amount that everybody else can get. So if everybody had bought perhaps a reasonable amount, which is what happened where I live, is they started limiting how many boxes you could buy because people would just come in, right, and they're just sweeping into a cart.
Right.
There was an increase. You can tell that just by looking at the number of firearms applications. You know, you have to do the background check and all that. Those numbers increase. So if there's new gun owners, they're going to be buying more ammunition. But I think the scarcity was largely artificial, just due to people wildly buying probably too much.
Well, I remember during the lockdowns when there was giant lines outside the gun stores in LA. I was
Yeah.
like, wow. Like driving by and seeing a long line outside of a gun store was so bizarre and was spooky to people because all these people that are used to driving by that gun store and seeing nothing, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you see it, now it sort of signals to you, shit, maybe I should get in there and get a gun.
Yeah.
Maybe
So-
I should get some ammo.
It could be an artificial scarcity. Also, people buy guns. You know, exercise your Second Amendment right if you want to. It's better to have the gun before you need it than be standing out in line for a 10-day wait period.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so but again, people make a choice on that. But the ammo shortage will make people not want to train, and you can actually do
Right.
the vast majority of the training without actually firing a round. For people who conceal carry, you know, indexing, you know, clearing fabric out of the way, practicing your draw, everything, the execution, magazine changes. You can have an awesome day of training, and obviously it depends on the experience level that you have. I could do like an hour's training and actually get a lot out of it with somewhere probably between 20 to 30 rounds, because I can do a lot of it dry fire. Or what I'll do is I'll do 1 round in each magazine if I'm working manipulation or reloads. So I'm not shooting an entire magazine full. I'm focusing on the actual motor skills themselves. So there's ways you can get around it. But people are like, oh, I don't have ammo, I can't train. It's the wrong mentality.
Have you ever used one of those simulators?
No, but I think I know what you're talking about.
We just got one, and I got to remember to bring it in. But it's like a virtual reality simulator. And Jordan Peterson's security guy, Dave, gave it to me. We haven't set it up yet.
Like a video with people running around and stuff?
Well, you put a helmet on, and you know you have
Like VR goggles?
Yeah, complete VR goggles, and you have a weighted, gun.
Firearm
Yeah.
replica, probably?
Right, and it's synced up to this system, and it's specifically designed to train you for encounters with guns. Obviously, there's no recoil, but other than that, it has heft to it, like a real gun.
Is it situational based training, like use of force, go no go
I
stuff?
believe so. I don't
Interesting.
know. I think there's a lot of different programs that you can run. I think there's more than one, and I think it's designed for law enforcement, tactical people. Like the idea is to have an environment virtual where you can practice, where you don't even need a range, so you'll
Yeah.
squeeze off shots and it'll register where your actual aim would be. Did you ever use my that techno hunt thing at my studio? Do you remember that?
I remember it, but
Yeah.
I know where it was, but I never used it.
We're getting one over here too.
Of course you are.
But of course, but that was what was interesting about that is like you're shooting a real arrow at a real target, and it shows you the actual impact point. Terran Tactical has this laser setup thing where you have a screen and you have a gun that feels like a real gun, but there's obviously no recoil. But when you're looking through the sights, it has iron sights, and when you're looking through the sights and you peel off, it registers on the screen
Where your shot would be.
Yeah, some kind of a laser beam or something like that, exactly where you're hitting. So that's better than nothing.
Anything is better than nothing. Anything is better than somebody buying a gun and loading it up and having no actual idea how to use it
Yeah.
and carrying it around.
There's a lot of people out there doing that too.
There's a lot of people who confuse what guns are actually capable of doing, and they think that the possession of a gun somehow equates to their safety, and that's not the case.
Right.
So,
It's true. Did you see that fucking video of the guy in a car in a road rage situation?
shooting out of the car?
Shooting right through his fucking side window and then through his windshield?
yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
I mean, I don't have the words to describe that. That is in my opinion, which counts for absolutely nothing. Videos like that are why people will go on crusades to try to strip the Second Amendment or limit people's ability to own a gun. That is completely and utterly irresponsible usage of that tool, in my opinion, which, like I said, doesn't count for shit.
He said, I think that the other guy pulled a gun first, or the other guy shot first. Here's the video, because it's so crazy. So they're playing stupid games and winning a stupid prize. So
And this engage, like, even right here, like, from a situational awareness perspective, the guy's pissed off. Dude, fucking disengage. You know what I mean? Why chase the guy down in the car?
well, the guy is chasing him, apparently. The guy's riding his ass and chasing him. And so here you see, because I haven't seen it before like this. So he's got to use his thumb to press the button to get the fucking gun out.
Which
This is-
actually, that might be a requirement of whatever state he's in, but that's not a bad idea, you know, to have something like that.
But meanwhile, he didn't even roll his window, though. This is what's so crazy about this fucking guy. And he has one in the chamber already, apparently. And this guy's just totally riding his ass. And the fact that he immediately goes to shoot out the window. Look at this.
Holy. First off, he gets an F for technique.
Emptied his whole clip, too.
Joe,
F.
do not say the word clip again.
No?
It's a magazine.
But the rappers, they say clip.
Yeah, it's,
So it looks like the guy, does he have a gun?
he has an arm out. Who knows? It could be a gesture. It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been known to stick my arm out the window to hand signal people before.
And he immediately just starts shooting at him.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. Like, maybe the guy did have a gun. Hold on, let me... Imagine just shooting through your windshield like that, too. Like, look at this.
I mean, I've done it. Not in this situation, but
I mean, he's not even
No.
looking.
holy cow. So, I mean, there's a lot of things here. Think about so I would be curious to hear, Jamie, does it say how many times he struck the other person's vehicle?
What is it? Does it say right there? He tells his side of the story. Can we see him get interviewed? I was in fear of my life 1,000%, he said. I thought I was going to be shot and probably killed. Okay. Interesting. Oh, so
So he threw a bottle of water at the side of his car. He said he thought he
So-
was being fired upon.
Okay, the incident in question happened in June in Miami, When
11
I hear
shots,
a very
no
loud
injuries.
noise and I've heard gunshots, to me it sounded like a gunshot. I didn't want to see if I was going to be killed. According to the arrest report, he changed lanes and cut off another driver. That driver, identified as began to tailgate him, according to police. He then slammed on his brakes. Police said then the guy threw a water bottle at the passenger window of his car, but he didn't know what it was at the time, and he thought he was being fired upon. I did what I instinctively felt was necessary. Authorities said 11 shots were fired, but no injuries were reported. When they call it stand your ground, whether you call it self-defense, he said Mr. Popper is not only not guilty, he is innocent and justified, said his attorney. Oh, boy.
Well, the legal system will figure that out, right?
Yeah.
So from the perspective of the video, right? So 11 shots fired. Like, there's so much stuff going on in that video, like backdrop, as an example. For the rounds that didn't hit the other dude's car,
Where are they going?
where did they go?
Right.
Shooting
They could've gone into other people.
Shooting through glass.
Yeah.
It works again. So I'm gonna get that looked like a subcompact 9mm pistol. That'll go through glass for sure. But it doesn't, like, if you shoot through, you're better off shooting at a distance into glass as opposed to shooting through glass at a close distance and having it ricochet out.
All over the place, right?
All over the place, you could tell, and the backdrop is the biggest thing. Like, every one of those rounds is going to find a home somewhere. And that is exact, and again, the legal system can work out whether or not the guy's innocent or guilty. Not that I don't have an issue with that, but the discharging a firearm like that on the road, you're out of your fucking mind. And that is exactly the type of video that people will point to try to strip those things away.
Yeah.
And having a round in the chamber, opinions may vary on this. I would say if you're going to carry a gun and you don't feel comfortable having a round in the chamber, you may want to consider not carrying. An unloaded gun has the same effective distance as a claw hammer. And gross motor skills very often are going to be the first things that degrade in a violent confrontation. So depending on how you have it carried, let's say you're an appendix carrier, you're going to have to get that thing out, load a round into the chamber, and then index your target. There's a lot of steps involved in that. Guns don't just they don't just go off on their own. So to me, when people are not comfortable with carrying with the round in the chamber, oftentimes it's oftentimes based in kind of a lack of understanding of how a firearm actually functions.
When you're shooting through a windshield like that, how much of the impact? What?
How much of the kinetic energy bleeds off? A lot.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is it changes the angle drastically. Like I said, you're better off shooting back into the glass because your target is
From a distance.
I mean, even close up, the target that you're shooting at isn't very far past the glass.
Right.
He's reversing that. He's shooting through glass at a target that is increasing the distance. Like, good luck. Yeah. I'm going to assume that happened in Florida.
It is Florida, right?
Yeah, Miami. 7 a.m.
7 a.m.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my God.
He says on his way to work.
Wow.
Yeah.
95.
Jesus
On the
Christ.
freeway.
Guns are a tool. You know, they're a tool designed to take life, though. And people get really, really twitchy when you define them like that because they feel like if you say that, then that somehow creates an argument for restricting them. And I think it's a disingenuous thing to say. They are a tool that is designed to take life. It can be used to preserve and save life for sure, but they should be treated like that tool. And that to me is like as irresponsible as it gets.
It didn't look responsible.
Yeah.
But there's another video that I saw once where a similar situation happens on a highway, and it's a similar angle. And this guy is on a highway, and there's someone in the passenger seat next to him, and he just starts shooting through his windshield at this car on the highway. And you see the guy in the passenger seat like freaking the fuck out because this dude is just unloading through his windshield.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the move. At all.
No,
it's
no.
not.
The move is to decelerate, like get out of there,
Deescalate. Like there was.
Get out of there.
There was 20 seconds of that building up. Actually,
Yeah.
probably even more of it. You could tell he was agitated. You could tell he was involved.
Oh, there's more
Holy-
videos.
Yeah, so I was just looking in the news. The NBC report said they had 4 different angles. It's really hard to tell what's going on in them just as I hit play.
So other people's cars got
yeah,
video.
they're
of it?
right here.
Where are they at, Jamie?
They're right on that video right there in the bottom right corner. They're the 2 cars here, so like they're in the same lane.
Oh my God.
Oh, so the guy literally got in the same lane with him.
Yeah, so there was something going on, but I don't. If he fired a gun first, you can't tell. About
Oh, that guy got so close to him. He really did some dangerous driving there too. Fuck, man.
And then he pulled over and said, he called 911, according to this report, and said that I was shot at and I fired back.
So he thought he was shot at because the guy threw a water bottle at him.
Right. That's what he says. But then I think this is the sheriff saying this. Average person doesn't just say, let me prepare my firearm, let me back up my seat, let me get a little bit of space. That's according to the sheriff.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having the legal system.
Yeah.
They get to figure all that stuff out. And I'm actually shocked that this footage exists. I'm sure it will be dissected ad nauseum inside of his court proceeding.
Yeah.
So, Joe, Don't do that.
Don't do that.
I swear to God, if I ever see a video of you doing that, you know who I would see? I could see Callan doing that.
You think that's the way to do?
He would probably have blanks in his gun for some reason, though. Because
Callan is not a guy that would get into an escalated situation with his car.
It's true. I actually have talked a lot of shit about him. He's one of my favorite people. He's awesome. He's fantastic.
Well, now you're turning it around. Now you're back.
No, he's
Now
just
you're on
super
the
dangerous
Callan
with a
train.
gun.
Super dangerous.
I love him except for when he has a gun in his hand. And he also has a penchant for wearing scarves for no reason.
You don't like scarves. We saw that from the Charlie Sheen video.
That one just didn't make sense.
The Charlie Sheen
There's
scarf?
There's pictures of me wearing those overseas too, but I was actually wrapping my face to cover the dust up.
Yeah, is that the reason for those things? But isn't
Yeah.
it like guys wear them on the range to keep brass from falling into their collar?
People will tell you they
That's
wear them
not-
on the range for
that's
that.
not the
What they're
real-
doing is they're aiming for the tactical chic look. That's more of an
the
Instagram
chic
thing
look.
than a tactical thing.
The tactical look.
Yeah,
The yeah.
cargo pants at all
Fashion.
times. Yeah,
Tactical fashion. There is a very distinct look
yes.
that a lot of people enjoy.
I was just at the SHOT Show in Vegas,
Oh boy.
where you have seen yourself, where that look is actually. I think it's required to attend.
I have to take a piss, but I don't want to stop. So let's take a piss real quick and we'll come back. 'Cause I drank a lot of coffee. Be right back. We up? Okay, I'm back. Thank you for indulging me. So much urine.
While you in pee?
So we were talking about people dressing the part.
Tactical assholes is
Yeah.
the proper terminology
Yeah.
for it.
Yes. When
Uh,
did that start happening?
Ooh, that's a good question. It started happening much broader than military personnel on base. I would say post 9/11.
Post 9/11.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I'm sure it was happening to a small degree before then, but it kind of exploded afterwards, I would say. Maybe with the creation of multicam, the pattern that many people will wear on everything from flip-flops to hats to backpacks to Speedos, shorts, shirts, fill in the blank.
And so once people started wearing it as fashion, is that 'cause,
Tactical chic.
was camo worn as fashion before 9/11? Must have been, right?
To a very limited degree, I believe.
And then it got ramped up.
Correct. That would be my suspicion. I have absolutely no data to support this.
Right. Well, there's some camo looks cool.
Some
Like
camo does look
that
cool.
tiger stripe camo, that looks pretty dope.
Tiger stripe is one of my favorite patterns. The old Mac VSOG Vietnam tiger stripe.
Have you seen the new Origin pattern?
Briefly, yes.
Jimmy, go to Origin's page and see there. Or you go to Cam Haynes' page. He's got it up on his page. This is the new Jocko's coming out with an all-American-made hunt line.
Tiger stripe's the way to go.
Yeah, it looks tiger stripey. It's pretty dope. It's like, to me, it's like I always liked the Under Armour Ridge Reaper pattern, and I always liked the tiger stripe pattern, the old school.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like a combination of the two of those things. Find it on Cam's page.
He's got pictures, but nothing.
Isn't there like a
specifically
photo,
says-
a specific
I
photo
didn't- I
of
didn't- doesn't-
That's the shirt right there on the right.
That is the
with the
shirt
red
right there on
shoes.
the right. But I think if you scroll down, there's a. He just
That's
the
that's a
pants.
pair of pants,
That's the
yeah.
pants. Yeah. That's it. That's pretty nice.
It's
like
always
that.
tough to tell for me with camo until you see it in person.
Right.
And get it in your hand and then also take it out into the environment.
Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, I mean, what does a deer see? What does an elk see? What makes a camo work and not work? It's like the idea is you want to break up the outline because they recognize movement, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it a little? I mean, they're looking at the rods and cones in their eyes. I mean, how the fuck do you
How the
ask an
fuck do
elk
you
like,
know?
"Hey, man, can you see this?" And they're like, "Rrrr."
Some of it seems to work good. Like the Sitka pattern works really good.
I've had the craziest animal encounters with the Sitka pattern. As actually, I think I've only hunted in the Sitka pattern, so. But it's been bizarre. Like you could see an animal look at you, and then an animal look through you, and then just continue on with their
Yeah,
day.
what am I seeing?
Yeah,
But some animals, have you ever got busted by a white-tailed deer?
yeah.
They seem a lot smarter.
I don't know if they're smarter or they're twitchier.
fucking tuned in.
Yeah, but
I
then-
think they seem to know when hunting season's going on.
I think they all know when hunting season's going on, except for the axis deer in Lanai. because it never stops. And they're just like,
Yeah.
fuck it, this is my life.
Right. They're the most switched on animals of all time, though.
But I don't know if that's tied to intelligence. I think whitetails are just a little bit more switched on than, say, well, I don't know. I don't know if muleys are less switched. Their behavior is different. And I've only been hunting for a few years, so
Yeah.
please, everybody, take what I say as a grain of salt.
Well, I think elk are so big that they don't have to be as switched on as, like, say, like a deer. I think deer are so hunted by, like, mountain lions and wolves and what have you. They have to be most switched on. Like, have you encountered a mountain lion in the wild yet?
No, and I don't look forward to the day that I do.
I saw a giant one this past season.
Out of the Deseret, right?
With my friend Colton. We were in Colton's truck, and we saw this cat that had to be a $170 plus. It was huge, and he was only about 30 yards away, so I got a real close look at him. And we were in the truck, so I pulled my binos up. I got right up on his ass, looking in his eyes, looking at the size of him. Oh, my God, he was huge.
My neighbor hunts cats, and he's sent me pictures of around our area of them up in the trees. Because even the years he doesn't have a tag, I believe you can run them so he can train his dogs.
Wow.
So they're around, but I think they probably see me likely long before I see them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they see. But the problem is if they see you and they're hungry and they can't get a deer.
Shoot him in the face.
Yeah, well, did you see that one?
I
you see
did.
that video? That video's crazy.
I don't know if I would have waited that long.
Yeah, I guess that guy was being a good dude. That cat was close as fuck, though.
It was close, and I give it to that guy. He was giving that cat every opportunity to make a decision that would have extended his life.
It looked like a juvenile cat, though, like a
Probably.
young cat that just like trying to figure out if that's a meal or not.
I am going to remove that opportunity for him to make that decision.
Yeah,
That's just me, though.
Yeah, the one that we saw, man, was so big. I felt so vulnerable looking at it, even though it was like 30 yards away and I was inside of a truck.
Yeah.
The feeling of like complete physical inadequacy, like if that thing wanted to get you, like what it could do to you. Because you ever like have a thing with a house cat, like a problem with a house cat, like you're trying to corral them. I had a feral cat.
I'm not
that
a cat person. I know you
raised. I love animals, but I had a cat that I raised, and he was feral. Like my friend Lainey and her boyfriend had found these cats under a apartment building, and she was trying to give the kittens a home, and this fucking cat was wild as shit. It was a little baby, and when I would pick it up, it would purr, but as soon as I put it down, it'd be like, thing was crazy. Anyway, cut to cats piss in your house. Like, and male cats you have to fix. If you don't fix them, they spray on your walls. And this motherfucker started spraying on my walls.
Spray
I'm like,
piss?
Spray piss.
All right.
To mark the house. To let everybody know this is their house. Like, and you can't get them to not do it. If they are male, they are going to spray in your house. Either they're going to be an outdoor cat or they're going to spray in your fucking house. So I had to figure out a way to get this cat to the vet. And he did not want to go into a cage. That was not happening. So he realized I was trying to get him in a cage, and he's like fighting with me and shit. So I eventually had to corner him in a bathroom, and then I had to throw a bathrobe over him, and like a towel or a bathrobe, I forget what it was, but something big over him. Scoop him up in this and wrestle him into a hamper. Then I got him in a hamper, and I duct taped the hamper shut. And then I took the hamper with this fucking cat, this feral cat, to this veterinarian who was a friend of mine. And he fixed the cat, and then we brought him back. But
Was he better after you brought him back?
yeah, he stopped. He stopped pissing in the house like that.
How long did you have him for?
I had him until my dog killed him. He got feisty with my dog. My dog was like, "That's a wrap, son."
Cats and dogs will do
Yeah.
cats and dog shit.
Well, it was like he just fucked up. He
You love animals more than me. I love animals, but I don't like cats. They're assholes.
I like cats, but I love dogs. Dogs are my favorite because dogs are just so interactive. Like you can talk to them, and they're into you communicating with them. Like my dog will understand. Like, come on, bro, let's go outside. He knows what that means, and he starts heading
Marshall,
towards the door.
the
Yeah,
happiest dog on the face of the planet.
he's the best.
Yeah.
But I can say things to him like, "Are you ready to eat or what?" And like, "Fuck yeah, let's eat." Like he gets language. It doesn't have to be very clear and specific. He knows what I'm saying. I'm like, "Come on, man, let's go outside." Like I can say that, and he knows he's running towards the door. Like he's tuned into me. A cat is just never. You're never gonna have that kind of relationship with a cat.
Have you ever considered the cats just ignoring you because they think that you're beneath them?
That's possible. That's totally possible.
They
right?
understand every goddamn thing that you're saying. They're like, fuck you, human. Put
My point
kibble out.
was, I had a hard time wrestling that little fucking cat into a hamper.
Oh, yeah. Add
Imagine,
150 pounds to that?
yeah,
No.
a lot more than 150 because that little fucking cat was like 8 pounds. You know, that goddamn mountain lion was $1.70 if it was a pound. It was so big, man. His forearms were so big. I remember looking at his because he was like looking at us like this, and his forearms were like twice the size of mine. Like 2 of my forearms back to each other with these massive paws and his pumpkin head.
I'm good with never seeing something like that, knowing that they're out there, but I don't think my life would be enriched.
How big was this one?
Oh, that's a bobcat. They're not that big. Have you seen this video?
Yeah, it tears the ducks up. Or a
This-
duck.
I love this video because he's so clever. Look at his little sneaky fuck.
Quality stock, too.
Oh yeah, man! Look how low he gets and everything. Sneaking up in a sand trap. That's a sand trap, right, Jamie?
Indeed.
Jamie's a golfer. Look at this little fucker. He's like, I'm out now. Bam! I got one.
That's all he needs to get is one.
Yeah. And he's got him.
Cats are savage. Oh,
Oh
nice.
man, yeah. Imagine playing golf and watching that play out. Well, that's just one of the many savage encounters that happens on a golf course. The big ones in Florida, those goddamn alligators that walk across.
Yeah, or people that go try to retrieve their golf ball out of the water hazard.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let that go, son.
Jamie, what does a golf ball cost? Maybe 45 cents?
Well, the ones people are going after cost about $5, but even still.
Yeah, but
that's
what does
not
a prosthetic hand cost?
Not the.
You
Do
know?
they really go after a golf ball in the water?
Joe,
Fuck yeah.
there are people that
Gotta get your
scuba
stroke back,
dive.
man. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
there are people
Wait,
that scuba dive in there to collect them.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
And they get free golf balls. Explain that to me. So if the ball goes in the water, you get a stroke back. What does that
Well, if you
even
could,
mean?
If you could play it, which is, you probably can't hit it through the fucking water, but there are times you can because it's not deep enough. Like, hitting it in the water, it's a penalty, so you get a
Right.
stroke. Yeah, and that could fuck up a lot of things if you're playing for money. So.
Oh.
And then people are also a little bit of drunk.
But wait a minute. If it's in the water, you can't play it from the water.
That's
can,
what I was-
though.
Depends.
What?
If it's in, say, an inch to 2 inches of water, I've seen people
You can
hack it
try.
out.
Oh.
Yeah.
And people, everybody, when you're out there, you think you're Tiger Woods, or you're living out that dream, and that's
Yeah.
your one time this week to try it. So fuck it, I can do that too.
And
You
what
see it on
happens
TV,
is-
and then you
Yeah.
try, and then
All that happens is they get completely and utterly covered in water from their club striking it, and then the ball is still in there. And I think they have to take another stroke because they attempted it, right, Jamie?
if you take any stroke purposefully, if you swing at it purposefully,
Yeah.
it's a stroke. People, even if you miss it, which is
But
part of
you get a penalty stroke, so you don't have to go in the water, and you just take a penalty stroke.
yeah, you could just leave it, skip it, fuck that ball. I'm not going after it. I'll drop a ball here, and that's a 2-stroke penalty. Like that's where I'm getting. Like I don't like looking for a ball. It takes forever. It makes your game last twice as long because you can't hit straight.
I am so terrified of golf because I see people like you, and particularly Tony Hinchcliffe, who is 100% addicted to that stupid game.
I went down the rabbit hole with golf for a while, too.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Really?
And what I ended up doing was like waking up early and then going and playing 9 holes, or I'd go and I would chip and putt for an hour. I've discovered about myself that I have 2 speeds when it comes to my hobbies. I am either in or I am out.
That's why I like you. You're like me. I love like, with hunting too,
There
right?
is, oh fuck, yeah,
All in.
There
You went
is-
all in with archery.
yeah, 100%. Not any good at it. but-
Yeah, that's why I literally can't talk to people that say they're bored. I'm like, how can you be bored? I wish I had 10 lives to run simultaneously.
Oh, I would add hobbies. And I would immediately add like a half dozen hobbies that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But I need another hobby right now, like I need another hole in my head, which I don't need. It's like my buddy's like, let's go snowmobiling. I'm like, oh God.
Get
I
outta
already
here
like
with that.
snowboarding.
Yeah.
So I'm already doing that. I don't need to add the motorized or, where I live, there's a huge lake. It's like, let's go water skiing and first off, fuck off anything to do with the water. So I'm out on all that. But
Really?
Oh God,
You're a seal.
I'm not a seal. I
You
was
wa-
a seal.
You was a seal. So once you
I
stop
was a
being a seal, you're like, no more?
Most team guys that I know, Jocko being an exception because he loves to surf and he lives near the water, most guys are not going to voluntarily go into a substance they abused you with for decades.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. All right.
It'd be like asking an accountant, hey man, do you want to go to your office and crunch numbers on Saturday? Like, not really.
Some people are into that, though.
Some people are. I can appreciate the water. I go into it sparingly and only when I want to.
I'm just not into sharks. The fact that sharks exist, like if there's no sharks, I'd be so into scuba diving.
You could do it in lakes.
Yes, you can.
You could.
Yeah, you can. I'm down for that.
Scuba diving's pretty cool. I've never done like a beautiful trip where you're like in crystal clear, like the aqua water. It's all
Well, I
nighttime.
have in Turks and Caicos. I did go snorkeling, like on reefs, and it was awesome. Thousands and thousands of fish, man. They were everywhere. It was
Yeah.
wild. That was pretty cool. And rays, a lot of rays and turtles and shit.
I flew out there one time when I was doing aviation stuff. It's a pretty cool island. Actually, twice I went out there. Turks and Caicos.
Yeah. It's the ocean is it's so bizarre that we have these two completely different things that exist simultaneously on this planet. We have terrestrial life and we have aquatic life, and they're so different. One of them is breathing air, one of them is breathing water, and they're just both life.
Aren't they still breathing air in the water? Don't their gills
Yeah,
pull
I
the air?
guess so. They're breathing water, and the
Yeah.
gills are processing it, turning it into air. But it's just this idea that we're living in this world where 3/4 of it is completely covered in water, and we don't go in there. And but what we do is we take these little boats and we bring them out onto that water, and they float around out there, and then they suck all the fish out in giant nets. It's a fish apocalypse.
And sometimes people on those boats don't know how to swim, and I don't understand that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Imagine being a guy on a fisher boat and you don't know how to swim. You know
No,
how
I cannot.
gangster you'd have to be to take that job. You can't even
There are
fucking swim.
There's other terms you could use, like maybe
Stupid as fuck.
dumb. Yeah. Not thinking through the potential risk involved.
Well, remember the Deadliest Catch show? Is that show still on?
I think there are versions of it still on. It's going to live on forever on Discovery or wherever it plays, though.
That's a crazy gig because they pay a lot of money. They pay a lot of money, and you have to pay a lot of money because you are risking your fucking life
Yeah.
to try to get some crabs,
I don't think people realize how unforgiving the ocean is,
especially where those crabs are.
especially where those crabs are. Even just in places where tides, rip currents, swells. Like it gets. We did cold weather training up in Kodiak, Alaska. That was actually one of the first trips that I had done when I checked into my first team, and they do it OTB or OTH, so over the beach where you come in zodiacs and swim in and climb up, or OTH, you drive out over the horizon to practice navigation. Fucking dry suit in the Arctic Ocean. Which I'm not actually sure it's in the Arctic Ocean, but it feels like it. And then you come back in, and then you swim across, and then you climb up. And I mean, it'll punish you. Absolutely, just punish you.
Yeah, I mean, it's freezing cold outside. The water is just above. I mean, it's probably 33 degrees because it's salty.
I believe it could be below freezing because of the salt
Yeah,
content. I don't
that's
think
the-
it ever. Maybe gets right to about that.
It's because like there are places where salt water does freeze up, obviously, which is why you have the polar ice caps and why you
Yep.
have all those ice sheets.
I know it's cold enough to give you an ice cream headache, and you immediately know whether or not the zippers are done correctly on your dry suit. Oh yeah. That's where Barklow taught. I think he was up there. I think for like 10 years. He was running the Kodiak cold weather facility, which is phenomenal training, but it definitely gives you an appreciation for how little the environment gives a fuck about you or your survival. I think you're usable without a dry suit or a survival suit. I think your usable time of consciousness is under 20 minutes if you go into that water.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And you might be conscious, but I tell you what, your functional ability is almost zero.
20 degrees Fahrenheit.
But there's also 60 knot winds, so that's like I don't know if the wind chill becomes.
Hey, if you're going to have one, you need to have the other.
Yeah, the wind chill's got to be unbearable.
So the unpredictable weather off Alaska's coast, the greatest danger for the crab fishermen's face. The most lucrative crab seasons occur in the fall and winter when the storms are especially fierce and the cold is especially brutal. Temperatures below 20 degrees Fahrenheit, -7 Celsius. The spray from the choppy seas freezes on every surface of the boat, making the strenuous work of crab fishing even more difficult. The ice also threatens the stability of the boat, adding up to 45 tons of weight to the pots alone. Holy shit. 45 tons of weight of ice.
That's insane. And look, I mean, $100,000 is a good sum of money. But they're saying in a good year, deckhands can make $100,000 for just a couple of months' work.
In a good year. What about a shit year?
Yeah. I mean, $100,000 is a good amount of money.
Yeah.
I'm not getting on that boat for $100,000.
No.
If given the choice between getting on that boat or paying somebody $100,000 not to, I would pay the money.
Yeah.
I'd take out a loan and be like, I'm not getting on that fucking boat.
It's not a good way to live, but it's a good way probably when it's over. You probably feel great when it's done. It like
Good
gives
way to
you an
bank cash.
appreciation. Yeah.
Go up there and be seasonal.
I went with Ranella. We went to Prince of Wales. Me and Callan. We went on a blacktail hunt up there, and it rained every day, all day, every day.
Oh, I saw this episode. You
It was
guys were
drenched.
what I would describe as miserable.
It wasn't the most fun. But one thing I will tell you is that when it would have been more fun if we actually got a deer. But what was really amazing was when we came back, and we came back to California, the sun, just the everyday normal sun of LA hitting my face felt fucking amazing. It felt so good. I remember calling Ranella up. I go, dude, I have never been happier. I am the fucking happiest I've ever been. And it's crazy. It's like, I don't think this happiness is available unless you're miserable. I think you have to get miserable for a week, and then when it's over, then you really appreciate that sun. Because I was just used to the sun. I completely took it for granted. It was out there every day. I'd be in that sun every day, and it'd be like it was nothing. But because of that, I was like, oh my God, this sun is incredible. The way it felt on my face, like I was so filled with joy and happy.
It goes right back to what we were talking about when we first started. If you avoid adversity,
Yeah,
you have to appreciate the light. You have to have some darkness.
you have to. You don't get those real moments of success and happiness and joy without struggle. You have to go through something. These people that want to just live on the couch, there's no living on the couch. There's no like, oh, the golden years. I want to hold hands and walk off into the sunset. Like, hey man, that's not a life. Like Jordan Peterson talked about that once on my podcast. He's like, what do you want out of your life? Oh, I want to drink margaritas on the beach. He goes, okay, for how long? How long can you drink margaritas on the beach? And it's like, it's true. It's like, how long can you? Like an hour? A day? 2 days? 3 days?
I could do that shit for a few years.
You think?
I'm thinking through it. I could force it.
You're going to get bored. You're going to get bored.
For sure.
You're going to want to do something. And that's what I think people have, these distorted ideas of what they want out of their life. And it's based on one day finding relaxation and comfort. And this is the other thing they think, like one day you're going to make it. And when you make it, then all your troubles will go away. That's not real.
It's a fairy tale.
Yeah. And if that is, you're wasting your time. You should have some troubles.
I mean, I enjoy relaxing like everybody else does.
Sure.
But if you have to pick 2 days, one where you wake up and you're like, oh man, I don't have to do shit today. I'm just going to sit on the couch and watch TV. Or one where you get half a day to do that, but you spend the first half of it busting your ass and getting everything done. You have so much more appreciation that day than the day where that's just your life. That's not the way I want to live my life.
Nor do I. Yeah, and I think people, it's just an ideal. It's a thing in their head. It's a dream. It's not something they've really sat down and analyzed. Like, what's going to be best for the future? What's gonna serve me the most? What's going to make me feel the best?
Do you think a lot of people actually have those conversations with themselves?
No, and that's part of the problem. They don't look at their life and go, what do I really want? They look in terms of like, oh, I want that car. Oh, I want to live in that house. They have these ideas in their head that if they had these objects and these things and at least they could show on paper that they're successful, it'll make them feel good. And I think kids are really fucked up today looking at Instagram and TikTok and social media, where they're seeing these people live these baller lifestyles, and they look at that and like, that's the goal. The
But are
ultimate
they
goal is
actually
to have a Bugatti?
But are they actually living that baller lifestyle too? You know this as well as I do. What shows up on Instagram may not be your real life.
What? Hold on.
That's a theory
what
that I'm
the
working.
fuck are you saying?
It's a theory I'm working on. It's not proven yet.
You don't wait a minute. You don't think people expose themselves as with warts and all on Instagram or social media?
No, I do not.
Yeah,
But-
I try very hard to not ball on Instagram. I'm not much of a baller.
I think you'd actually do a really good job of it. But kids, I don't think, have the filter to realize the level of bullshit that's occurring.
Yeah,
And they get to like an instant gratification place. Your kid's a little bit younger than mine. How do you manage their social media use?
they have a limited amount of time.
Do they know the code to give them more?
Well, the little fuckers. You know what one of the little fuckers did? One of the little fuckers gave their phone to the wife with screen recording. little fucker.
I already like this.
And so
This
while
child
the-
is a
while the
problem
wife-
solver.
Oh my God, this child's the smart. Well, they're all smart, but this one is devious, and like
Filmed
so
her putting the
while
code
the
in.
wife is putting the code in, the little fucker has the video, and so then got it like almost immediately, and the wife had to figure it out, like what is going on here, and then she figured out that she gave her the phone. With the it's kind of fucking genius, man. I kind of appreciate it.
I was gonna say I deeply respect your daughter that did that.
It's pretty badass. Like,
Out of all the ways that they could have tried to figure that out, like looking over
Yeah.
your shoulder or being sneaky, just
Yeah.
hand you the device and pretend like nothing's going on.
oh,
and
here,
retrieve it.
mom. Yeah, put a limit on my time. No problem, mom.
That's you've talked about the China curfew thing with kids playing a game.
Yes.
This is an issue.
Oh,
there.
is it?
They have they use their parents or someone else in their family to face scan their device so then they can use their device. I don't know exactly how they're doing it. but
Sweeping new facial scans will catch Chinese kids playing past curfew. Oh, whoa.
This is even from July.
Oh,
This
so
is
that
a-
means they're scanning kids without their knowledge, like randomly?
Well, that's to make sure they're not playing, but then
Oh,
the kids know
Jesus
that's
Christ,
happening.
though.
So then they're
It's
getting.
to make sure they're not.
But that kind of crazy government overreach is so bizarre. Did you hear about the app they're giving people in Beijing for the Olympics?
No.
They're giving them this app to use during the Olympics. But this app is listening to every fucking thing you say, everything you do. It's like total spyware.
Do you think that the U.S. government is doing that to us as well?
No chance. Our government is amazing. And
I'm
it's
not saying our
run by
government's not
President
amazing.
Joe Biden, who's the most honorable and honest man who's ever lived. That's why he's the president, because he's the best we have, Andy.
Is he though?
Yes.
Are the two
That's how he
candidates that
won.
we got to choose from the best that our country has
I
to
can't
offer?
believe we're having this conversation.
Yeah, you've had it many times, so
Yes.
I can avoid it. But
Yes.
yeah, of course our government is doing that. Maybe they're not as I don't know. Maybe they're better at hiding. I often worry though that people think that our government is maybe more altruistic than others. You know,
Yeah,
China
they-
might be scanning faces again. You go back to the Patriot Act and the loss of privacy. Are they maybe monitoring it real time? I'm not sure.
I think our real problem is if people start saying the only way we can compete with China is if we have the same sort of restrictions on our citizens that China has. If we have the same ability to monitor our citizens, if we have the same ability to implement laws the way China does, that could be a real problem. Because one of the things that China's done is so brilliant. I'm not saying that we should do it, but it is brilliant. How they've got this connection between their business and their government that's inescapable.
Yeah.
You cannot make these big corporate decisions, whether you're Huawei or one of these big tech companies. They work, fucking hand in glove with the government. And because of that, they make these decisions not based on short-term interest of the corporation in terms of like stakeholders and what the shareholders want and
Yeah.
profits for the quarter. They're looking at it in this long-term commitment, like what's going to be best for the party.
Economically, I mean, I guess I can understand that. I worry a lot about quality of life. you know,
Oh,
and
listen, no doubt about it. That's the number one problem. The quality of life's terrible. Like
have you ever been?
No. I've been to Taiwan, but not for a long period of time. I've been there during a stopover. I've never been there for any long period of time.
I was there for about 8 days. It was interesting. Went and visited. Again, when I was working for CrossFit, I was kind of the go-between between CrossFit and Reebok, so I went to go see where they made the shoes down in Fuzhou, China, and it's pretty. I mean, it's wild. It's different from the construction, the density, air quality, perceived air quality. Obviously, didn't have a sensor out there, but perceived water quality, working conditions, working hours. I think there's a cost to having the companies and the government tied like that.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, I don't recommend that at all for the United States.
It's terrible in terms of creativity and innovation and the ability to like have a dream and an idea and implement it and then become successful. One of the things that we love about America is entrepreneurial spirit. We love the fact that someone can like Origin. We're talking about Jocko's company or anything else. Like someone can create a company and make something and put it together. And that's one of the things that's beautiful about freedom is you have the ability to take a chance to do something that you have a dream. You can put it together and make it happen. We all love that. And when you take that away, you take away people's ability to take a chance and take away people's ability to do what they want. And instead, you have to do what the government wants. As soon as you do that, you close the door on so much innovation. You close the door on so many opportunities that you would have never predicted, right? Because who knows how many ideas that have been implemented here because people had this wild spirit of like being creative and taking chances would have never happened if the same person grew up under a regime like the CCP.
I do worry, though, that people are becoming resistant to taking chances and being risky like that, or getting off of the couch, if you want to describe it that way. So they'll value that less. And the incremental, if you want to put the tinfoil hat on, the incremental removing of those opportunities or ability to make those decisions, they won't even realize what is lost because they don't value it because they never actually took a fucking chance.
There's going to be people like that, for sure. But people like that don't take chances, they open up room for people that do take chances.
I don't think many people take chances.
I think there's enough.
I think there's enough, but I think they're in the minority.
I think talking about it like this and having conversations with people who do take chances makes taking chances exciting to the people that are listening. I think part of the problem is they don't have enough to model. There's not enough people out there that are taking chances where someone could model that and go, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
You know, because that's it's like who you're modeling. Like if you grow up in a family where no one takes any chances and everybody just takes the safest, easiest job they can have with the the least amount of risk and the most amount of security, and they live this dull gray life, like blah, forever. You model that if that's what you're around, or you rebel. And you rebel and you take a wild chance. And in a lot of families, if you try to take a chance, your parents will be pissed at you. I mean, there's so many people out there that are hindered and then they're saddled down by the problem of their own family having expectations on them. You're supposed to be a lawyer. You're supposed to be a this. You're supposed to, there's a lot of people like that out there that just, the model that they copy is a model of like safety and where no one's doing anything risky.
Freedom is an amazing thing. I think it's the most valuable thing that this country may have to offer, but it doesn't mean a fucking thing if you don't take advantage of it.
Yeah. My friend Fahim Anwar, he's a fucking really hilarious stand-up comic, and he had to kind of lie to his parents. He's an engineer and like a brilliant guy, but wanted to be a comic. And like his whole thing was like trying to get his parents to accept the fact that he's a comic. It took a while.
That's rough.
He's super legit though. If they see him, it's hard to deny. Like once you see him do stand-up, you're like, that dude's funny as fuck.
It's one thing I try to guard against with my kids. I don't know if you're the same way. Like my biggest fear actually was any of my kids wanting to follow the path that I did. Ooh. None of them have expressed that, and I would have supported it had they chose to. I'm sure it wasn't my parents. They were like, "Yay, Andy wants to join the Navy," but they also didn't stop me. They signed the paperwork when I was 17. Did all that, but for my kids to try not to limit them in any way, and just to provide space to make choices, obviously boundaried, right? I'm not going to let them take some wild haphazard risk and not be there as a safety net. But the last thing that I want to do is feel like I'm trying to fit them into that ashtray. Like, this is what I did, so you have to do that. I want them to have the exact opposite experience of that.
Well, that's often what happens with people, right? They take great chances and risks in their life, and they do these scary, dangerous things for a living, and the last thing they want is their kids to do that. Like a lot of fighters never want their kids to become fighters.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that for sure. Yeah, I don't want my kids following my path in the military. It's actually, I look back at my military career, and I wish I could say that we were successful. I think there'll be Afghanistan for sure. Maybe Iraq will be judged probably as failures. And my biggest concern is that other kids, my kids' age, will have to have dust on their boots from those countries. It's a tough one.
You think that's what's going to happen again?
I think so. At some point in time. It may not be there, but I think the same reasons I think, again, my personal opinion, I don't speak for the military. I don't speak for anybody else. I'm largely renowned as an idiot, so you don't have to listen to anything that I have to say. But I think the reasoning for going into Afghanistan, looking in the rearview mirror, was far more legitimate than the reasoning to go into Iraq. I don't know if we solved any problems in either of those countries, especially with how we left Afghanistan, and kind of more, that's more how we're going to be viewed by the rest of the world and potential future partner forces and stuff like that. But I don't think we solved anything.
That's very unfortunate, and many people share your concern and your thoughts. It doesn't seem, in the way we pulled out of it too, right?
Well, oh God, I mean, we could go on forever on this one. There's a lot of different issues. One, people want to blame it all on Biden, which is fair to a degree, but also unfair to a larger degree. He was sitting in the seat at the time the decisions were made, so he has to own those and the consequences that come from them. But the decision to withdraw or draw down from Afghanistan started probably in the Obama administration into the Trump administration, and he inherited that. So it's not as if his administration was solely responsible for the planning of that. Again, he was in the seat, and when you're in the seat and shit starts going south, change the fucking plan to match the reality on the ground as opposed to what you think the pie in the sky is going to be. Because your enemy gets a vote in any plan, or even in the business world, right? Your competition gets a vote. You got to be able to lateral to work your way through that. There's a lot of different ways that I think it could have gone down better. They could have done it at a Bagram, which would have bought them some more dead space. They could have done it in a more phased drawdown. They could have listened to the military leadership that was saying, hey, maybe we keep a very small footprint. A lot of different ways. What I will say is this. In my experience with the people that I served with, not a single person that I served with or that I know that served over there is surprised by what happened. And by that I mean the Taliban taking over. Many are surprised, to include myself, at the pace with which it happened. But if you served in that country and you served alongside of that partner force, if you tell me that you were surprised by what happened, I would say that you might have a loose relationship with the truth, because the writing was on the wall for a very long period of time, and I think we stayed far too long.
Were you surprised that they gave up all the equipment?
That I don't know if that was a mechanism of, this is the date that we have to be out of here, and everybody ignored that date until it was too late. The United States, the military is great at being, at least in the modern era, it's great at being surgical. Like we went to Afghanistan to try to root out the people that planned and executed 9/11, and we did so within, I'll call it, at a very long stretch, 24 months. We were there for 20 years. I would say the longer that we were there, the more equipment and material that goes with that. We started building outstations and you know what I mean? So like the more pieces that you put on the board, it doesn't surprise me that volume of stuff was left. And to me, that's more, it just shows, either they weren't really paying attention that we needed to draw down, or there was so much stuff there that they didn't know what to do with it. But the Taliban is the best armed and equipped that they've ever been in the history of the Taliban, for sure.
Which is so fucked.
Yeah.
It's so fucked to watch them drive down the street in the Humvees and flying the Blackhawks. You're like, what?
Yeah. Well, it may not be them flying the Blackhawks. Let's just say politely that there are other countries, entities, and organizations that don't really favor the United States and would do everything they could to be on the axis of whatever we're doing, that will send mobile training teams over there that could fly in those things, the day that we left.
Oh, great. Fun.
Yeah.
Guys getting out of the military, there's not a lot of options for things to do that are as satisfying or as rewarding or as the engaging. There's a lot of guys, when they come out, they have a hard time finding out what's their identity, like what's the thing that they can do.
Yeah.
One of the things that you did, other than the crazy shit, like the flying squirrel suit.
That's not how I describe it, but go ahead.
It's a flying squirrel suit.
No, the crazy shit part.
Oh.
It's very normal behavior.
Yeah, it's not normal to break the world record in a flying squirrel suit. That's ridiculous. But you've transitioned into podcasting very successfully. What is that like for you? Is it surprising that has become like a career now?
That aspect of it, for sure. I think I met you about 5 years ago, and I had been on I did a podcast with Tate, which is how I eventually met you. He introduced me to Brian.
Shout out to Tate Fletcher.
He's
my
an
man.
amazing human being.
Love him.
So I did a CrossFit centric podcast. First off, I got invited to go do a podcast. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, fine, I'll go do it. He introduces me to Callan and Shop, and I did The Fighter and the Kid. And then I met you. So the third podcast I had ever been on, mind you, I had not listened to a podcast. The first time that you and I sat down, I may have changed some of my answers. I had no understanding of the size of your audience or what was going to come out of my mouth. I needed to probably refine the thought expression of certain things. But it was your suggestion to start a podcast. And my theory, even in the military or just growing up, is maybe listen to the person in the room who has the most experience or who is the most successful. Doesn't mean they're going to be 100% right, but if somebody is saying, hey, I've done this for a long time and maybe you should check it out, it'd be worth considering. So I had absolutely no idea what it was going to be, what I was going to talk about, how I was going to do it, but I took your advice and I started. Never thought for a second that it was going to be a profession or an occupation of any kind, and I love it. I love sitting down and exploring. First off, I truly believe that the thing, like, I'm not excited by the stuff that I do, but I'm fascinated by the stuff that other people do. Like, how did you get to that area? How were you able to do that? Like, how did you live your life? Or, like, some of the stories of adversity, oh my God. Like, I have nothing to complain about ever.
Yeah.
Ever. You know, a buddy of mine is, like, telling stories about drug-addicted parents, and he's like running through the fucking desert barefoot to try to get to his grandparents' house just to feel happy or safe. I'm like, oh my God. Like, calling my parents, like, thank you very much for who you are. Like, I'm sorry for anything that I ever did. I am an unworthy piece of shit. The love that you have provided. But it's been amazing. And the financial aspect of it came way later on, but it is by far the favorite thing that I do, because I get to sit down and talk to people about what they are passionate about, and it informs my opinion on things, and it changes my mind on stuff. And I just think it's awesome to be able to sit there and have an exchange and have a dialogue. It's more than I ever thought it could be.
It's an unexpected education for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. It's like it gives you an education on things in a way that you're hard-pressed to find anywhere else. I mean, I think back on my podcast, and obviously a lot of them are filled with nonsense and just smoking pot and getting drunk and talking shit, but there's been more than 1,000 of them that aren't like that. So it's like 1,000 times I sat down with an expert for hours and got to pick their brain and ask them questions about whatever their field was, and expand my knowledge, just understanding of different things in life substantially. Like, I am such a different person than I was 10 years ago, say. Just from that.
It constantly reminds me of how little I know.
Yeah.
Is maybe an easy way to put it, because there's maybe skydiving and some aspects of the military, maybe a little bit on the shooting side of the house. I could talk at from a level of experience that it exceeds maybe most people. On every other topic on the face of the planet, I'm the amateur in the room.
Right.
And it just, I enjoy being in that place where you kind of get knocked back on your heels. You're like, oh, I thought I knew what I was talking about.
Right.
I don't know shit. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use my facial features in the ratio that I have: 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth. And we're gonna use them like that. We're gonna watch. We're gonna listen, and then talk last. It's been a really interesting evolution. And a lot of it was, or all of it was, due to your suggestion. So I have you to thank for that.
I wonder how many people I've got to start a podcast.
About 3.5 million would be my guess.
I think there's 3 million podcasts out there now. But I mean, I wonder how many people I've talked into doing podcasts. It's been a lot.
Jocko is another one.
Yeah. I think Tim Ferriss had a play in that as well, because I had heard Jocko on Tim Ferriss's.
That's true. He did it before
and then,
he did yours.
And then I got in my mind, but it was one of the first things I said to him. I was like, dude, you have to do a podcast. Because, you know, he's got such an intense voice.
Does he?
And the way he talks about things, it's like, you're like, Jesus Christ, Jocko. But I just firmly believe it's one of the best self-starter businesses. It's almost like a business in a box.
I wouldn't look at it as a business when you start, though.
No.
That's the one piece of advice I would give people.
Oh, yeah.
Because I actually get hit from people like, hey, man, do you
How
think
do
I
you
should
make
start?
money?
Or
Yeah.
that they do ask that one. Or they'll say, how do I become the new Joe Rogan? And that just gets swiped into the garbage can.
Boy, good luck, sir. I don't even know how I did it. Yeah.
I think that's why you were able to do it. I mean, I can't speak for you, but I would imagine that you tried to stay true to who you were and explore things that were interesting for you. And here you are.
I'm stunned that it worked. I'm stunned that it still works. I'm like constantly amazed.
Yeah. It is not what, like you're saying, I would push back and I would say that there aren't limited options for people getting out of the military. It's easy for people getting out of the military to say that there are limited options. But I don't care what you do in the military, you are going to leave with skill sets and an understanding of things like discipline, teamwork, integrity, communication, to name just a few of the many usable tools that you can put into your virtual tool belt.
Do they give you guidance in terms of having the ability to take those tools and utilize them outside of the military?
That's the polite way to say this. No.
So that's the problem in some ways.
Well, the military has, basic training is about 8 weeks long. But on average, it is in the Navy at least, unless they've changed it. I think that the Marine Corps is the longest. When I got out of the military, there was a 1-week course called TAPS, the Transition Assistance Program, and I'm not sure what the S stands for. And it was about how to submit for your VA ratings. It's about the educational opportunities. None of the classes are about what you're asking. So they spend a lot of energy, which they have to, because we have a very, in my opinion at least, me-based society, and they break you of that and put you into a we-based ecosystem. But on the way out, for the people who are smart, they'll give themselves about 12 months and they'll really focus on the next horizon. But I know people who don't even start thinking about it until they're a week from getting out and they go to the TAPS program.
Jesus.
But again, I mean, whose fault is that?
Right.
You have to take some ownership of the course that your life is going to take. Yes, it can be jarring to lose a sense of camaraderie or community, and yes, you can feel isolated because you're no longer with your tribe and the job is totally different. And in the same breath, like, fucking get over it.
Right.
You need to move on and you need to do something else. And for me, one of the things that drives me the most is I do not want to be defined by what I did a lifetime ago. I hate it. And I'll always have the fucking trident hanging over my head, and I couldn't be more proud that I was in that community. But at the end of the day, I'd rather that just be a footnote instead of the title across the top. And I think people would be better off if they took that philosophy and approach, in my opinion, which again is limited to only that. But it's not an easy path. It might take them some time. They might feel lost a little bit, but that's okay.
That's often the case with anybody when they're leaving one career and going into another career. But it seems like with military, it's so demand, especially like in your line of work. It's so demanding, it's so all encompassing that sometimes it's very difficult when they get out to try to find a new, almost like a new identity.
Yeah, and the military is very task oriented, so you get used to having problems that's presented to you. Like, here's our training block, which
Right.
which a training command will set up for you, and you show up and it's like, here's your gear list, here's what we're doing today, and it's boom, 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 boom. Somebody's providing for that
Right.
for you. They're looking at the trajectory of, here's 18 months of training that you're going to go through, and you're not going to facilitate it, and at the end you're going to go on deployment, and it's hard, and I say this from personal experience, when you leave that being presented with tasks that you have to go out and find them. And I mean, shit, I've reinvented myself out of the military. Like I said, I worked for CrossFit for a bit. I threw my hat in the ring to be a professional skydiver and base jumper. I flew corporate aircraft for almost 2 years. The public speaking thing, and all of those is like, it's trying to, what's going to work? What's going to be the next? In the end, what it ended up being is I didn't have the time to fly, and I didn't like the duration of the time. Skydiving and base jumping, I absolutely love. I'm very passionate about it, but where I live now, it's a little bit prohibitive getting access to it. So, and then podcasting, I didn't even add that, which, so it's a combination of those things that are left, and I get a sense of fulfillment from all of that. And, jiu-jitsu even ties into that too. It's another, I mean, one of the things I love about jiu-jitsu is my training partners. Like, jiu-jitsu would be so gay if you had to, do it by yourself, like training katas, right?
Wouldn't it be the opposite?
God, it would be the exact opposite of gay.
Well,
know,
I think that
but the
I know what
community
you're
there-
saying.
yeah.
Well, they're exceptional people. The thing about it is, like, the type of people that you do jujitsu with are the type of people that do jujitsu. So the type of people that they're interested in doing something that's incredibly difficult, so hard to like. You get to black belt in jiu-jitsu. Like, if I meet someone, they tell me they're a jiu-jitsu black belt, I'm like, okay, you did it. You did
Yeah.
that's a lot of shit you had to get through to get to, that's a long fucking trudge of a road.
It's a known metric for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not impossible. It's I couldn't be more proud of the time that I spent in the military. I'm very proud of the fact that I am a veteran and I was able to serve. I have criticism of segments of the veteran culture who can't move past their service. They will often point at a lot of obstacles that are in their way and ignore the fact that they placed them there. And their life would be better. And the perception of the veteran community at large would be better if they were able to move past that. Like, one of the biggest things that irritates me is this broken toys narrative. I absolutely hate it. War doesn't have to break you at all. Does it break some people? Fuck yes, it does. I think I'm a better person because of it. I think I have more of a passion for life. I think I can love deeper because of my experiences. I think I have more of a respect for life, having been put into places where I had to make decisions to take it. And I feel I'm more prepared to solve problems. I have more of an emotional depth than I did before going in, and that's because of that experiences. And like I said, it does break some people. But if you look at trauma or post-traumatic stress, which I don't believe is a disorder, and I think we should focus far more on post-traumatic growth as opposed to post-traumatic stress, because you can navigate that, come out of it stronger. The math supports that, specifically in the civilian world, even more so than in the military world, but there's a fucked up financial incentive in the military veteran world to actually not get better, because they could potentially reduce your rating from the VA, which reduces the amount of money that you get. So the whole point in saying all that is it's very possible to be a better version of yourself from those experiences, but nobody's going to do it for you. It's not that it's easy, but it's totally possible. Veterans aren't broken. I think they should be held to a higher standard than other people because they come out of that environment where they have those tools. They have those experiences. And I don't care what you do in the military. You know, the emphasis that they place on same thing, you know, teamwork, integrity, communication, all that stuff, discipline. It's more than what I have seen being taught anywhere at any traditional school. So you have those tools. You have an advantage. Hold them to a higher standard. Don't let them get away with shit.
Well said. Here, here. Andy Stump, you're a bad motherfucker. I appreciate you.
I don't know about that, but
I think so. I'll say it. Cleared Hot. It's available everywhere. You can get it on iTunes and all that jazz, right? Where is it on Spotify?
it is. It is on Spotify.
YouTube? You on YouTube?
I am on the Tube of You. Yes.
Do they ever fuck with you?
I don't know what they would fuck with me about.
So they get weird with some episodes.
They will demonetize stuff.
There
but,
you go.
But
That's
I
what
always
I'm
just hit
saying.
the button that says have a review, and I've never had one that got kicked back to where.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let's say after this episode.
This is going to be on your channel.
Doesn't matter. They're going to know
Oh,
about
shit.
You're a part of the machine.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
I'm from Boston, and my flight from Houston to Austin was canceled, so I got the last SUV. You don't know how much I wanted to be on your show. I got the last SUV, drove through the ice storm to Austin, where there was like just dead cars. You know, it was like zombie apocalypse. Got to a Marriott around the corner from here, and thought, well, at least I'll be able to walk, if nothing else. And my room overlooked this on-ramp, and I just every day for a week, with no running water and no bottled water, watched the cars just slide up and down. And then I finally went out to Rob's house, where he at least had a pool for running toilets.
Flushing the toilets.
But I was living on basically like White Claw and canned tuna
Oh, my God. This was when you were supposed to be here?
Yeah.
last year.
Oh, my God.
I still have a can of Wolf. chili
That
that
I
she
got at a
bought
gas
here,
station.
but she didn't have a can opener, and she was just like, I don't know how to get into this thing. So.
The thing is, it's if you grew up in a place that has winter, like Massachusetts, you're like, this is nothing. Mm-hmm. Like, guys, this is a normal winter day. Like, what the fuck? And it killed this place for a solid week.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I still came, because I was like, they're overreacting. It's just 1 or 2 inches of snow, but I didn't realize it was going to be like misting ice.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah, but, I mean, come on, how much are trucks? Like, take care of this, guys. Get some sand. Like, is that hard? I mean, it happens. It does happen. I mean, the idea that you just, like, shut everything down for a year, how much does that cost? Seems like trucks are less expensive than whatever that costs.
Yeah, and all the poor people that didn't know you can't heat your house with a stove.
Well, worse, people use
Yeah.
grills.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used,
Yeah.
like, barbecue grills in their house, and they burnt wood, and they died. Like, people got sick.
Yeah, that was bad news. And we were in the process of packing our house to move because we moved March 3rd up to Kalispell. So, like, all of this chaos is going on, and we didn't know if, like, the moving truck was getting in. And then Diana made it to our place, and then we weren't sure if she was making it out of there. Like, it was, I mean, first world problems, but kind of sketchy first world problems as far as they go.
It lets you know that there's a thin veneer of civilization that keeps all the food on the shelves and all the cars moving, and it's not much to throw it off.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad this is a good time to talk about your book. The book is Sacred Cow, Diana Rogers and Rob Wolf. It's available right now. The Case for Better Meat. All I've been eating since January is meat. All I've been eating is meat and fruit. That's my diet. Meat, fruit, and eggs. I've never felt better. I've done this before in the past, but I never stuck with it. I would do like that carnivore month of January. I did it like 2 years ago. I lost 12 pounds. I looked great. I felt great. Then I started eating spaghetti again.
Shocker.
I get fat, and then my joints hurt again. And that's the thing that drives me, that's the most wild, rather, is my joints feel so good. Like, everything feels better when I'm not eating foods that cause inflammation. And for me, there's something, I mean, I'm not advocating this for everybody, but a meat-based diet, for me, is 100%. At least in a short term. I've never done it for like years. I know like Sean Baker and a few of those guys have done it for years and years, Paul Saladino. But for me, short term, there's nothing that's made me feel better. And I can't imagine it would fuck me up long term. I mean, I take a lot of vitamins. I do eat a lot of fruit. I'm exercising. My exercise is great. I feel healthy. I have plenty of energy. I avoided all the diarrhea because when I just did only meat, I had ridiculous diarrhea. Like, astounding, as my friend Tom Segura put it. When he tried it, he goes, "This diarrhea is astounding." I'm like, yes, that's a good way to put it.
I was following that, and I was like, at some point there may need to be an intervention, like somebody like dropping you some Imodium or something. Yeah, that sounded
Well, there's something
rough.
about like eating a lot of fatty meat only.
Right.
That your body's like, what is all this? Like, where's the veggies? Like, you always eat veggies. How come
Right.
how come there's no spaghetti here? Where's the bread?
Yeah, so as a dietitian, to be talking about things like this is definitely blasphemy.
Blasphemy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get pushed back like crazy from fellow dietitians. It's,
But what do they say? What's the goal, right? Isn't the goal to feel better, to look better, and to perform better? So if you're eating food that makes you feel better, look better, and perform better, I mean, I was at 205 when I started this diet. Now I weigh 195, and it's only been 2 months, and I feel great. Like, I'm not starving. I just lost weight. It just went away. I got my six-pack back. Like, I feel better. My joints feel better. Like, I just feel better. Like, isn't that the goal? Like, the whole goal of your diet is supposed to be the vitality of your body, right?
right. And the whole goal of science should be to question your bias and seek the truth.
Well, I know Sean Baker was telling me that there's a large study that's going on that Harvard's putting on for the carnivore diet. Do you know about that?
They have some preliminary data on it, and I mean, it's not a randomized control trial. There's not a control group. It's a survey, and so it can be very critical of surveys. But it's interesting. Like 94% of the people that did it got off of the medications that they were on, like entirely.
Yeah.
And it went through and detailed like some blood sugar changes. Blood sugars improved dramatically for the vast majority of people. They saw lipids improve. Not everybody. Some people on kind of a higher fat carnivore type diet, they see their lipids go up. We're still not sure what the total, net risk is with that, but it's pretty impressive. And again, people will poke holes in that, but there was a time in the 1940s, 1950s when there wasn't this thing called the Mediterranean diet. And then this guy wrote a review paper about it. And nothing really happened for, 8, 10 years, but then more people started writing about it, more people started talking about it. Now we have randomized control trials and we have all kinds of different interventions, and we have some proof that something like a Mediterranean type diet is probably pretty helpful for a lot of people. So when people criticize this stuff and they just dismiss it out of hand, they're like, well, there's no research on it. Okay, that's fine, but this is where things begin, and it's usually observational. That, okay, there's this group of people that seem to be getting these really remarkable results. And the thing that was so interesting to me, my background was in autoimmunity and cancer research. And I got into this because of gut and autoimmune issues. I'm the person that came up with the autoimmune paleo diet. Like, I'm the person that kind of, formalized that initially. And it works pretty well. But when I saw what people were doing on a carnivore diet, it just blew me away. Like, people who had done every other thing and they were so sick, they were crippled from gut and autoimmune issues, they would go on this modified carnivore type diet and put their problems into remission and then have really remarkable health at the end of that. And it was a few people initially, but as it has grown, it's become this like really watershed moment. And I don't think that a carnivore diet is like the first whistle stop somebody should do in dietary change. There's a lot of other shit you could do before that. But if you're really sick, I think to both of y'all's points, if you're really sick and you're trying to improve things, like, it seems like a reasonable thing to use as an intervention. It's like playing darts and you're just trying to get closer to the bullseye, and you can use that as a beginning point. Some people add in fruit, like Paul Saladino has added in more fruit and honey and stuff like that. Sean Baker is an absolute beast, and he wouldn't be caught dead eating fruit, and it just seems to work for him. But I think that it's a reasonable place to at least start and begin tinkering with things, and maybe you stick with it long term, or maybe you modify it down the road.
Well, it's got to be a function of different requirements for different people's bodies, right? Different people ask more of their body, like a guy like you who does a lot of jiu-jitsu, that's very physical. Some people don't. Some people, they just hike, and maybe they could have a different diet. There's a lot of different things that a person needs depending upon their lifestyle. When you talk about like a Mediterranean diet, specifically, what is a Mediterranean diet? Like, what's in there?
That's the kind of funny thing. I mean, you've got what the literature kind of says, and then you have what people actually eat. And what folks actually eat is a lot of fatty fish, a lot of like lamb and goat, and they definitely eat some legumes. They eat local fruits and vegetables, a lot of olive oil. But it looks it's not this so like grain-centric, thing that is typically portrayed in modern dietetics.
Is there like is there a protocol for the Mediterranean diet? Like, if someone says, I'm going on the Mediterranean diet, what do they mean? Are they eating lettuce? Do they have vegetables?
Usually Mediterranean diet means emphasis on seafood, lean meats, low-fat dairy to some degree. Legumes as kind of a preponderance for the carbs, like usually in preference to grains, although they'll have some grains in the mix too. But that's kind of the funny thing is good amount of vegetables, yeah.
Okay.
Olives, olive oil.
So it's essentially like a primal diet.
Yeah.
The idea is just to cut out processed foods.
Yeah.
Which is always a good step one, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but then when you look at what people in the Mediterranean actually eat, it's a made-up diet. It's not really a diet. I've been to Spain. They eat a lot of pork, and pork is like not okay on a Mediterranean diet.
It's not? Why is it not okay? Isn't it a fatty meat?
Fatty fish is okay, but not fatty meat.
So you have what people are actually doing versus kind of what's been canonized within dietetics, and they're really different. And also, to Diana's point, like what folks are doing in Spain is reasonably different than what they're doing in Greece and Italy and whatnot. Just kind of a granular level. But that just as an aside, the only food I think that is common to all of the blue zones is pork, but nobody ever mentions that.
Really?
Yeah. It's literally the only food that, from Costa Rica to, I guess the only one that it's not part of would be like the Seventh-day Adventists. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird one, right? That
Yeah.
one is when people want to lump in all the blue zones, like they always like to use Seventh-day Adventists because they're vegetable based,
Right. Right.
but they also no alcohol, no cigarettes, and daily exercise.
Right.
Yeah, and when you compare them to Mormons, who have a almost identical lifestyle, but they eat meat, it's same lifespan, but the Mormons are left out of the blue zones
Why?
because it didn't fit.
Doesn't fit the narrative.
Really? Plus, they're problematic because they're, their whole thing is a little wacky, and they get to have a lot of wives, or they used to.
And then when you look at Hong Kong, they have the highest meat consumption per capita and the longest lifespans.
Yeah, people don't like that one. They like to ignore that one.
So socioeconomics by far beats diet when you're looking at populations for longevity.
Socioeconomics do. So even someone with a poor diet but has a lot of money,
So they're going to
like
have
Trump.
better access to health care.
Trump's a good example,
He's
right?
probably a good example. Yeah.
I mean, he was 74. He got COVID and kicked in a few days. And he's really, chubby.
He's super chubby. Yeah.
So people with more money generally have less stress. They don't work two jobs. So there's all these confounding factors when
Social
you're looking at these
connections.
social connections.
Social connections helps? In what way? How do you define?
This stuff gets a little bit sketchy, but there's some research that suggests that people with inadequate social connectivity, like friends, family,
like loners?
kind of loners, but they're just socially isolated, that is as negative on health as a pack-a-day smoking habit. Now, that pack-a-day smoking habit gets thrown around a lot because people will say eating an egg is equivalent to smoking 6 cigarettes or something like that. But but I think when you think about like human evolution and small group environments and stuff like that, there's something really powerful there, and it's clearly. You had Sebastian Junger on, and they talk about poorer communities tend to have more social connectivity, and you don't see suicides within these groups and whatnot. And there's a lot going on there. But I think that social connectivity, in my mind, is on par with sleep and food with regards to overall health. Like if you're really negatively impacted there, it's going to be a major piece of your overall health. And if you tick that box, you can get away with a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, so I was listening to a book, Heartbreak. It's amazing. It's this new book out about a woman that got divorced and she gets really sick and she's trying to figure out why her health declines, and she's kind of going through all the numbers and trying to seek it out and talking to all these neuroscientists and everything. But loneliness, your chance of dying early for loneliness is by far beats out cancer or autoimmune diseases, heart disease. It's loneliness.
Wow. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people make you feel good. Like if you have good friends and you're around them and you're laughing, like how's that not good for you?
Right.
It really should be prescribed.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So exercise is critical, but not the primary factor.
I think it provides the quality of life. And, when we think about longevity and kind of health span versus lifespan, we want to live as well as we can, as long as we can, and then very short, decline and then, fade out. And I think that smart exercise, a base level of cardio, some resistance training, and then just doing a variety of activity, good mobility, I think that feeds into the ability to do all the stuff that we want to do. And also, you get sick, you get injured, you get in a car accident or something, like people, if you're better shape, you're just harder to kill. And I think that is such a major factor. But my opinion, you could, maybe agree, but I think when people tackle exercise as a calorie burning endeavor, like you're much better time spent focusing on good quality food, very protein centric because it tends to be satiating so you don't overeat. So you exercise so you have a kick-ass life, but if you want to lose weight, good body composition, it's really the nutrition part that addresses the bulk of that.
So the people that do exercise just for calorie burnout, the problem I usually have with that is that I don't think they enjoy it. I think they think of it as this task that one must do in order to look better or to justify a sundae, justify an ice cream sundae or a bowl of spaghetti, Whereas it's like, you should you should enjoy the results. Like, you feel good. Like, it's great for the body. It's a stress reliever. It relieves anxiety. It's like, it's so critical. If you're going through any like stressful period of your life, that is the time where you got to be like disciplined with your workouts. You got to hit them hard.
Right.
It's a medicine. That's how I feel.
Yeah, and sarcopenia is something, so that's age-related muscle loss, and we know everyone over 40 starts to lose their ability to digest protein, and so your need for protein and your requirement to even just maintain muscle mass goes way up as you get older, and the RDA for protein is like so far below. It's set at the minimum to avoid disease. It's not the optimal amount, but even that RDA is way, way, way too low for
Really?
protein. Yeah.
Well, what is the RDA for protein?
So the RDA is 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight. But then because Americans don't like kilograms and they don't want to do the calculations, you'll see these numbers floating around. So for women, they'll say women need 45 grams of protein and men need 55 grams of protein or something. But that's based on this ideal body weight of 125 for women and 155 for men.
What do we live in the 30s?
And so, yeah, so the average weight, according to the CDC, for women is 165, and for men it's like 195.
Is that real? The average weight for women is 165?
For American women.
Wow.
Yeah, and so then when you go 0.8 grams per kilogram, you're way above what these RDA you're at about double what the RDA is. But then when you look at optimal amounts, so we went through this in the book, and I looked at all the research and how they come up with the RDA, and we really need at least double the RDA protein, and we need it from animal source foods. There's a huge difference between animal and plant source proteins.
Now, that's something that vegans, their hackles get up immediately. How much real data is there that shows, like actual real-world data that shows that plant-based protein is not as bioavailable as animal-based protein?
I mean, that's just basic biochemistry. It's just a fact.
And what is it? So if you have like 30 grams of broccoli protein versus 30 grams of beef protein, like what is the difference? What's happening?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know exactly how, like, broccoli would compare
Probably
to
be
beef.
a lot of mass for broccoli. If you wanted to get 30 grams of broccoli protein, like how much broccoli would that be? A big ass bowl of broccoli.
Right.
You have your the beans.
I do have it
Yeah.
for, yeah, in fact,
For
I have.
legumes?
Yeah,
So
I have
it's
it.
like that.
Yeah, I have it. I don't know if the Dropbox link that I sent came through. So I've got one comparing beans to beef, and I have it for protein, for vitamins, and for minerals.
And for farts.
There's really no comparison at that point.
But the other thing is that it's limiting. So here we have.
Okay.
So we don't just need protein; we need amino acids.
Right.
And there's a popular meme out there comparing broccoli to steak and how you can get all your protein just from broccoli.
Right.
But kidney beans are a much better source, so I went with kidney beans. And so 4 ounces of steak versus 4 ounces of kidney beans. And when you see these plant-based memes, they will be comparing uncooked beans, and they will be doing it by calorie, not by portion.
Okay.
Right, so we need to, look at, portion size.
And why are they doing uncooked beans?
Because there's more beans in uncooked beans.
Oh, I see. Because the water's not.
It's like double.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not realistic in terms of a portion of food because you cook them and they swell up and.
And the calories that you would need to eat to get. All right, so we have only 9 grams of protein from 4 ounces of kidney beans. So in order to get the same, even close to the amount of total protein, you would need to eat over 3 times the amount of kidney beans.
So, and that would be, somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 and something calories of.
And then
of
you need to
kidney
have
beans.
rice with it as well to
Right.
balance it out.
Versus 180 calories of protein or 180 calories from 30 grams of protein a steak.
And on that like sarcopenia side, like losing muscle mass as we age, and also just for athletics, isoleucine, leucine, some of these branched chain amino acids are the really important amino acids because they stimulate anabolic signaling. And you have a threshold with that. If you don't hit a certain threshold, It doesn't turn on the anabolic signaling, so you're tending to lose muscle mass. There's kind of some bro science, like you need to eat every 2 hours or you're going to lose muscle mass. It's not to that point, but we do need some amount of anabolic signaling. Exercise, specifically strength training, causes that anabolic signaling, and then eating a protein-rich meal that's rich in branched chain amino acids causes that signaling too. And it's not impossible to do via plant-based methods, but it's hard. Like, it's really kind of a calculus problem to get that part, that box ticked. Like, you need to do protein powders and stuff like that to usually get in there and make that happen. But then you also get a ton of calories comparatively.
Wouldn't the simple solution be to, if you wanted to have a plant-based diet, is to eat the plant-based protein, but then substitute with exogenous amino acids?
You could.
If
And
you did that,
And
or,
stick more with legumes and try not to get your protein from like quinoa or peanut butter. Like nuts are a really actually horrible way to get protein.
we'll get to that in a second. But when you're making exogenous amino acids, is it possible to do that in a vegan way?
Yeah, I mean, they
What
can
are they making them out of?
just synthetic chemistry. I mean, then it's other chemicals, but
Right.
you could make it in a completely vegan-friendly way. Yeah,
But it's chemicals, but not bad for you.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
chemicals a weird word, right?
Right,
People
right.
panic.
Right.
So you could, in fact, get all of your amino acids and have some sort of a plant-based protein.
Yeah.
Like, what is the optimal plant-based protein? Is it pea protein? Is it hemp protein? Like, what's the best one?
I would probably say pea protein would
Pea?
be optimal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But we're meant to eat things in their full form.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you were to actually eat peas, that's a lot of peas.
Right. And how are they extracting the pea protein?
I mean,
A lot of kitchen chemistry.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to separate out the protein, carbs, fat, and then isolate the proteins. And whether you do a hydrolysate of the proteins, like kind of pre-digest them or leave it together. Usually, hydrolysates taste horrible. So, yeah. But I mean, in like an idealized world, if somebody's really they want to be vegan, but they want to tick the boxes of getting that anabolic signaling, preventing sarcopenia, improving, body composition, that is a way that you could do it. And
So
it would be vegan, and it would give the right amount of protein, not overfeeding you potentially on the calorie side, and that could be a way to kind of thread the needle.
So if someone's like a vegan weightlifter,
Right.
and that's the way they should do it. They should have like pea protein and then substitute with supplement rather with amino acids.
especially with the branched chain amino acids.
And these are all the ones that you need: cysteine, histidine,
Leucine and isoleucine are the main ones, and then valine. But the leucine is the most anabolic signaling of all of them.
And so, if someone wanted to do that, like, what would you take? Like, what's a good rate? Is there a good brand branch chain amino acids? Does branch chain, when they say branch chain amino acids, does that usually contain all of these that we're seeing on this
Yes,
chart?
but not all of them. It'll be leucine, isoleucine, and valine typically.
And so all those other ones, should you have all those in there? Like, how would one supplement with like a fully, like, if you look at all the stuff that you're getting from meat, it's crazy.
Yeah.
There's so much more. Like, if you wanted to get those benefits, I mean, is that what's going on when someone says that meat is not as bioavailable? Is that part of what's going on? Is that you're just not getting the same benefit from it because it doesn't have the amino acid profile?
Oh, and this isn't even taking into account bioavailability. That's like
Oh.
a whole nother discussion. This is just the label, like
Okay.
the USDA nutrient database numbers, but that doesn't take into account the protein digestibility score.
So let's explain it to people that are just listening. We're looking at this chart, and it shows the sirloin steak on the left and the kidney beans on the right, and the amount of amino acids is in most cases 4 or 5 times more, if not more than that, from the steak than you're getting from the beans. The beans have similar calories, but only 9 grams of protein versus 30 grams of protein for the steak. So this is what we're looking at.
And then I have this broken out also for minerals and for vitamins, just to show the micronutrients that you're getting from animal source foods too, which are far superior to. So here we have vitamins.
Right, but this is just beans, right, which are not really known as primary sources of vitamins.
Oh, they're touted as the magic food
Beans for vitamins?
for nutrient density. For
Not for vitamin A, since they have 0%.
But this is kind of the cul-de-sac you get stuck into, though. Like, how do you get enough protein?
Right.
How do you not overeat? And then what type of nutrient deficiencies are you facing at the end of that? Like, it's
Well, if you look, it's funny that they put vitamin D because you really don't get vitamin D from food. On both of them, 0%. Like, why is that on there then?
It's just part of the USDA.
Oh, I see. And vitamin A, again, it's like you only get 1% from steak. But the big ones are vitamin B12. That's a big one because if you look at the big difference in B12 in kidney beans, you have 0%. B12 in steak, you have 95% of your USDA, and that's just for 4 ounces. This is a small portion of sirloin steak, and you're getting almost a full daily requirement of vitamin B12, which that is a big factor with people that are on a plant-based diet is getting their B12.
Yeah, and iron and B12 are 2 of the most common nutrient deficiencies worldwide.
And both of those are common in meat and not very common in plant-based stuff.
Yeah, and whenever there is a nutrient in both plants and animals, our bodies prefer the animal source nutrient.
Why is that? And how do we know that?
So for like example, beta carotene, which is like what makes sweet potatoes orange and carrots orange, we have to convert that to vitamin A. Retinol, which is the usable form. So when we eat an animal source of vitamin A, which is in fats of animals, we're getting it directly. And there's about 45% of the population has a gene that makes it so they can't make that conversion efficiently. So not only do we have to convert it, but then almost half of all humans can't do it very well.
Really?
And so to convert beta carotene to vitamin A, and that's just one, heme iron in animals.
Half of the people that can't, is it because of the location of their ancestors? Is it?
That's my guess, because what we see with omega-3s is people that, lived along the coast where they were getting their omega-3s from fish, lack the ability to efficiently convert plant source essential fatty acids to the ones that we actually need for our bodies to use.
Very interesting. And so how would one know? How would one find out if they're maybe some people could digest sweet potatoes really easily, some people can't? Like how do one know?
some genetic testing can ferret some of that out, but now that we have people that come from so many different backgrounds, it can be challenging, and the genetic testing isn't perfect on that. You know, you can find that maybe you have a high likelihood of converting the carotenoids into retinol, but then some of these nutrient issues are gut related. So if your gut microbiome is deficient in some type of bacteria, you may not even get the conversion to be able to get the beta carotene into your body. So that's another layer to it. And it just gets really complex. Like I think you almost go the simpler way of, instead of trying to get in and get super detailed on like the genetics, how do you look, how do you feel, how do you perform, keep kind of an inventory of what you're eating. And then if there are some pretty classic nutrient deficiency syndromes, you know, like dry skin and split nails and things like that for zinc deficiency as an example. And so it's almost easier to go that way versus trying to get in and then from like first principles figure out what's your genetics and what's the perfect diet that's going to work for you. Yeah.
So the bioavailability, what do we know in terms of the bioavailability of the plant-based proteins versus animal-based proteins? Like, how do we know that the body is absorbing the protein more efficiently from an animal source?
I'm trying to pull up the protein bioavailability chart, because there is a chart that sets it, and it's animal source proteins are always above plant source proteins. 100%.
Mechanistically, what they do is they'll figure out a given amount of protein, and then they've fed that to people, and then they will look at serum amino acid levels after that, kind of track them over time. So animal-based proteins, you're going to, let's say you give them 30 grams of protein, and then you track over a 2-hour period the branch, all the amino acids that we see go up and then down during that. And you can compare that to beans or broccoli. And so that is a piece of how you figure out the the comparative bioavailability of one protein versus another. And you see this even just with like cooked proteins versus non-cooked proteins. Like I know that there's kind of, I like eating some like steak tartare here and there and stuff like that, but there's just kind of a reality that meat that is cooked is much more bioavailable for the proteins and also the nutrients that are in it versus raw meat.
That's interesting. Like, what about rare?
I'm not sure on that because it's still cooked some. So
It's
I'm
cooked
not,
on the
Yeah,
outside,
it's cooked on
but
the outside.
inside's pretty.
Yeah, I suspect that you know, like if you were to sous vide something and slow cook it, and it's cooked thoroughly, I think that that would probably optimize like the bioavailability of the whole protein. Yeah.
What about the difference between like a medium rare and a well done? Is well done less bioavailable or more?
I think that well done is probably more bioavailable,
Oh.
but it tastes so bad that I've thought about that. It's a really good question. I don't know for sure, but if you only eat a tiny piece of it because it tastes horrible, then I don't know if it's really helping you.
Because I'm always wondered, like particularly because of game meat, because wild game meat has always been touted as being much more protein rich than domestic cattle, and I eat a lot of that stuff. So I'm always wondering, like, what is going on? How do they know?
It's definitely lean. So, I mean, you're getting a lot of protein per serving because the game meat is so incredibly lean. So
Right.
when you compare it per calorie, or even if you've just got, 4 or 5 ounces on a scale, if you have like a ribeye, what is a ribeye? Like 20% fat by weight?
I think it's
Something
more
like
like
that?
45%.
It's 45 by calories, or is it 45% by weight?
Well, so there's no carbs in meat. So all you have is protein and fat. So if you're looking for like what has more protein, like a boneless skinless chicken breast can have more protein than a burger, only because it has less fat.
But it also has less nutrients overall because a lot of the fat soluble vitamins, the E, A, not really
K.
D, K, is all in the fat. So that's one of the benefits of eating at least some amount of animal fat, because those fat soluble vitamins kind of associate with that.
What about the difference between a red meat and a white meat, like a chicken versus like a grass-fed steak?
Beef is about 30% more nutrient dense than chicken.
Per
Really?
calorie.
And chicken is really high in omega-6s. Like really high.
that
The
good?
the inflammatory fats. So, we're a lot of people think chicken is more virtuous to eat for some reason, but it's
Virtuous? Is that?
yeah, like you'll see like everyone who has these like clean eating books that are eliminating meat, but they'll still have boneless skinless chicken breast in there, of course. 'Cause it's more like almost more like tofu of meat. It's not on a bone, it's like white and kind of clean looking.
Plus, chickens are little heartless dinosaurs.
Yeah.
People don't really. Cows, you can pet them and stuff. Chickens just trying to figure out if they can eat you.
And they will if they could.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I used to have chickens, and they pecked at my daughter's feet. And my wife was like, she thinks that the hen thinks our daughter's foot was a mouse or a worm or
Right.
something. I go, no, she's trying to eat our daughter. Like, what are you talking? She's just dumb. This is a dumb little marble-brained fuckhead who's trying to eat our kid. like that's how I thought about that chicken. I'm like, fuck off, you little cunt. It's like shitty bird.
So I always tell people, like, if you're in a grocery store and you don't have access to, know your farmer grass-fed beef, and you're just looking at pork, chicken, or beef, from a nutrient density, from an animal welfare, and from an environmental perspective, actually beef is going to be the better choice when you're looking at the industrial food system
That's
model.
okay. So this is where we get into the weeds, right? Because when you say that in any way that beef or raising beef is good for the environment in any way, shape, or form, that's when people go nonsense. The doctrine, as stated up on high, is that if we want to save the environment, we have to eat less meat.
Yeah.
I hear this from people with no evidence. I hear it from people and they spout it out, and I go, "What are you saying?" Well, you should know already. They'll give you that. You should know already that if you're eating a lot of meat, it's bad for the environment. I'm like, "How's it bad? Tell me how it's bad. What's going on?" And they'll bring up factory farming. I'm like, "Well, factory farming is horrible. It's horrible. Everybody says it's disgusting. But what about regenerative farming?" And they're like, "Well, that's not sustainable. That doesn't work."
Or we don't have the land for it.
Right.
and this is where sometimes I think that we chose to do the book and film because we wanted to commit career suicide and public self-immolation both at the same time, because it's like this thing ended up pissing everybody off because we're not totally in the like whitewashed regenerative ag camp. Like we see some laudable features to pieces of like the industrial system, and some of the meat that we brought you is from a local outfit that mainly pasture feeds their meat, but when they were in a drought situation, and so they reached out to some of the local breweries and they got a bunch of residue from the brewing process, and that's what they supplemented their animals with.
Which is some kind of barley grain.
Yeah, and that's a whole other interesting thing, is the bulk of the food that is given to cattle comes out of the ethanol industry. We're not stealing food from humans to do that. With chickens and pork, you kind of are allocating food that could have otherwise gone to humans. But even conventional beef spends 70% of its life on grass. And then that finishing process, oftentimes part of the finishing process, they put it in a wheat field where the wheat's been harvested, and then it eats the crop residues, and it's eating the mash from industrial or drinkable ethanol production. So there's a whole interesting nutrient upcycling story there that just gets buried, and it's really important and it's really valuable. It's very efficient, but it doesn't really fit into either camp. It isn't this beatific view that we would like all these grass-fed, pasture-raised stories to fit into, and it's definitely not the horrors of like industrial chicken production, which is super gnarly.
Yeah, super gnarly. What is drinkable ethanol?
Beer, wine, just the stuff because you have industrial ethanol, and then you have the stuff but a lot for beer, wine, spirits, all that type of stuff.
Even Oatly, they got into trouble from some of their followers because the hulls from the oats were going to feed pigs. And
what is Oatly?
Oatly is a oat milk company.
Oh, okay.
And
I hate when they say that.
yeah,
Oat milk. Like,
oat water.
Does not come out of an oat breast. Stop it. You stop it with the milk. That's not milk. That's just, you're doing weird shit with water.
Right.
It's not milk.
It's oat tea.
Yeah. That's
really.
Yeah, call it white oat tea.
Yeah.
Or
but,
almond tea.
But there's a lot of leftovers from their processing.
Mm-hmm.
So they were feeding pigs with it, which is an awesome use of that.
Right.
But the vegans found out and put the kibosh on it, and now they're trying to form oat bars for humans out of this inedible
Residue?
fiber that exactly.
Oh, Jesus.
And so, but with cattle, because they're ruminants, their digestive system is very different than a pig or a chicken, and a cow can actually upcycle stuff that has no other use in our food system, is just going to sit in a pile and emit greenhouse gases anyway if we don't feed it to cows. And so they can actually eat stuff we can't eat and turn it into beef.
Interesting. So that's the grain that's left over, the mash that's left over from the breweries, and that's this oat stuff. And so the vegans got upset, and they're upset because they were bringing it to people that were giving this stuff to pigs that were going to be led to slaughter.
Correct.
Well, is there a way to it seems like it's silly to just not use it. I mean, the earth uses it, right? If it does biodegrade, it's going to compost, and it's going to have some sort of a function for...
It does, but when you're dealing with industrial levels of that, like in Brazil, there's a problem with the banana peels, because the banana peels are actually pretty toxic, and it's hard to figure out how to deal with those things.
How are banana peels toxic when I watch so many people on TikTok make shredded pork out of banana peels?
If they really get after it, they're going to have a rough day. They're going to shit themselves.
Have you ever seen that?
Yeah,
I've seen
have.
do that?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that's not edible, right? Like, what are they doing? They're basically like spicing up garbage and trying to serve it as pulled pork.
Yeah.
That is so weird when they do that. The Sean Baker videos where he's sitting there, if you haven't seen
And
it,
he's just
Sean Baker
horrified.
has a giant cutting board and literally like a machete.
Yeah.
And he's just slicing into beef Then he's eating this like 4-pound ribeye, and while he's cutting into beef, on the other side of the screen, you see someone making like tofu ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Look at him.
It's some of the best performance art on the internet.
But look at the size of that fucking
I
knife.
do love the size of that knife.
The knife is so preposterous.
Oh,
He's
and
just
here's the
taking
banana peel. Yep.
big slices of meat. And so they're taking this banana peel and they scrape off the stuff on the inside. Oh, so he's eating pork too. And so he's eating real pork while they're eating this
Fake
stuff.
pork.
Well, it's like what is in a banana peel? I mean, what is it? Just plant fiber? Is there any nutrients at all?
I mean, technically there would be some nutrients, but what it has is the anti-predation chemicals to keep things from eating the banana. So it has these, I don't know if it's saponins, and I think it's saponins. It's kind of a soap-like substance, but it will really irritate and damage the gut lining. Like they try to feed it to cattle, and even cattle that are really good at eating kind of squirrely things, it will make the cattle sick.
So that's just the outside, though. Why doesn't the inside have those things?
Even that stuff that she's scraping out has some of that in it too.
But the banana
Yeah.
itself doesn't?
The banana does not.
That's why
Interesting.
fruit is doing well for you right now.
Yeah.
So fruit wants you to eat it because it wants you to deposit the seed somewhere else.
Right. It wants you to poo it out, and so the seeds will be fertilized, and then they'll grow somewhere else. That's its whole strategy.
That's its plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thought process behind the way Paul Saladino describes his, he calls himself carnivore MD, and basically he's got a meat-based diet, but he supplements it with fruit. And this is the first time I've ever tried to do it that way, and it's so much easier to do
Right.
than just eat meat.
Yeah.
And it's great because before workouts, like today I had 2 bananas, and then I worked out. Like, you have no problem exercising. Whereas when I was just eating meat, I was a little draggy, like when I was working out.
And I love meat, but the only time of my life, like I've eaten kind of a ketogenic diet for 23 years, but there's a little bit of fruit, some vegetables, some different things in there. And the only time that I had like neurotic food desires was when I was doing like strict carnivore, and I wanted pizza and ice cream and shit that I never wanted before.
Right.
Like I went kind of crazy, whereas like loosening it up and having a little bit of fruit, a little bit of honey here and there, particularly before, pre or post workout or something, like I'm fine with that.
Do you think that's what is that process of converting the meat to sugar, gluconeogenesis? Do you think that's what that is? It's like your body's like cranking
It's an
it up.
expensive process. It's a hard process to do.
Yeah.
Could be that. Could have been I was just nuts. and just-
I mean, Rob and I are already really restricted with our
we
diet.
both have celiac.
Yeah, so like
What is so celiac? You can't have any wheat. Can't have
Right.
any. What is the bulk of the restrictions?
yeah, I mean everything on the inside of the grocery store is just completely, or even going to a taco place, and if they fried the corn tortilla on the same griddle as the flour one, I would have a reaction.
Really?
Celiac is an autoimmune gluten sensitivity. So the villi, the little finger-like things that line the gut that help absorb nutrients, those just get killed via an autoimmune reaction because the body is it's made antibodies against proteins in our body by mistakenly making them against the gluten gliadin proteins.
And how many people have this and don't know about it?
I know that they think it's 1 in 133 people have it.
Wow.
It took me until I was 26 to find out that I had it. I had it my whole life,
And you were just eating pizza and going off.
and being very sick. Yeah.
Interesting. So, so there's the celiac thing, and this requires you to stay away from all glutens. Is there anything else that it requires you to stay away from? Are you allowed? Are nuts okay, like peanuts, walnuts?
I mean, I definitely feel better when I eat a diet more close to what you described. But yeah, strictly meat was a little intense for me. Although, I wanted to mention I had a nutrition client who with compulsive overeating. So, and I've sat through these. They're like AA meetings, but for people that are compulsive overeaters. So, like, the reward signals just light up times a million in their brain when they encounter certain foods.
Really? What is that?
I mean, I think some people just are prone to addiction.
Is it a psychological thing, or is it is there like is there a thing you could track in the brain when they're overeating like this?
I mean, my theory on this is that some people are just low dopamine, and they may get into heroin, they may get into gambling, or they may become compulsive overeaters, and it's just sort of how it plays out.
Or like some of my clients, they do all of the
or,
above.
or all of them. But so I sat in on a meeting when I was a dietetic student, and they all have to identify their trigger food and then agree to not eat it and abstain from it. So sort of like an alcoholic type meeting, except for, unfortunately for them, you have to eat. You can't avoid eating, you know. And it was white foods that was unanimously the trigger food for like all these people. But it still can be overwhelming to figure out what you're going to eat. And so anyway, I had a young woman who, she just wanted to go carnivore. It was just easier for her to like just give herself only that, and she lost. And she had rheumatoid arthritis that went into remission.
She lost.
Gosh, like 60. It's still going, actually. I think the last time I checked was 60 or 75 pounds.
And her arthritis went into remission.
Yes.
So, what do we think is happening to people's guts? Do you think that it's the plant defense chemicals that are messing with people's guts? Do you think when it comes to, obviously not celiacs, which is an extreme version, but when people do have issues with autoimmune issues that are food related, what is causing this stuff?
I think there's a lot. Like we have now, antibiotics were developed in the 1930s, like the sulfa-based antibiotics, and it was 1950s-ish that the more penicillin-derived antibiotics started hitting. So how many generations now do we have, like mom to baby, like alterations potentially in the gut microbiome? So some people who have the celiac gene don't express celiac disease because they have gut microbes that trim up the prolyl endopeptidase. They have prolyl endopeptidase bacteria that break up the gluten proteins.
Is that something someone can supplement with?
Kind of, but it doesn't work that well. Like it's kind of like it will protect you from like cross-contamination a little bit, but like you get so sick with celiac, it's something that I would be careful, playing around with that. But so you've got antibiotics, you have alterations in just our environment. I think that there's gut issues, mitochondrial issues, and then changes in our food supply. So I think it's a lot of different things. Low vitamin D levels, like the autoimmune diseases, track very, very closely with latitude. You tend to see relatively little autoimmune disease near the equator, and then you see it much higher at higher latitudes. So vitamin D is a big factor. So there's a lot of different things that go into it, which is a little bit of the problem of trying to figure out how to fix it, because doctors have a tendency to just say that people are crazy or it's mainly in their head because there's like this piece and that piece and the other piece. There's clearly a piece to a loss of gut barrier function. Like that's pretty well understood. Alessio Bassano, like he's a researcher mainly looking at celiac disease, but he has celiac disease as a model for autoimmune disease in general. But there's a loss of intestinal barrier function. When intact food particles can make it into the body, then the body can mount immune responses to everything. And then the flip side of this, and maybe why carnivore works so well, is that if somebody eats a very simple diet, it doesn't irritate the gut can heal, and then the body is not primed to be, reacting as much, doesn't mount the same immune response, and so you can kind of dial that inflammatory process down.
There's also other people that think that when you live in a really clean environment,
the hygiene
and you're
hypothesis,
so all of us have immune systems that want to be working and exercising themselves all the time, and in places where you're more likely to have parasites or other pathogens through your food, your immune system's busy working on all that stuff. And keeping you healthy. But when you are living in a place where there's just not anything for your immune system to work on, then it'll work on you and start attacking yourself.
How much do you buy into this idea that plants, whether it's like kale or what have you, these plant defense chemicals that these plants emit are causing some autoimmune issues with people?
For sure. They are in some
sure.
people. It shouldn't really be that way, though, not to the degree that we see now. And this is where, just looking back at like the 1950s, people weren't, celiac existed then, but it didn't exist to the degree it does now. You didn't see these multiple chemical sensitivities that folks have now. plant defense mechanisms are definitely there. I mean, part of the reason why people soak, sprout, and ferment grains and legumes is that it decreases those things. So within most traditional food cultures, there's ways of taking relatively toxic foods and making them less toxic. Like what do they do with the taro root to get the cyanide out of it? I mean, just cooking, but they will also
that's a big
ferment
process.
it. Yeah.
But even
they're-
with corn and
yeah,
lime.
Yeah, corn and lime, isn't it? So there's a lot of historical food systems that help deal with this stuff. But it just, when you look at most traditional food systems, it took pretty good care of people. Like, not everybody on the planet need to eat paleo to have really outstanding health. Traditional Mesoamerican food, even though it was very corn rich, they figured out that you needed to do some things to prevent pellagra, which is this B vitamin deficiency ultimately, which was the inclusion of lime. But there's something that's changed where
The
we're
inclusion of lime. What do you mean?
When you make corn tortillas traditionally, you like ferment it with lime, and that breaks down some of the anti-nutrients with the corn and makes it more digestible.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So this is when they're making the tortilla itself.
Right.
So what about the difference between a cooked vegetable versus a raw vegetable? Because one of the things that people love to say is like, oh, I only eat raw vegetables. And I'm like, hey, man, I don't think that's good. I used to think that was good, but I don't think that's good anymore.
You're right. Period.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just really hard to digest them. And I mean, when you look back at traditional cultures, pre-agriculture, meat was what you ate when you could get that, and then all the other stuff was what you ate when you couldn't get the meat.
You just ate it to survive,
Right.
just to give you some calories.
Right.
Yeah.
But meat is the most nutrient dense, perfect food for humans. It just is.
It's such an exhausting conversation when you say that to people, though. Like you said, I think, you eating all that meat, like what about your cholesterol? What about you? What, you going to have a heart attack?
Yeah, and it's working its way into policy, which is really disturbing to me. Like,
Yeah.
as a mother, like New York City public schools, vegan on Fridays now, in addition to meatless Mondays. So now you've got a school system where 70% of the kids are economically disadvantaged and might go home on the weekends. Like, they need school lunch, right? And now you're flanking the weekends with nutrient poor both Friday and Monday.
And it's this ideologically driven thing that's based on this idea that if you eat less meat, it's better for the environment. Like this thing that they say. And they also say for health purposes. Like,
Right.
oh, they'll cite the China study. Like, this one fucking study. And, like, no matter how much you say, like, hey, you need to read the rebuttals of the China study.
Yeah.
Because they're pretty brutal. And it shows that it's a lot of biased evidence and that they really didn't do a good job of being objective about that.
So there's one thing that's coming up, that's happening right now, that's really interesting. So there's this thing called the global burden of disease, and this is published by the Lancet, and it's what most global food policy is set on. And between their report in 2017 and 2019, meat was 36 times more likely to kill you. And there were some researchers, some friends of mine, that pushed back. They wrote a letter to the Lancet, which was blocked. The Lancet, it sounds like, is finally going to be publishing it, like, over the next couple days.
Finally
And-
publishing this thing that says that meat is 36 more times.
Oh no, that's out. The
That's out.
2019 Global Burden of Disease is out, and I actually had a graphic on that just to
So
show.
what are you saying is going to be published?
So some friends
A
of mine,
rebuttal?
right, because these guys didn't provide any evidence at all as to why meat. So there's this theoretical minimum risk exposure level that is supposed to be the safe level of meat you can eat, and it went down to 0, according to these researchers, which is going to be global food policy. You can now eat 0 red meat safely, with no. So that they said they did their own systematic review, but they didn't show any of the evidence, any of the papers they reviewed, and there's no research that's strong that's showing meat is. There's
Okay,
only
but-
one randomized control trial.
If they're not showing you any evidence, they're
Mm-hmm.
not showing any papers. then How is this science?
Right. And so finally, the Lancet is going to publish this paper where my colleagues are questioning the results and where is the science. And the Lancet, the global burden of disease is the Lancet. This is a really very big deal.
So I don't understand. Like, what is there? I always thought that with scientific papers, you had to cite sources and you had to. So
Up until about 2 years ago, that was pretty consistent, and then I think we've seen a loosening of standards. on
Here's
it.
the difference between 2017 and 2019. So you can see the top part is what we're doing in excess. And you can see that diets high in red meat used to be a very small percentage of like the cause of death globally, which is even a silly thing. But it used to be sodium was much higher. And now meat has gone up. Do you see this? 36 times more likely to be the cause of death
how is that?
in 2 years.
So this is the study. This is and this analysis when they're doing this. How are they coming to this conclusion?
Right.
Nobody knows.
They
Nobody
just
knows.
tell you.
They're
They're just saying it.
they're just saying it.
So what is their motivation?
We don't really know.
I mean, a little tinfoil hatty, I think that there's a powerful desire to consolidate food production globally, and this is an amazing way to do it. As it is, there's I think that 6 or 7 companies produce like 90% of the food that's consumed globally, but what we've seen over time is just more consolidation, and there's this kind of weird interface between tech and venture capital and food. There have been some interesting pieces where folks are looking at food like they want it to be operated like IP, like software. They want you to be able to own the
It's
intellectual
interesting you
property
say that
around it.
because Bill Gates is now the largest owner of farmland in the United States.
Yeah.
We looked at that up once. There was some sort of dispute about that, but then we looked at it. Said he was.
He wants to
right?
be.
He owns a lot.
He
Put it that
owns
way.
a
He's,
shitload.
the Gates,
Yeah.
Gates Foundation is one of the major sponsors of this study that I was just talking
so
about.
it's fuckery. So but the thing is, like, he keeps saying that we've got to eat less meat, and we've got to cut our consumption of meat out to be healthy, and then we're gonna get used to these meat alternatives. When a guy like that says that, I'm like, are you making money because of this? Like, why are you saying that? And by the way, you look like shit. Like, because if you're eating those plant-based burgers or whatever the fuck you're doing, like, you're obese. Like, a guy like that telling people about he's got these breasts
Moobs.
and this gut, and I'm like, this is crazy. You're one of the richest guys on earth. You have access to the best nutrients, the best. You could have an amazing trainer. You could be in phenomenal shape, and you're giving out public health advice. You're giving out health advice, and you're sick. It's like literally like a non-athlete trying to coach professionals. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How are you giving any health advice when you look like that? Your health is piss poor. I'm not a doctor, but when you've got man boobs and a gut and you're walking around, you have these like toothpick arms, I'm like, hey buddy, you're not healthy.
There's a lot of profit to be made in processing something into a Beyond Burger. There's a lot of profit to be
But
made.
those aren't even selling anymore. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, we're kind of lucky in a way. Like the consumers kind of got in and poked around that, and there was Forbes did an interesting piece where there was so much interest from the vegan community around Impossible Burger and Impossible Food, and this Forbes piece was interesting. It made the case that these people were usually very progressive and very anti-corporation, were like the biggest fans or promoters of this corporatization of our food system, which is kind of where all this stuff is going. What
We're
we're
getting duped.
really are, but on the one side, there's this story that meat will cause cancer and diabetes and all this stuff, and it's going to destroy the planet because of carbon emissions, and it's using all the water and the land, and it's a slick story. It's an elevator pitch. It's elegant. It's like buttoned up, airtight. And then when we start trying to unpack that, you have to dig into ecology and non-equilibrium thermodynamics, and it's not an elevator pitch, and it's a lot of work to unpack what those claims are. And then, even what is the motivation to do this? Then we start getting into conspiracy theory land. It's like, well, there are people that want to control the food system, and they want to, turn food into intellectual property that they own. But
So-
that really seems to be what's going on with this.
And I think they've realized consumers aren't going to just buy it in the grocery store. And by the way, it's twice as expensive. Like Beyond Burger is twice as expensive as organic grass-fed beef per pound.
Wow.
But they sell it in half-pound packages right next to the pound packages, and so.
they're tricky.
But so why not just make it policy and indoctrinate these kids from kindergarten to age 12 with these messages? Like the Meatless Monday messages are all wrong. Like
What
they're
is
all
the
wrong.
message?
Meat is bad for your health and the environment, and they use these beautiful simplistic infographics showing livestock takes up 3/4 of the land, but okay, but it's not talking about the types of land, or that your burger used 10 bathtubs full of water. But then we're not talking about, okay, the most of the water footprint for a cow is actually in the grass. It's called green water. It's like water that's already in the environment, in rain, whether the cow is there or not, it's going to happen.
Do we have that infographic?
Yeah, I
That
have
one's
the
really-
the
If
water
you
one.
want to talk about how much water a burger uses up, you better not be eating almonds.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
Exactly.
better not be eating.
Or-
You better shut your mouth if you're eating almonds.
Right.
yeah.
Those things are ridiculous.
So here's the water one, and I've broken it down: land use, feed use, but this is just the water one. And so what most people don't get is that there's, green water is natural rain, and then the blue water is like when you look down on a map and see rivers and lakes.
So what we're looking at, folks that are just listening, is when you look at typical beef versus grass-finished beef, it looks like there's probably like how many dots are on
A
these
little
things?
different. So we're at the bottom. I have the percentages. So it's 94% green water for typical beef and 97% green water for average. And this is average. Like in Vermont, it might be different than Nevada, but
So they have it broken down to these droplets, and these droplets, there's 100 droplets on each side, and 2 droplets from the grass-finished beef are lake streams and underground water. 3 droplets from the typical beef. So, and that's what everybody's concerned about. What people are really concerned about the draining of the lakes and streams and the underground.
so it's not
water.
drinking water.
Right.
It's
And the rest of it, the entire graph, is natural rain, which is rain that exists, moisture that exists in,
Well,
in vegetable matter.
Yeah, and I mean,
Plant
it's going to
matter.
fall on this land, which is land that has been grasslands for eons, and we
Right.
can't use it for anything else. When people say we use all this land for cattle, that's bison are a good example. I'm good friends with the folks that own Rome Free Bison Ranch in Montana. They do both cattle and bison because the cattle don't go up these super steep mountains, and so there are these grassland mountains that the bison graze, and if they don't graze it, then the whole ecosystem just collapses. The ecosystem has been this plant-animal interaction for millions of years,
And this plant-animal interaction is based on the animals' manure,
Yep.
fertilizes the plants, the animals eat the plants.
dung beetles, insects, birds,
Yeah.
all this stuff. So it's not stealing land from anything. This is what grasslands do. It's not stealing water from anything. This is the rain, sleet, and snow that falls on the grasslands. And these animals should be there because it's part of a healthy ecosystem. Like the Audubon Society in the last 10 years has been getting really involved in regenerative ag because one of the first things that they see when people start doing pasture-based meat is that the bird species come back in remarkable profusion because it starts fixing, if you fix all of the ecosystem issues, then these literal canary in the coal mines end up getting addressed and we see more bird species come back.
This brings us to this whole idea of regenerative agriculture being scalable.
yeah.
And is it?
So well, first of all, 85% of the beef cattle in the U.S. right now are grazing on land we can't crop. So these,
85%.
yeah, so because cattle only spend about the last 3 or so months of their lives on feedlots, and so really good grazing can happen even if they do end up being finished on grain.
So most cattle
All-
are not
all cattle.
So they don't just eat grain from the moment
No,
they're babies.
nope.
No. They eat grass, and then when they're getting ready to slaughter them, then for how many months they eat grain?
3 to 4, usually about 3.
And then they basically get sick.
It depends
like
on the
fat.
system. I mean, it like this beef that I brought you today. they're still out on pasture. They're getting some grain. I mean, there's like kind of middle ground. It's not like all good or all bad, you know. In an area where if he were just to let his cattle graze, the cattle wouldn't have enough grass because you guys didn't get any rain in Austin, and so the cows would get sick. So it's
So they had to do something to supplement what you're saying.
yeah, and we're gonna have a brewery process. If we're gonna do ethanol, what are we gonna do with all that stuff? We can feed it to cattle.
Right, but when we're talking about scalable, when something's scalable, and I guess we kind of glossed over the Beyond Meat thing. We probably should go back to that. But
Yeah.
is it scalable in terms of the entire population? Is there what if everybody abandoned veganism?
Right.
If everybody's like, hey, I'm sick, I'm tired of this, this is not working for me. I'm going to go to some sort of sustainable agriculture way of living.
Yep.
Is that without any factory farming? Is that possible for the entire country?
Well, one thing I want to bring up is that Diana went to Southeast Asia can we talk about the Merck deal and all that?
Yeah.
Like antibiotics, I just want to throw that one out there because there's pieces of this system that cannot go on. So we use a huge...
Cannot go on.
Yeah, so we use a huge amount of antibiotics in chicken and pork production because of the proximity that they... Like you can't do industrial chicken without the antibiotic inputs that we have because they're just on top of each other. Merck and some of these pharmaceutical companies recognize this, and so historically, like before the 1940s, chicken and pork were a background part of the food system. Like pork was fed largely food scraps, chickens were just kind of a background part of farms. It wasn't a main feature. I think it was Herbert Hoover that said something like a chicken in every pot is like a campaign deal. This was the beginning of the industrialized food system.
Chickens were expensive.
Chickens were expensive, yeah. It was usually beef and lamb and things like that were the mainstay. But we know for certain that the current industrial food system is broken at the grain production level because of the damage it does to the topsoil. And it's broken at the animal production level because of the damage that it does to our antibiotic defense, basically. Like if we lose the ability to use antibiotics because of creating antibiotic resistant bacteria, we're all screwed. And so Merck is starting to educate folks that produce beef or pork and chicken that we have to figure out sustainable ways of doing this. And it looks a lot more like Joel Salatin or White Oak Farms, where you're integrating all this stuff. So when people just immediately say, well, does regenerative ag scale? We definitely need to address that. But the current system has an expiration date on it. We have to find something else. And in the book and the film, we don't lay out specifically. We're not trying to be futurist saying this is the way that this is going to work. But a lot of what we suggest is that food production should be done at a regional level based off the resources and the knowledge and the culture of the people that are there. What happens in Nebraska should be really different than what's happening in Venezuela or something like that. You have different resources, different infrastructure, different cultural values, but there should be an integration of plants and animals. And the whole thing should probably look a lot more like an early 19th century farm with good technology inputs than just industrial row crops is kind of the ultimate thing that I think we take away from it.
It does sound like he's dodging. So I did go through the numbers in the book.
Okay.
And it does look like we have the land in the U.S. right now to grass finish in a regenerative way all of our beef herd.
Before we go on to that, and I do want to talk about that, what is causing the need for antibiotics specifically? Is it the factory setting where everyone's jammed in together?
Yep.
That's what it is?
Yeah.
When did that start happening?
1940s. When we had the Haber-Bosch process, which made industrial ammonia for firearms and munitions. And then when we got done with that, we're like, oh, this stuff makes amazing fertilizer. And it really is amazing, but it also damages the topsoil. But it produces huge amounts of food, like in grains.
It makes great fertilizer, but it destroys the topsoil at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it makes great fertilizer in that you can short term, and by short term I mean maybe a century and a half, you can produce a shitload of food. But when we think about our planet, we want our topsoil to last forever. We want to come back 5,000 years from now and have the topsoil better than what it is today. So
Right.
there's trade-offs. In the short term, it's good from a productivity standpoint, and we started getting excess food production in a way that we could industrialize things like pork and chicken production by the inputs of grains and whatnot.
And then in the 70s is when it really ramped up with chicken. And that's when people started getting like super affordable chicken because there was also, I believe it was vitamin D, they realized was a nutrient that these chickens really needed in order to thrive in a factory setting. And then as soon as they figured that out, plus the antibiotics, which not only keeps them healthier, but actually disrupts their biome enough to make them gain weight.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
And so those were sort of another couple of magical things. And then in relation to the fertilizer, I just want to mention with the war happening or potential war, we're also running out of fertilizer. So we have to start using animals for nutrients because there's just not enough. You have to mine potash, and that's already a limited thing too, in addition to nitrogen.
So you mean fertilizer just for monocrop
cropland.
agriculture?
Yeah.
Just for growing corn and soy and all that other stuff that we grow in massive quantities.
So a lot of the concerns that folks have, like damage to waterways from effluent from like, CAFO beef production and chicken and all that, it's terrible. But it's also something that if we did more decentralized production, we broke this stuff up and we had cattle integrated with pork, integrated with chickens, and the effluent, their byproducts, the feces, the urine, reintegrate that into the soil. Historically, that's what we did before the industrialization of the food system. This is what people still do in most of the developing world, is they have plant-animal interactions bringing this stuff together. There's certain economies of scale that are really cool with the current system, but it's not like a Ponzi scheme, but I mean, it's got an expiration date on it. Like, we are breaking elements of our ecological system by kind of strip mining the ability to produce lots and lots of food right now.
Yeah, that's one thing that I always try to say to people that are very plant-based centric thinking. I just stress on them how unhealthy for the world monocrop agriculture is. Like, this completely unnatural. Like, you can grow food, you can grow meat in a very natural way, like the Polyface Farms model, Joel Salatin's model. But if you want to feed the whole world with corn and grain, you've got to have these massive fields. And you're not going to grow anything else but this one thing in these massive fields. And whenever you do that, you are damaging that ground.
And that's what goes into lab meat and all Beyond Burger and Impossible Foods. They're not using organic products. They're using 100% legit chemical ag to make their products.
Well, not only is it's like one of the most processed things you could ever eat. So all these people that want to eat healthy, plant-based, like, if you want to eat like a healthy vegetarian diet, you certainly can. But if you want to eat a healthy vegetarian diet and also pretend that these processed things that are filled with seed oils and like, what exactly is in a fake meat burger? And how bad are those things for you?
So, just on a nutrient density level, I've never seen a full breakdown. Like, they'll say total protein, total fat, and it'll line up kind of, but like the fat's coming from soybean oil, not natural. The protein is limiting in the amino acids, but we still have yet to see a full nutrient breakdown of all the junk they put in. And of course, it's better to eat real meat.
What's the main ingredients of those burgers?
Pea protein is one of them, and then
soy ends up like on the oil front, and then also just some of the protein also. Yeah.
What if they mixed those burgers in with a branched chain amino acid profile?
I mean,
Could you do that? Like, have a bodybuilding Beyond Burger?
you could.
You could.
You'd make a lot of money.
You'd make a lot of money. You'd make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But are you causing inflammation? Are you giving people issues with these seed oils, like soybean oil? That's not necessarily good for you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And you're still, like, for every calorie that you consume of that, you're not consuming something else. So where are you getting the vitamins, the minerals, these other things? And in a developed world, you you could go to your corner store and get vitamins and do all that. But what's kind of squirrely is that because this whole story has been so tied into climate change, they're really pushing that the developing world adopt this stuff too. And this is one interesting area that different places in the developed world have pushed back, because they're like, we can't be dependent on this. Like, we have
Right.
these traditional food systems, and if you make us dependent on the exports of like your industrial row crop food system, we're super dependent, and two, we can't afford it. And then the third point, which Diana really detailed this well in the book, these folks don't have access to like a CVS to go get their B vitamins and their folate and you know their zinc
Right.
and their iron and everything. And the same deficiencies that underlie a vegan diet looks shockingly similar to what people face when they're in a malnourished state in a developing country, because they eat a very starch-centric, monocrop type of diet. That is typically the main deficiencies in there largely arise from a lack of animal foods.
So when people talk about the difference between seed oils and there's other vegetable oils that are not bad for you, right? Like olive oil is not bad for you. Avocado oil is not bad for you. Why are some corn-based oils and seed-based oils, why are they bad for you?
Just the ultra processing and the ratio of omegas in them, and they're polyunsaturated. They're not really supposed to be heated, and so they're very unstable, create free radicals.
So if you use them as salad dressing, are they okay?
I mean, but they've already gone through the high heat process and are rancid, and they just kind of add deodorizers so that you can't smell or taste the rancidity.
Really?
Yes, and then they also add coloring to make it look like a butter color. Like, you notice all the oils, that's not a natural color for canola oil to be.
Is it white? Like a clear, rather?
Oh, there's an interesting video out there on the Great Canola, and it shows the process of making canola
Oh,
oil.
Go
It's-
to that, Jamie.
You got
He's
that?
got it. The Great Con Oil.
Canola.
Canola. So canola oil is
Rapeseed oil that was invented in the 40s to be an industrial lubricant.
Yeah, just the name alone is problematic. So these seed oils, they're all rancid when they're stored in this way.
They're usually go through a very high heat process in order to extract the fat out of the seed. So just that process alone renders them rancid.
And if they didn't go through that process, there's no way to get the oil
So
out of the seed.
there's cold pressed,
Okay.
but then
like olive oil, some of it's cold pressed,
or like
right?
grapeseed oil. You
Grapeseed
might see in a health food store a cold pressed grapeseed
And is that
oil.
okay?
But I suppose if you were to use it on like salad dressing and not cook it, it might be okay. But it's still not. I mean, there's nothing redeemable about grapeseed oil. Like, and I'd have to look up the omega ratio, but you're much better with avocado oil or just good olive oil.
So why is avocado oil and olive oil, why are those good for you?
They
They're-
tend to be high in monounsaturated fat and then relatively low in the omega-6 fats. Like none of these things have much in the short chain omega-3 fats. Some people get kind of wrapped around the axle, though. Like high oleic safflower oil is typically lower in omega-6s than olive oil is. So just on that omega-6, omega-3 side, like it can get a little bit squirrely, but then you have the additional piece of how was it processed. Like if it was cold extracted, then it's probably safer from like an oxidized fat perspective versus if it was heat extracted. So it does get a little bit complex, and that's where like a good quality olive oil or like butter or lard or tallow or something is just generally safer for most things.
Yeah, and so then we get to Then we get to these fake meat burgers, and these fake meat burgers, they're using soy oil, and then how are they making it look like meat?
I mean, kitchen chemistry. I mean, some of the stuff that Sean Baker has videos of just kids doing in their. Somebody made a pork roast, not a pork roast, a ham. Somebody did a ham, And when I couldn't believe the stuff they put in on the front end, but when they were done and they were cutting it, like it looked like ham. And
Really? See if you can find that one.
I mean, I was super impressed. I actually commented, I'm like, it kind of gives me a little gut ache to look at that. But I mean, the finished product, and this is somebody just doing it in their kitchen, and I thought it looked. Just looking at it from a video, if they had real ham and this fake ham, I wouldn't have told.
So this is Sean Baker. Would that be on his TikTok, you think?
Probably, yeah. Instagram or TikTok.
He's become a TikTok celebrity.
Yeah.
How many TikTok fans does he have now?
I don't know. A
It's
lot.
amazing they haven't kicked him off. TikTok is ruthless with kicking people off.
It's great with kids. Like, I have 2 teenagers, and my son follows Paul Saladino and is now also doing that diet.
Really?
Like, and meanwhile, I've been.
Telling him forever. That's hilarious. That's
Yeah.
very funny. Yeah, I see his videos constantly, which is very funny to me. That this is, like this
Right.
guy with a big knife eating meat has become ultra popular. But they're brutal with their censorship.
Yeah.
TikTok just removes videos left and right. They'll just call it hate speech and just yank you off.
Done. Yeah. But I don't know exactly, but I mean, they're going to extract the protein, some of the fiber. They're going to extract the fats from these different things, and then you start putting it together in a kitchen chemistry format to make it look like meat.
And their blood, like how are they making
Beet
it?
juice.
Beet juice. Okay, so here it is. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So this person is, look at his face. What is he doing? Riding a stationary bike? Oh, God. So they're making this like weird dough with some kind of
Probably wheat
flour.
gluten.
Yeah, wheat gluten.
So this is going to give celiacs a fucking heart attack. And then what is he doing? He's like rolling it around and then
But look at this one.
wraps it.
That looks like ham.
Pretty wild.
That looks like ham.
Yeah.
And that's just in
This is-
this person's kitchen.
Vegan ham. Yeah, but it's amazing, like the process that's involved in that, like all the kneading and twisting. Like when he ties it into knots, he's putting all this stuff in there.
And in the film Sacred Cow, when I have Rob and Joel Salatin talking about all the inputs that go into Beyond Burger and Impossible Burgers, I actually was able to use their own promotional footage. Just with Rob and Joel talking about how disgusting the process is and getting this, what did you call it, biological goo?
Right.
Just over their own promotional footage of what a miracle it is of these vats that they've,
Oh, we need to see that. Is that available online? Can someone see that? The
it was just-
process of making a Beyond Burger.
It was an Impossible Foods. I can look if he can't. It was just the Impossible Foods, like making of Impossible Food burger. Yeah. And the funny thing is their only claim, so they can't win on nutrition. They try to win on ethics, right? So they try to say no animal died for this.
Okay, here it is. The making of an Impossible Burger. Looks legit. Look at that. It so looks like a burger. There it is. How do they taste? I haven't had one.
I haven't had one.
Don't you think you should have one? Just a comment? No?
I could take that bullet, I guess.
I feel like I
No,
should
there's
take. I
They
should take one
actually
of them
put
bullets.
heme in it.
There's another one.
Oh,
with,
wait a minute. No, I did have one. I had one. My friend CK brought it to one of the shows that Chappelle and I were doing at Stubbs.
Do you know if it's one of these?
Heme, the magic ingredient in the Impossible Burger. Heme.
It
Heme
could be
sounds-
that one because you can see the vats in the background and you just.
Anyway, I had one. I had a burger that was in it, and it just like tasted like a bland burger. It was from some local place that makes some plant-based burgers and then some like real burgers. So this is them getting excited about these smash burgers that are made. Look at these guys. This is just like a real burger. Has anybody ever eat them and go, "What the fuck is this? This is not a burger. Why are you feeding me this, man?" So,
I mean, it's some great kitchen chemistry.
yeah.
It's-
Look at the fake blood, the beet juice. And then they have to get the flavor profile, right? So, but basically, when you're eating it as a burger, then you're eating all the other stuff. The bun, and there's the lettuce and the tomato and the pickle and the, maybe you got a little sauce on there or some ketchup. It's probably easier to get that as a reasonable facsimile.
with all the other
Yeah,
stuff.
that looks
yeah.
like beet juice. I drink beet juice. Should I drink beet juice?
It releases nitric oxide. Like beets and beet juice are pretty legit. Yeah.
Really good, like before training,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
But in limited amounts, right? Because isn't too much raw beets toxic?
Yes. Yeah. The salicylates in it. Yeah. It could give you make your kidneys
Too much
fail.
raw beets. So every now and then have a beet juice.
I think more like a ounce or something. Yeah.
It's funny that these people think that they're eating something healthy while they're eating this big ass bread bun. It's kind of funny, right? It's kind of funny, like the promotion of this as a health food, and then you see them eating this fat bread bun. They're like, hey,
So they can't really win on health. They've all given up their health claims.
have they? What was the
Pretty
initial
much.
health claims?
That it's healthier and everything.
Looks good. I gotta say that was good.
They'll say it's less saturated fat.
Doesn't it look good, Jamie?
Is the cheese healthy and all that shit too?
I like cheese.
I mean-
Cheese.
It was probably vegan cheese too, unfortunately, right? Which is like, who knows what that is.
It's a lot of whatever it is.
That's a crazy burger. That's for a glutton who's also a vegan. There's 80 stacks of patties on that sucker. But you, so you're saying like their initial claims that have been
Yeah, so now when I go to their
Invalidated.
websites, I don't see a lot of health claims. And I do know someone who's working on really taking those products and comparing them to meat, like, and breaking it out for vitamins and minerals, because it's just not going to win. But now, so their main claims are now carbon, less carbon,
right.
and completely ignoring all the other ecosystem function pieces that monocropping, but at least
The
it's
damaging aspects of it.
less. Right. So like in all these, United Nations Food Systems Summit, we all have to reduce our carbon, and everyone is so laser myopically focused on just carbon. And that, I think, really comes from these fake meat companies, because that's the only thing that they have.
Is that a valid claim that production of this fake meat is like pound for pound a reduction of carbon emissions versus animal-based?
No.
No. How so? Like even the grossest version of animal-based agriculture, factory farming?
So because most of the greenhouse gases are coming from cattle, as part of their digestive system, its methane gets emitted. And after 10 years, the methane gets broken into H2O, water, and CO2, carbon dioxide. And it goes back down into the plants. The plants release the O2 in photosynthesis. And then the carbon becomes the plant, the roots, and then it can actually store carbon in the ground. And then the cow eats the carbon. And so it's a cycle. And I actually have a graphic showing the methane cycle versus fossil fuels. So fossil fuels are mining ancient carbon from the Earth's core and pumping it straight into the atmosphere with no...
It could be part of a cycle, but it's going to be through plants and animals.
Okay, so we're seeing there's a beautiful sort of a chart, infographic chart that shows how the carbon from the atmosphere gets converted in the methane. It's converted, and so a lot of people think it's cow farts. It's actually cow burps that are the big producer of methane, right? And then it shows the cow's carbon cycle, meat and milk, and how the poop. And this is like, to explain this without saying everything on the chart, and even if I said
I
everything on
have
the chart, it
them.
wouldn't
I
work.
have all these charts at Sustainable Dish /Rogan, and
Okay.
people can just
Oh,
take
okay,
them and share.
great. Sustainable Dish is your website?
Yes.
Okay. So what the difference is, when the cows are emitting this methane, we're thinking of it as just carbon equals bad. But the carbon that they're emitting, and the way that there is a cycle, that they're eating this grass, they're belching, it goes into the air, it becomes H2O and carbon, and then the carbon goes back into the ground, it gets into the grass, they eat it again, and it goes on and on and on. And it's a normal part of what it means to be a ruminant animal on a planet that has grass, and you eat that grass.
Yeah, and so in the U.S., in North America, we don't have more methane emitting animals than we did before we got rid of the bison and the elk and all the other natural ruminants that were already here. And so we don't have a net bigger amount of methane. We just have cows instead of bison and deer.
And the crazy thing is, even if we did, it's still part of a cycle. To get to the point where the cow is emitting methane, you have to pull carbon dioxide out of the air into the plant, gets sequestered in the plant until the animal eats it. But the cyclical part really, and he had Stephen Koonin on recently.
Mm-hmm.
Like he talks, I think he talked a little bit about the differences between the cyclical, pieces of this story versus just mining ancient carbon and releasing it. But the accounting really needs to be different, because the danger that we get into, we discovered recently that shellfish produce huge amounts of methane, termites, rice paddies. Like there's all these biogenic methane sources that then people start freaking out. And there was actually some scientists that were asking, should we eradicate shellfish so that we reduce their carbon footprint? And it's like they're suggesting that we reduce the amount of life on the planet so that we can protect life on the planet. And
Or in Sweden with the moose.
yeah, Sweden, they're
The Green Party in Sweden wanted to kill all the moose in Sweden because they emit methane.
What?
Yeah. It didn't go.
Really?
It didn't pass, but it was proposed.
Oh my God!
And this
That's
is
so loony.
This carbon tunnel vision, where you get so focused on carbon release and you lose the bigger picture of all this other stuff that's going on.
That is so loony. Kill all the moose because they emit carbon?
Right.
But
Because they
that's
emit methane?
that's what's driving these poor kids in New York to eat vegan school lunches, and I mean,
So who started all this nonsense? Where's this? Is it Bill Gates?
I think it.
Bill,
benef-
I'm a fan of your operating system. I want to say I'm not all bad on you, buddy. I think you need better friends, but
I mean, we go into it a little bit how meat became a scapegoat, and meat is a very powerful. It's the most powerful food we eat. It's masculine. It's strength. It's bloody. It represents a lot of things. There, we used to have sacrificial animals, and meat is also seen as barbaric and impure and unnecessary and too masculine, and so there's this deep, weird cultural narrative that's really hard to tease out exactly where it all came from initially. I mean, we idealize vegetarian cultures as more pure than ours.
Right.
And there's a really great example of that, just showing. I have two graphs, one showing the ideal diets in the world, and then one showing the global malnutrition. And it's interesting how the ideal diets are causing the malnutrition. But we're idealizing them because there's no harm and it's pure and it's all of that. So I think
how are the ideal diets causing malnutrition? Is it from a lack of?
animal source foods, 100%.
But is it? Can they be this has always been the big debate, right? Can you have a vegan diet and be completely healthy? Can you do it? Is there a right way to do it? Like we were talking about adding sustainable or adding amino acids, adding vitamins. Is there a way to do it?
I think if someone is young and healthy already, probably was raised, breastfed well, and raised on enough, good nutrition, there does appear to be some people that do okay on a vegan diet for a period of time.
Is there a rough estimate of what percentage?
I mean, no. Most vegans, give it up. 85% give it up within 3 months, and it's usually a health event. So it's not ideal. I mean, just from a pure humans are omnivores, and we need the nutrients in animal source foods.
I remember reading about this guy who was a vegan. He was a vegan for years, and he finally decided to. He's having all these health problems, and he ate a piece of salmon, and he said it felt like he was having an orgasm.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe how good his
I read
body
that
felt.
one.
Wow.
It's sad. I hate being the "I told you so" guy. I hate. I want people to be able. If you don't want any animals to die for your food, and they're gonna die anyway, unfortunately. But if you want that, does anybody want any coffee or anything?
I'm good.
You good. Because of that, you don't like. It's an uncomfortable discussion because so many people are so ideologically connected to this idea that a vegan diet is better, more karma-free, healthier.
And we're seeing what we're seeing with younger people is that health isn't driving it. It's ideology that's
Yes.
driving it, right? And so they will suffer personally for their ideology. And so they're really clinging on to the carbon story and the ethics story.
Well, a lot of them become these vegan influencers, and then they get busted eating fish.
Yeah.
Then they get attacked by the community. I've seen that happen multiple times.
Right.
Where people were like really suffering and they started eating meat and then people went crazy on them.
There was that piece where if they're out drinking, they have a tendency to
Oh,
snack
yes.
on like some burgers.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
giant percentage of vegetarians will eat meat when they're drunk.
Yeah. You know, when we set in to do the book, and this was a long time ago, we thought that we were going to tackle the ethical part of this thing first. So we cover the health, environmental, and ethical considerations of a meat-inclusive food system is kind of the big deal. But one of the things that became interesting, Diana really kind of spearheaded the health side of the research, is that it becomes really hard to grow a human on a vegan diet. I mean, like you look at moms and their nutrient needs and then passing that to the next generation, breast milk, raising kids. Like when you start trying to push this thing forward, it's really hard. People can do it, but it's
So you're talking about when a woman is pregnant?
yeah.
Yeah, and there's been documented cases of
Was it
pregnant.
Finland?
What's that?
Was it Finland that they did the interview with the wealthy Finnish families that were vegan, and like they had really pretty terrible nutrient deficiencies within these folks, and they're wealthy, they're educated, they're supplementing, and they weren't able to consistently pull this off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see babies. So B12 deficiency causes permanent brain damage, like irreversible, or it can. And B12 supplements, if vegans take the vegan version of the B12 supplement, it is actually an analog. It's not real B12, and your cells think it's B12. They'll absorb it, but then it actually blocks real B12. It can make
What?
your B12.
It blocks?
Yeah, it's a B12 analog. It's not actually B12. It just pretends to be B12.
But I thought you could get B12 from algae.
It's not true B12.
Really?
Yeah.
So when you're getting B12 from like blue-green algae and spirulina and all that kind of stuff, like what are you?
From my understanding, it's a B12 analog and not true B12.
It's above my pay grade. I don't know. I think it's an isomer. I think it looks. It may be like the folate needs to be a right-hand shape, and this stuff is a left-hand shape, and so it can
And
plug
so
in. And
is it partially effective? Is it?
So there was a documented case of a vegan breastfeeding mother who was supplementing with B12 and her baby died from a B12 deficiency.
And she was supplementing with the vegan form. Knows it could be a rare
Yeah,
issue.
could be
with her?
one person. But when we look at general populations, kids who don't have access to meat are much more likely to be stunted, to have delayed cognitive development, physical development, behavioral problems. And we only have one study that looked at kids with meat versus less meat. There's only one randomized controlled trial. Everything else is like, oh, this population ate meat and this one didn't, and these guys got more cancer, must be the meat. But, you can't make policy on those observational studies. So this randomized controlled trial was in Kenya. The kids at school that got a meat snack did better than the milk group and the over calories group. And that's the only evidence that we have. And so there's no evidence at all that pulling meat away from children is going to result in healthier kids.
Now, when you get a standard B12 supplement, like non-vegan, what is that from?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't know if they extract it or if it's purely synthetic. I
If you
think
get
it
a
probably.
synthetic version of B12, wouldn't that be sufficient for a vegan?
I would think so. Yeah.
I know that there's non-vegan forms of B12, and I don't know what it's from.
Like actually, not analog, but actually actual B12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when a person is doing that, like what is going on in their body? Their body thinks it's B12, so it acts like it's got enough B12, and then it's just not getting it.
Yeah, Chris Kresser writes about it. I'm going to pull up his study right now.
So there's certain toxins that you can do competitive inhibition so that the toxin doesn't get into cells. So it's something that looks like the toxin, it binds to the receptor site, it can keep it out, but it can work both ways. So you can have different nutrients in our body. Like amino acids are like they call it L-lysine and L-dopa and whatnot because they're left-hand shaped. If you were to put them together in 3D space, they could have an orientation that's either left-handed or right-handed. The right-handed amino acids, by and large, aren't biologically active, and so there's a number of things like that within the nutrients that. Trying to think of another one like D-L-phenylalanine. Like people will use that for chronic pain. It's both the D and the L form. Normally, L-phenylalanine is the form that we use, but the D form of phenylalanine seems to have some interaction in the brain where it actually causes some pain reduction. But normally, the D or the R form of those types of nutrients don't really work in our physiology.
One of the things that you hear about a lot lately is the idea of bugs being a viable food source. And that might be a way to get vegetarians or vegans to eat like a sort of a living protein source, because there's a lot of vegans that don't seem to give a fuck about bugs. It's really interesting. Like I lived next to an ashram when I lived in Colorado, and I was visiting this lady who lived at the ashram. We were talking about something, and she was spraying bug spray. She was killing bugs. And I was like, hey,
What's the story there?
you're supposed to be a Buddhist. Like, you're not supposed to be killing bugs. And she's like, well, there's certain concessions that we have to make. And we have bugs that get in our trash. And I was like, oh, my God. Like, how do you... You're a murderer. Like, this is like mass scale slaughter of life forms.
Buggage.
Yeah, if you look at, like, we have to make this distinction. Like, what is important? Is it life, or is it life with fur? Is it life that weighs more than a pound? Is it like people don't seem to get that upset if you kill a bug, right? You could kill a bug on you and not even dispose of the body, and no one freaks out. Like, if you swat a mosquito, you just basically kind of like move your hand a little bit and fuck you. It's like small enough that we seem to be okay with that thing. Just, where's the body? Like, where did you put that? You just murdered a life form. No one gives a shit. But if you stomped on a mouse in front of people, they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Rob? Why'd you just stomp on that mouse? That's gross. Clean that. Like, it gets to a certain level where we decide it's either cute enough or large enough. You know, and when it gets to things like a buffalo, that's what it's large enough so that, like, that's too big to kill.
Yeah.
But is that equivalent to an ant? Because that lady's out there spraying bugs. She's killing at least a life form. Is that one life form that's an ant, this tiny little thing, is that as valuable to you as a big bison? And if not, why? Tell me why.
And then especially if you look at how it's produced, right? Regenerative ag versus typical monocropping.
Right.
So if you're going to have one cow, that's almost 500 pounds of meat. And if that cow was raised in a way that increased total life, underground and above ground, and brought all these birds back and everything, that was a life that actually led to more life.
Yeah. Well, if you buy corn, you're definitely responsible for some death. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you have a monocrop field of corn, the only way they're going to keep those animals from eating the corn and to keep, you know, when they plow over the corn and they extract it, things are dying. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And then they'll say, but I didn't intend for it to die.
I don't know if that's good enough.
Right.
You know, I mean, if you're like shooting a gun into a crowd and you don't intend for anybody to die, but people die, I think you're still responsible for that death.
Yeah, it doesn't hold up very well.
You might not be looking where you're pointing the trigger, but I think that this idea of a zero-sum game, this idea of never losing any life, is kind of crazy. And one thing that people that are proponents of plant-based diets really hate is when you bring up plant intelligence. They really hate that. They really hate the idea that plants might not just have strategies to avoid predation, but might have real-time maneuvers that they do in terms of like changing their chemicals, where it changes their flavor profile, emitting these defense chemicals because they don't want to get eaten. And there's some sort of an intelligence that plants not just have, but they have with this symbiotic relationship to fungus under the ground. And this mushroom, the mycelium, and the root structures of these plants are sharing resources, and they communicate, and it's a really complex system that reeks of intelligence, and we don't totally understand it, but we have this thought in our head that if it doesn't move, then it's okay to kill, even though it's a life form. But we've made this distinction that a plant life, it does not have the same feelings, it doesn't cause pain, it doesn't cause emotional harm, it's not like us. It's as removed from us as possible while still being a life form to the point where we can just eat it.
Yeah, and in order to make a field for corn or soy, also, you have to annihilate whatever was there before. Like whatever forest, like you're killing habitat and animals in order to make room for this monocrop to happen. And then the pesticides and insecticides and all that stuff too.
Yeah, and just having that kind of a structure where you have this one plant growing in this massive quantity is totally alien to anything that you ever find on Earth in terms of, like, I mean, maybe you'll find grass, like large grasslands. But then again, the grasslands is sort of like this weird little honeypot where the buffalo come over and eat the grass, and they shit, and then the bugs and the whole thing and the manure, and it feeds itself. It makes sense. There's none of that going on with a monocrop soybean.
Well, and it's really not a monocrop, too. Like, there can be dozens or hundreds of different plants in that grass
True,
ecosystem,
good
and they
point.
change throughout the season. And
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, and the amount of cropland that we have that can actually support that has healthy enough soil, rainfall, or access to irrigation, is flat so that you can drive a tractor over it. It's actually quite small.
Now, bugs. Are bugs good for you?
For eating them?
Yes.
I've heard that they are. I don't think my opinion on like crickets is that it's going to be a great animal feed for like chickens. Don't think, or maybe a bar dare for dudes. You know?
Dare?
Yeah, like.
You're talking to the guy who used to host Fear Factor. Crickets are small potatoes.
Okay.
compared to
Yeah, I've
pig
eaten,
uteri.
I've eaten
and-
everything. I ate so much garbage when I was on that show.
But I don't see them as like a regular.
But they do they're a good source of B vitamins, right? I
I-
believe they're B12 rich. Like you could eat like crickets, and I believe they're a good
Probably,
source.
because they're animal.
Grasshoppers.
Yeah, and it's a little bit even like the cultured meat, though, is that you still need an input to feed those critters. And I think that they could and probably should play some sort of a significant role going forward. But what is it that we're going to allocate to those critters?
Right, to grow them.
Yeah,
what
to
are you
grow.
going to feed them
Yeah.
with, and where are you going to grow them, and how much land do you need to grow crickets?
Also, cricket farms are disgusting.
They
Are
are
they?
pretty nasty.
Oh, yeah.
In what way?
Any picture of a cricket farm, they're like these cardboard tenement cities.
Oh, well,
There's a
I've
lot of
never seen
cricket
a-
poop, and
Yeah.
if you don't, so my daughters got really geeked out because they want to figure out
Is this a
some.
cricket farm?
These are cricket farms.
Cricket farm.
So if you don't manage them, the crickets
In
become
Thailand.
cannibals and they eat each other.
Oh, Jesus. Of course they do. Little
So,
monsters.
look at
Can
their
you
prawn
show
all
me a
over the
video
wall.
of a cricket farm? I want to see what they look like. So when I was in Mexico, we checked into this hotel, and they had a bowl of cooked crickets, and it's like a normal snack. And my girls were like, "Yeah, I'm not eating that." I was like, "I'll eat it." I got one of my daughters to eat it. She ate a cricket.
We used
They
to
weren't
get
bad.
a cricket protein bar,
Yeah.
and my girls liked it.
They're kind of salty. So what do you have to do to keep them from eating each other? Just make sure they
You
have
have
a
to
lot
make.
of food?
Apparently, it hits some population threshold, and then they'll just start.
Oh God!
killing
Like
each
nature
other.
has a built-in safe mechanism to make sure
Yeah.
that, and so that's them all ground up. What is that? Like a cricket cheesecake? What
Yeah,
is
it
that?
looks like a carrot cake.
Yeah,
cake.
carrot cake rather. Oh, look at her. She's bold. She sticks her tongue out with the cricket on it. So these are like different kinds of cricket proteins that they've turned these things into, and cricket snacks.
You-
So look at this poor guy. Why's he got a mask on? Is it because of the pandemic or just chicken
Probably
smell?
chicken.
It's hard to tell, right? These days, like,
Right.
why are they wearing masks? Is it because of the pandemic, or is it because this is what they do when they work around?
So
chicken
these
shit?
guys are working. So the chitin,
cricket
the
shit,
the
or-
shells, like you can get an allergy to it, kind of like
Oh.
a shellfish allergy.
Isn't
so they're
it
probably wearing
very
it for
closely
that.
related to
Yeah, I mean, if
shellfish?
you have a shellfish allergy, you
Oh,
can't,
I can
can't
speak
eat
to
them.
this
Yeah.
because when we were on Fear Factor, we found out that if you have a shellfish allergy, you are also allergic to roaches.
Yeah.
We found that out by feeding people roaches.
Oh, that's a
And
nice
then
way
an
to find it
EpiPen
out.
and-
Their throat seized up, and the guy had to leave the show.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Crickets are arthropods like shrimp, crabs, and lobsters. This means they contain some of the same proteins, so individuals who are allergic to shellfish may develop an allergy to crickets. Yeah, it would have been nice if the people that were running Fear Factor fucking asked those folks. But hey, it's a long time ago. So, are they? What's the protein and the nutrient profile of a cricket? Is it similar to an animal?
I think they're really good. You know, like pound per
Probably.
pound, their conversion of feed into basically nutrient upcycling, I think, is really good.
Here
It's
it goes.
just
Look at this. Crickets are a good source of vitamins, minerals, and fiber. In addition to protein, crickets are high in many other nutrients, including fat, calcium, potassium, zinc, magnesium, copper, folate, biotin, pantothenic. How do you say that?
Pantothenic.
Pantothenic acid, and iron. One study found that the iron content of crickets was 180% higher than that of beef.
But you'd have to eat a 4-ounce block of cricket.
You wouldn't be doing that if you were hungry. What if they're good? What if they taste good?
if
Well,
you have the right
lobsters taste
dipping
good.
sauce.
If it's a shellfish thing, right? Like shellfish tastes good.
Right.
Everybody loves lobster, right? If they take, I mean, isn't there a way?
Yeah. And you know, I think that this is at least some of the questions that we need to ask. Like right now, 50% of the food that we produce globally isn't eaten. It basically gets landfilled. And so we could, you know, when people start asking about scalability, at a minimum, we should be better about what we do with the food that we have. Like I forget the name of the outfit, but some folks in New Mexico, they have a pork operation, and they've made relationships with the local grocery stores and restaurants, and basically their food that doesn't get eaten, expired food, they send it to the pigs, they autoclave it, they basically sterilize it, and then they feed it to these animals. And this would have otherwise just gone into a landfill. And we could do this like everywhere. And this is part of the problem that we have, is because of zoning and because of cultural things. Like, we could produce a lot more food in kind of a regional fashion and then be much more efficient with it. We could cut it, like 50% of our food is wasted right now. So what if we took 10%?
Is that just nationwide, or is
It's
that
kind of a global
Really?
number, yeah. So what if 10% of that got allocated into cricket and mealworm and different things, and we use those to produce a possibly vegan acceptable protein source, or it gets used to feed the chickens so that they, you know, there's just a lot of inefficiency there, but there's also a lot of like cultural change that needs to happen to make some of those things more acceptable.
This is sort of unrelated, but there was a guy who ate bad Chinese food. It was like leftover Chinese
He had to
food.
get amputated.
Yeah,
So-
his body went septic. He had to get his legs amputated, his feet amputated. The photos are absolutely horrific. It was just some leftover food that apparently it was sitting out, maybe something, and bacteria got in it, and he ate it, and within hours afterwards, his body was going septic. Like, and he has these lesions all over his body. Wait till you see this. This is so crazy. I've never seen anything like this from eating food. I thought if you ate bad food, you just get diarrhea and you throw up and you'd have
Apparently
food
he got
poisoning.
really bad
I mean,
food.
I've had food poisoning. I'm sure you guys have as well, right? It's gross. It makes you feel terrible.
Was it like botulism? Did he get botulism from it?
I
or-
can't. I don't
No.
know. You find it?
There's a lot of stories. So trying to find
The New
actual
York
pictures.
Post one is the best because they have all the juicy photos. Because you know how the New York Post does it.
Classy.
Yeah, as classy as it gets. And like, it's so crazy. Oh no, this isn't the same one. This is no, it's
that's-
Chinese
yeah,
food.
yeah, yeah.
It's very recent.
I know, but it doesn't, New York Post didn't come up that way.
Just Chinese food. Google Chinese food.
There's noodles.
Yeah, but just Google leftover. It's a new story, bro. It's like leftover Chinese food.
All of these stories are that story. It's just not. The
Oh,
New
why
York
were they
Post one.
showing a spaghetti bowl then?
I don't. That particular one went to the wrong one.
Oh, that looks like
I
Lo
have
mein.
it. I know I have it on my phone because I sent it to somebody.
And the New York Post one didn't pop up. It gave me a different story.
I
from
wonder if
2019.
they took it down.
It's too gnarly.
Yeah, I don't think
Legs and
so.
fingers.
I have
Oh, there it
specifically
is.
New York Post, but it's not.
All right, just try to find
there's
one.
one.
But that's.
Well,
Legs and
try
day
the one
ago.
right there. Try that one. And see if it has the
Yeah,
images.
none of the other ones are having the images. Is the problem.
I'm kind of.
I was doing a lot of clicking really fast, and I wasn't finding anything with the images.
I'm good.
Man has legs.
So I can go to images. On
Yeah,
here,
let's go
and
to images.
I'm sure it'll come up.
Well, that's just noodles. They're just showing noodles. That's unfortunate.
All right,
Anyway,
give me a second.
I found it, and it was it was horrific. This guy had like his feet were like a gross multicolored thing, and all of his skin, and it was just from it going septic from bad food.
How bad did that smell when he ate it? Like,
It might
I mean,
not
how
have
bad
smelled
does
bad.
it have to be bad?
Haven't you had
Oh.
food poisoning? It didn't smell
Yeah,
bad at all.
it's true, but I haven't had amputations from it, so that's crazy.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly
Oh.
it. So these are the photographs. On admission to the hospital, patient had a rapidly evolving diffuse reticular purplish rash on the face, not shown, chest and abdomen, arms and legs. So its whole body was covered in these horrible purple lesions and barely made it. I mean,
Damn.
it's really, really rough when you see it. It's horrible. And so let's go to the top of it. So like figured out what happened. Okay, so the patient had been well till 20 hours before this admission. This is crazy. When diffuse abdominal pain and nausea developed after he ate rice, chicken, and lo mein leftovers from a restaurant meal. Multiple episodes of emesis, is that the word?
Growing up.
Emesis occurred with vomitus that was either what are they trying to do to me here? Bilious or red brown. The abdominal pain and vomiting were followed by the development of chills, generalized weakness, progressively worsening diffuse myalgias, is that right? Myalgias, chest pain, shortness of breath, headache, neck stiffness, and blurry vision. 5 hours before this admission, purplish discoloration of the skin developed, and a friend took the patient to the emergency department of another hospital for evaluation. Upon arrival, the emergency department of the hospital, 4.5 hours before this admission, the patient reported diffuse myalgia, scale of 8 to 10, indicating most severe pain. On examination, he appeared pale, anxious, and moderately distressed. He answered questions appropriately and was oriented to person, place, time, and situation. Okay, blood specimens were obtained, complete culture content, approximately 40 minutes after the patient's arrival. During 30 minutes, tachypnea worsened and labored breathing, hypoxemia, cyanosis. This is a lot of fucking medical terminology here. Supplemental oxygen was administered, so he was just like fading fast. Resulting in oxygen saturation of 83%. Then oxygen was administered through a high-flow nasal cannula at the rate of 40 liters per minute. Wow. So this is a medical thing. This is a medical journal that's talking about this.
It never really says they did cultures on it, but it didn't say what he came back with.
He smoked 2 packs of cigarettes weekly. That's not a lot. Smoked marijuana daily. Holla. And drank 2 alcoholic beverages approximately 2 times per week. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Crazy.
Okay, no more Chinese food.
Well, it's not that.
I think I read of another friend ate it too, but he didn't get as sick. He just had like a little stomach ache, and this kid went the other way with it.
Oh, wow.
I think I read that. I don't. It's not saying that in here, I don't think, but
Oh, wow.
I read it initially.
That dude's got bragging rights.
That's all he's got left. They cut
the
everything
other
else
guy.
off.
No, the other guy. The guy that didn't get cut up.
Right.
The guy that also ate it but didn't really get sick.
Right.
You know, when he's wheeling his friend around. Remember, I ate the same food, bro.
Just stuffer.
Horrible. Horrible joke. So, do you think that there is a future where people can have this sort of this philosophy of having a plant-based diet is like to do the least amount of harm? Now, if you had some sort of a organic back garden diet and you lived off of your garden, that's probably the most karma-free, right? If you just want to eat plant-based foods and then you have crickets for your protein.
I mean, it depends on where you live because in most of the country you can't grow year-round, so
Right.
it gets tricky. And I think if we're talking about least harm, and one of the things, like Rob was trying to say with, everyone likes to lead with these ethics arguments. I want to do least harm. And so we were going to lead the book with ethics. But my thinking was that you have to fully understand the nutritional implications of, like, pulling meat away from people who really need it. And then you have to understand the environmental argument of like what monocrop agriculture is and all that kind of stuff to then understand the ethical, to have like an intelligent ethical debate. You can't just say it's wrong.
Okay, so when we're talking about nutrients, and we were talking about the Impossible Burger and the Beyond Burger and stuff like that, so they don't really claim that it's better for you nutritionally anymore.
Not so much. I mean, there's new
imply it.
crazy studies coming out saying that you should limit your red meat to 0 if you want to live. But those aren't. This is going to get.
Those are going to be
reversed.
exhausting though, because you're going to have to talk to somebody that have read those studies. They're going to stick in your face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a friend who's overweight who's a vegan who was like to claim that I'm going to have a heart attack. I'm like, bro, look at you.
Mm-hmm.
This is so crazy. Like you can't be healthy. Eating whatever you're eating is not good.
And I think for a healthy, 25-year-old athlete or whatever, if they want to be vegan, that's fine. As a mom and a dietitian, I have a big problem with disadvantaged kids being
Yes.
meat being pulled away from them as
But-
policy for virtue signaling.
For sure. But as an athlete, when an athlete is a young, healthy athlete and they're eating a vegan diet, do you think they're leaving something on the table in terms of like the nutrition that they could be getting and the performance that they could be getting?
Totally.
It seems like it.
Seems
Yeah.
like it, right? Like I'm not aware of any top of the food chain LeBron James type people that are vegans. Like when you look at an elite athlete, a Canelo Alvarez, like someone's at the very top of their game. I don't really see any of them that I'm aware of that are vegans. Doesn't mean it's not possible, but I mean, I don't know of any who's the best in their field that's a vegan. Do you know of any? Are there any soccer players that are elite?
Offhand, I don't. And I mean, there's always this piece too of could they have been better? Maybe they are better
Right.
being vegan, or maybe they could have been better with kind of a mixed diet. It's always a tough one. It does seem like like the Game Changers movie, like all the athletes they kind of detailed in that thing, everybody went retrograde after they went vegan. Like the strongman guy got injured a bunch and kind of retired. Like everybody that
The
they had in
strongman
there
guy's
kinda,
a tough case,
Yeah.
because that guy's chock full of steroids. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, that's a steroided up business. Unless they're testing people on a regular basis, and I'm sure there's some that do get tested. When you're dealing with those guys that are just enormous human beings that are lifting the most amount of weight possible, a lot of those guys are on the juice.
Right. And that can
Yeah.
paper over a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
say like what's really going on then.
Right.
Well, and also with these athletes, they're genetically gifted, period. Right? Like they can probably get away with eating a lot of fast food and be pretty a lot healthier than me, So I think, when you're already starting with like the ideal specimen of human,
Right.
and then if they give up plants or meat for 6 months, it may not have the same impact as somebody who has already damaged guts or an autoimmune disease or is an older person or is a developing kid who needs to grow.
There's
So-
been some football players that went vegan, right? That were like elite football players. But didn't one of them just kept getting injured after
Yeah.
he went vegan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would you get it? Is it lack of protein, you think? Like what would...
I think just globally, you are consuming less nutrients, and definitely the protein piece is a big deal. And then if you aren't recovering the same way, like, do you track heart rate variability? You ever?
Yeah, I do when I wear that whoop strap.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, like, what's a cool insight with HRV is that if you're sleeping well and your total stress load, your allostatic load is low comparatively, then you've got more resources to put into recovery. But if you're eating a diet, whether it's junk food or what have you, that is causing some degree of stress, that is not providing the fundamental building blocks, then more energy has to be allocated to get you back to square one again. So this is where like optimizing sleep and nutrition and gut health and all these things really it is something that if you make money from your physicality, like it behooves one to do that because you want to put every bit of recovery, juice into that process because it gets you back in. You can train harder, can train more often. So that's where I could see like the soft tissue injuries and stuff like that starting to be a problem.
But it's kind of guesswork when a football player gets injured because it's kind of an
There's so
injury
much,
sport.
yeah.
It's a sport.
Yeah.
You'd be really cherry picking if you said
Right.
that this is why he got injured.
Right.
So back to this burger thing. So the burger has soybean oil, pea protein, beet juice, and what else is in there?
I think those are the main.
And then what kind of malarkey are they doing to glue it all together?
I mean, we saw again like pretty impressive stuff just with what the person did in the kitchen making the ham.
That looked nasty, honestly.
But it looked like ham at the end,
It looked ham-like. But
yeah.
the burger looked pretty damn good.
Yeah,
With the cheese
Right.
on the top of it. It was looking all greasy.
yeah.
That looked pretty good.
So it's soy protein concentrate, coconut oil, sunflower.
Coconut oil is good for you, right? Isn't that good for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's something good for you. Ingredient number 2 is good for you.
Sunflower oil, potato protein.
Is that good?
I don't eat. You need to eat 10 potatoes to get the protein that you can
So
get in 4 ounces of beef.
And just really quick on that, what do you need to do so if they're marketing this as like a sustainability feature, how much energy goes into raising a potato, bunch of potatoes, then you process them, extract the protein out so it can be put into that.
Right.
This is where, like what they call a life cycle analysis. And they did do that between like White Oak Pastures and the Impossible Burger. And White Oak Pastures ended up having a lower carbon footprint. And that, again, that's not the whole story, but there's other pieces to it.
I'm sorry, White Oak Pastures in comparison to
Beyond Burger and Impossible Burger.
so is this compared to their
Their
factories?
their
or
burger, the process of creating
from the ground.
a life cycle is like a cradle to grave study where it's the whole.
So they're following all the plants that can be converted into seed oils and all the jazz that.
I mean, there's probably limitations on how far back in the
Okay.
supply. I know that they didn't go into some of the mined minerals that they need for, all the vitamins and minerals. They didn't go that far, but pretty far.
Okay, and what was the result?
The White Oak Pastures ended up being net carbon negative, so it's pulling more out of the environment than what it's putting in throughout their whole process. And this includes the composting and the inclusion of like your
Chickens.
chicken and pork. Like it's the whole operation.
Now, is this pound for pound? Like, how do they do this? Is
Yeah.
I believe so. It was literally like a pound for pound comparison.
So a pound for pound from a regenerative farm, pound for pound for beef and chicken and whatever they grow, whatever animal-based protein versus this plant-based stuff, that there's more carbon being emitted from the plant-based stuff and the production of it, and it's worse for the environment.
Yeah, and funny, it was kind of weird, but I think it was literally the same number, but the opposite direction. It was like you had to eat one White Oak Pastures burger to nullify the carbon footprint of one Impossible Burger.
Yeah.
Like it was like 4.6 or something like that.
I think it's 3.5
Yeah,
or something
yeah.
like that. So it's a grass-fed beef farm in Georgia.
So in terms of harm to the environment, that's at least from a regenerative farm like White Oak Pastures.
Mm-hmm.
And how do White Oak Pastures run their thing? They run it like Polyface Farms,
Very
and
similar.
Yeah.
that kind of
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking earlier about sustainability, like the ability, or scalability rather, the ability to do that for the entire country. Is that really possible?
Yeah, so I consulted some of the top experts in this area when I wrote the book, and we went through the numbers. And if we look at the underutilized grassland that we already have, so there's a lot of like BLM land or Forest Service land that's just not being grazed. There's farmers being paid through the CRP program to actually leave their fields fallow. So if we look at regenerative agriculture as actually being way more efficient than typical grazing, and I put that at 30% better, but most farmers will tell you I have 4 times more animals on my property because my soil is so fertile and the grass is so healthy. So I did go through the numbers for the U.S., and it does look like we have the land to finish. Because remember, all cattle start on grass. So it's really just those last 3 months that we're looking to finish. We're looking to take them. It takes longer, but it's the 3 months that would be in a feedlot to then finish them on grass.
But to finish them on grass,
It would take longer than 3 months, but we're not looking at the entire life of the cow is not spent in a feedlot.
Okay, but when you're saying feedlot, are you saying are they feeding them hay? Are they feeding them the grass? Or are they feeding them grain?
So at a feedlot, they're getting like a ration of corn, of mashed up,
Right.
corn stalks from the ethanol industry. So they're getting like food scraps that we can't use.
And this is to fatten them up. But what about pure grass fed, which is supposed to be the most healthy, correct? Is that debatable?
Yeah, it is actually.
This is one of the things that gets us in a lot of trouble. Like we started with a bunch of assumptions, and one of the assumptions was that pastured meat is nutritionally superior to conventional meat. And we turned over every study that you could find in this thing, and what you find is that pastured meat has a little bit more omega-3s than conventional meat. But if you're looking at just the omega-3s, you need to eat like 8 pounds of meat to get as much omega-3s as what you get out of like 3 ounces of salmon. So it's not the place to look for that. And pastured dairy is far more nutritious than conventional dairy. Wild-caught seafood is far more nutritious. Eggs are far, far more nutritious. But it's this weird thing. Like, it would have been so nice if just pastured meat was like nutritionally superior. We could have like had this, soup to nuts story on this thing. We even hired an independent researcher, person with a PhD in nutritional biochemistry, and we just said, hey, do a compare and contrast of conventional meat and grass-fed meat. We want to know the nutritional profile. We didn't give this person any of our information, and they arrived at exactly the same thing. But we have people really angry at us. But at the end of the day, the crazy thing is, even when you're putting things like corn stalks and weird things like that into cows, they're so good at upcycling nutrients that meat is just, ruminant meat is super, super nutritious. And I think that the ethical argument for grass finishing is strong. I think the environmental argument is strong. There may be a case for like bioaccumulation, like things like glyphosate and stuff like that, but that's separate from it. And I don't think it's as compelling a thing as what most people would think. But just nutritionally, like vitamins, minerals, proteins, essential fats, essential amino acids, there's just not that big of a difference.
Why does it look so different? Because it's a darker red meat, and I would
It's
assume
leaner.
It's definitely leaner.
So
leaner,
finishing
yeah.
on corn marbleizes it.
So that's the only difference in terms of the color. It's just a lean thing.
Yeah. So yeah.
Because I was assuming it was like a nutrient density thing. Well, it's kind of nutrient dense because there's more of
Yes.
the actual meat
Yeah.
versus fat.
Yeah, for sure.
But there is a benefit to the fat from meat as
Yeah,
well.
fat's a nutrient too.
So there is probably some benefit to a fatty piece of meat that is grain finished.
Yeah, I
versus
mean,
even
it has more
grass-fed.
calories, so
Right.
it just depends on what your goals are, but
Right.
it's not bad.
So it's not bad. Okay. So the omega-3s is the only big issue, but you really should get that from salmon anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's like saying an organic carrot has 3 times the protein. No one is eating carrots for protein.
Right. Got it. So if we were doing that and you're trying to feed the entire country, how much more of an impact does the methane from the cows burping and how much more of an impact is it in terms of the amount of animals that you have to move around in terms of transportation and the fossil fuels that are emitted through that?
So, ironically, I'm going to Brazil next month to speak at a cattle conference, and they are actually having to go more towards feedlots because they're getting so much pressure to reduce their carbon emissions. And so when you finish a cow on a feedlot, it's faster. And so the cow's not alive as long. And so they're emitting less methane. So it's actually, this one company, they're being pressured to go the feedlot route.
And this is that carbon tunnel vision where they're missing all the other externalities that could be beneficial around the pastured process. Like you can reverse desertification, the ground holds more water, it doesn't create as much of a heat footprint, you get carbon sequestration, you have all the other ecosystem benefits. But this is where like this kind of neurotic focus on just greenhouse gas emissions, absent this bigger picture, you start making dumb decisions. And we're making decisions at a global food policy level that are potentially going to be really injurious. Like what they're doing in that process then, and I think they're looking just at the the emissions are coming from the animals in that case, but then what about all of the infrastructure that's necessary to get the grains to feed to the animals and what's going on with that? And I think when we do these full life cycle analyses, like what we do with the White Oaks Farms, usually the pastured process wins, but you have to be willing to accept that that is part, all that greenhouse gas emissions is part of the cycle. That stuff that's in the atmosphere today is going to be part of a plant at some point, and then part of an animal, and on and on.
Now, when you're talking about the amount of cows that you would need to feed the entire country, like what kind of a quantity of meat are we talking about per capita or per person?
So right now, Americans eat about 2 ounces of beef per person per day, and about twice that much chicken. So we're really not eating like too much meat. Everyone thinks that Americans are sitting down to a tomahawk steak every night, and it's just not true. We're going to get our protein from different sources. So I'm not saying we all need to be carnivores. And, then you have this other dilemma of the carrying capacity of Earth for humans, which gets really dicey when you even start talking about that. So we don't talk about that. But, do you want healthy humans, or do you want human feed to just have the largest number of humans possible?
Right. So 2 ounces of beef a day does not sound like a lot.
No.
So, but if you want people specifically to live on this diet like I'm living on, like if this is something that people adopt, now you're talking about many times more. How much is that sustainable? That seems like no.
I don't know. Like, I don't know where that carrying capacity pops in, and I don't know. It's interesting, how much of that could be supplemented with seafood. How much of that gets, like, if we start integrating, like, the pork and the chicken and making that all biodynamic and not as impactful, how much of that could be offloaded into, like, insect proteins.
But
like,
if everybody ate like Sean Baker, we'd be fucked.
probably would be some problems.
Well, I mean, we're
yeah.
exporting all the organ meats to other countries. We're not doing a very good job of eating those.
And there's a flip side to this, is that as a culture, we're super unhealthy. So, like, there was a Congressional Budget Office study back in like 2005 that was suggesting that by like 2030, 2035, the U.S. is bankrupt from diabetes-related costs. Like, we'll have more costs dealing with diabetes than what we have GDP. And I don't know what COVID has done to that whole projection and whatnot.
Just diabetes?
Just diabetes alone. And this isn't even looking at like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and all these other metabolically driven diseases. And if there's one thing that, although I guess it's still controversial, but there's one thing that there's at least a little bit of synergy out in the world. People like Lane Norton and whatnot kind of sign off on this. If people undereat protein, they tend to overeat calories beyond that.
Yeah, I saw you.
And so whether you eat higher carb or lower carb, if people eat adequate protein, they tend to not overeat the other stuff. If you undereat protein, then you tend to overeat all the other things. And this is probably the big driver of this illness. So what do we do about addressing the health and healthcare issue in all this? Like, in some ways we can't afford not to address this in some effective way, because we have to figure out like a global public health food policy that's going to allow people to spontaneously reduce calorie intake, or we end up with this kind of global control of the food system, and you go to buy meat and it's like a social credit score thing. It's like, sorry, comrade, you've already got your protein allowance for the month.
Yeah.
So it's
And then I
time to
looked
eat
into
bugs.
also the carbon footprint of diabetes.
Oh yeah.
So
like all
you've
the
got
medical tubing and it's
amputations.
crazy.
You've got dialysis, all the plastics involved in dialysis. I mean, but shouldn't that be factored into junk food? If we're complaining about like methane from
I guess
protein.
it has to be if that many people are gonna bankrupt the country from diabetes. I mean,
Right.
If that's real. I had no idea that. I thought diabetes was fairly rare. Okay, here. The staggering cost of diabetes. 2.3 times greater healthcare costs for Americans with diabetes. $327 billion. The annual cost of diagnosed diabetes in America. More than 34 million Americans have diabetes. Holy shit.
And that's just diagnosed, right? Because there's so many more people on their way.
More than 88 million have
Oh,
pre-diabetes.
there we go.
Shoo.
So you're almost at half the population is either pre or diabetic.
That is bananas. It's a third, essentially. But that's still a lot of
Right.
fucking people.
Right.
1 in 3 is either diabetic or pre-diabetic. That's nuts. What did we found out that the obesity rate in America was like 40%, right? Wasn't it something like that?
If you add overweight and obese, it's 70%.
70%. Wow. See, that is something that, obviously this is anecdotal, but, Jordan Peterson was one of the first guys that I knew that got on that carnivore diet, and he lost 40-something pounds.
Right.
And he looks amazing, and it's just like he's completely slim and lean, and he just eats nothing but steak. Like, there's something about eating meat where you get satisfied easier. When I'm eating meat by itself, I'll eat a steak and I'm fully satisfied. But if you give me a steak and pasta, I will eat that steak and then I'll eat the shit out of that pasta. And I'm somehow or another still hungry.
Right.
I keep digging in there. Where if it was steak, it was another steak there, I'd stop and I'd put it in the fridge. But I can't stop eating when it's pasta or bread.
Yeah, that buffet effect is interesting. Where if we get more food options, we will
Yes.
tend to eat more things. When I was on the show last time, we looked at the Adam Rickman Man versus Food, and he did this kitchen sink Sunday challenge. I think we watched this thing, but he had to eat an 8-pound ice cream sundae, and he's motoring through this thing. He gets maybe 15 minutes into it, and then he just starts visibly turning green and like starts gagging, and he's not going to make it. And he asked the waitress in this place to get him a giant plate of salty, crunchy French fries. And he would eat a couple of French fries and then a little bit of ice cream, a little bit of French fries. But because he was able to go back and forth and change the palate experience, his brain didn't tell him to stop. So the only way he would have thrown up, he would have failed eating that ice cream sundae without eating like 2,000 calories of French fries,
And
which
that's-
is just crazy.
It's
you know?
weird
Yeah.
tricks you have to play in your
Yeah.
brain.
But
Oh, yeah,
there he
here we
is.
go.
yeah,
Look at him. He looks so much different now since he doesn't do that show anymore. He's all like normal size.
right.
Like that guy must have been killing himself. I mean, just killing himself doing that show. 8 pounds of ice cream is absolutely nuts. That is so bad for you.
And it's orange sherbet at the bottom. I mean, good
Mm.
God.
Look at him though. It's good right now. He's getting after it. Anyway.
So
Yeah. So your body has this weird thing. If you just eat protein, like when I eat like steak and eggs in the morning, I'm very satisfied.
Yeah.
So we're in this horrible place where people are saying, but it's unsustainable. And so
Yes.
so that's
I think
why
we
we
proved it is.
Well, so you have to start with what is the ideal diet and how can we produce that in a sustainable way. But all the other groups are saying, look at our broken ag system.
Mm-hmm.
What's the most sustainable food and how can we convert that into human feed?
Well, they're not even just doing that. It seems like they're playing funny games with the numbers, like where they're not being honest about the environmental impact. They're not being honest about the nutritional footprint. They're not being honest about any of these things. They just want this ideology promoted, which is that meat is bad for the environment. Meat is bad for the environment. I mean, I see that everywhere, and then people say it on Twitter. They say it, it's like it's just this like cold statement. They just say meat is bad for the environment. Like, what kind of meat? Like, what are you saying? In what way? Like, are you saying like those pig farms where they leave lakes of sewage? Yup, I'm with you. That's bad for the environment. When they have these horrific factory farm conditions where they're all packed in next to each other and they shit through the bottom of their cage because it's a grate and it goes into this big swampy sort of lake of sewage. Yeah, that's terrible. But if you're talking about like what Joel Salatin does, no. My thing is though, you're not going to get everybody to listen, right?
We
And
haven't
when people
had
say that,
anybody listen. And I used to work at NPR. I have friends there. They wouldn't touch this story.
yeah, that's. The
I know
thing,
people
right?
at New York Times. They wouldn't.
Well, Netflix was super interested in the
they flew
film
me out.
and got like right to the 11th hour, 59th minute, and then somebody was like, "Oh shit! Like we can't sign off on this." So Yeah.
Meanwhile, they have the most wacky documentaries that are so full of shit on so many different things.
Right.
On UFOs and Bigfoot and fucking, the origins of currency. Netflix got some wacky shit. So does iTunes. I went through the other day, I was at home, I had a rare day off, so I just went through the documentary section of iTunes just for a goof. Or Apple TV, and I was like, what kind of fucking horse shit are you people selling? And you won't sell this? It's what I was going to say, though, is like you're not going to... There's certain people that are just headline readers. And that is a headline reader statement that meat is bad for the environment. This is a thing.
It aligns so perfectly with so many other narratives
Yes.
today, too. So it's just...
Also that are just headlines.
Yeah.
And there's this really weird tendency to ignore facts that are contrary to what you've already espoused and believed in, and this is one of them. And once you've already said publicly multiple times meat is bad for the environment, an animal-based diet is bad, plant-based diets are the only diet that reverses heart disease. They like to say that one.
Yeah, so like I'm in a suburb outside of Boston. Everyone's environmentally conscious, right? They're educated.
It's a mess.
And
Poor people.
of course, of course they don't eat meat. None of
the
them
people
eat
near you,
like,
they're all dying.
or they're cutting down, or they're flexitarian.
They're all exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all look like shit. That's what's weird. I mean, obviously not some of them. Some look great. There's you're gonna run to that vegan. It's all jacked. It's like, bro, I'm a vegan. I'm fucking healthy as shit. I'm like, okay.
Touche.
You're one of the rare ones. You're a fucking unicorn, pal.
But it is tough because it's such a airtight, beautiful story. If you don't eat meat, you'll live forever. You'll be skinny. You'll
Less
be
heart
ethically
disease.
superior. You're saving the planet. I mean, sign me up. It sounds great.
The ethically superior parts. People love that one.
Oh, people love that one.
Because of the social media. Social media is just, it's such a great place to espouse your virtue.
Right.
That if you put that little plant thing next to your bio and then put your pronouns underneath that.
You're off and running.
Nice. You got a solid solid bio there.
And then what we're suggesting, we don't even have like a solid endpoint other than mainly we make the recommendation that as to the greatest degree possible, decentralize the food production system. And depending on where
How so?
we...
When you say that, what do you mean by that?
So people in Nebraska should probably be doing things different than people even in Texas. And I'm not in that crew where people get all bent out of shape that like an avocado is going from Mexico to Canada during the winter. Like, I don't care about that. I do think that more of our food should probably be eaten locally, but if we produce more food locally, we have much more efficiencies generally, and then a lot of these environmental problems like the lakes of like steaming pig shit and stuff like that should just be worked back into the farm. We shouldn't be poisoning waterways with
They
this
shouldn't
stuff.
be growing pigs that way.
The pig should be integrated into the whole system the way that we did about 100 years ago.
But don't you need a vast swath of land to accomplish something like that?
Not necessarily, because you don't need to always do mega scale, and this is some of the stuff that we're going to have to come to terms with. Also, so like in the UK, there was an experiment where they put in hedgerows around the regular, conventional farms that they had, but the hedgerows allowed for these predatory birds and insects to have somewhere to hang out, and then they would get in and eat the bugs that would cause problems with the like the wheat or the corn or whatever. So there was a decrease in the total amount of harvest that they had because some of the farm was allocated these hedgerows. But then the amount of insecticides and herbicides and whatnot that they had to use were dramatically decreased. So we have to start putting what our values are. Like, markets are really good at optimizing things, but we're not telling. Currently, what we've asked it to optimize is make as much cheap food as possible.
Right.
And we've crushed that. Like we've crushed it. I think it was 2006, 2007 became the first year somewhere around there that more humans started dying from overeating than undereating and infectious disease. Like, chronic disease outstripped infectious disease and a lack of food as the main cause of death.
Really? That's interesting.
So,
2007.
somewhere around that point. Nobody,
That's the
but
tipping point.
it's kind of a tipping point, but it's a really important point in history. But we crushed that imperative. We produce huge amounts of calories, but now it's to the point that people are so sick that we're crippling our healthcare system, and people are unhappy. And
What I was getting at in terms of sustainability is that if you have a pig farm that is a factory farm, pig farm, you're raising thousands of pigs on a relatively small footprint.
Mm-hmm. What you need is more smaller farms with
Spread out.
some pigs, and you need people to you need not 5 corporations to own the supply
But
chain.
this is a bigger problem. What I'm saying is, like, if you run a pig farm and you only have X amount of acres and you have thousands of pigs on that pig farm, that's the only way you're going to be able to raise the same amount of pigs on that farm. You're going to have to bring in food to them. You have to keep them contained. You fatten them up, and then you kill them, and you have this giant lake of their feces. This is what is the only thing that you kind of can do to have that kind of yield on a small piece of land. Relatively small. Like if you have 100 acres and you have 10,000 pigs in these fucking containment facilities, you're not going to recreate that on 100 acres with like the Joel Salatin method, correct? Like if you're going to do regenerative farming, you're going to need some land.
You need some land, but you're also going to need to have a different supply chain. You're going to need to sell directly to consumers and not meat as a commodity.
But what about meat as a commodity to a place like Burger King or Jack in the Box or what have you?
they still do that. I mean, that still even
Joel
happens.
sells to Chipotle.
Yeah.
Chipotle is a pretty good source.
Right.
Like Chipotle has.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get like a good beef burrito there, or a beef bowl, pretty damn good.
I mean, in a scenario like that, then I don't know how Joel handles his, but if you're selling to McDonald's, then McDonald's gets its meat from more regional source versus like this consolidated source the way that
Do you
happens
anticipate
now.
a time where they'll be able to? I mean, I know they are doing factory cloned meat now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that will be scalable?
No. Like the short answer is no, because it's so expensive to do it. Like,
But for now, like it used to be really expensive to get a cell phone. Now they're fairly cheap.
It's true, and I'm a huge fan of Moore's Law. It's a really good point, but the thing that kind of gets missed in this is that it's so expensive to run a lab. Like I actually did tissue culture, and you have to take all the products of industrial farming, pull that out, process it, and then I've got protein and carbs and fat in these jars that I put into this vat and then inoculate it with meat cells, and I have to keep it the right temperature, the right humidity. I have to
Keep pathogens off
keep
it.
pathogens off of it, so I've got to use antibiotics. There was actually been a couple of good business pieces like Forbes and stuff like that looking at these things, and some smart systems engineers looking at this, and they're like, there's just no way you're going to scale this, and people just, they don't realize like the grasslands in the United States or even in like Eurasia and whatnot, they're just enormous. And we have these huge tracts of land, sunlight, grass, animals. It's a really efficient system versus, again, trying to pull that all under, a roof like this and try to grow meat at scale. If you're on like a spaceship or something, you have a closed loop deal, like I could see something like that working. But as long as we have the sun and grasslands and whatnot, there's still a really efficient piece of that. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as marijuana has become more legalized, people have gone outside frequently to produce it where they can because it's just cheaper. Like the infrastructure of that versus like a greenhouse scenario tends to be pretty economically viable. So I think you run into those similar situations with the lab-grown meat and the kind of butting up against the scale piece.
Yeah, you'd have to talk to a real marijuana farmer, but I think there's some questions about quality and how you grow it,
Right.
and the soil, like the difference between the hydroponic versus growing it outside, and
Right.
yeah. What other pieces of the puzzle are missing in terms of like if we're looking at beef and nutrients, and we're looking at the carbon footprint, we're looking at all these different things in terms of like a viable and sustainable food source. What other pieces are we missing in this discussion?
Well, I mean, one thing I was going to bring up is just with White Oak Pastures and the impact he's had on jobs and this town. Like, he's in the poorest county in the country, and as we've
where is
lost
that?
in southwestern Georgia. And to see what he has done on this property is incredible. He sells direct to consumers, and so he can get a good margin.
When he sells direct to consumers, does he have like a farmer's market type deal where they come
He
to
ships.
him? He ships, so he does it online. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you could just like buy a side of beef, a half a cow. You could does it by the
Cuts.
pounds, cuts?
Yeah, but they also have
Steaks.
restaurants that they supply to.
Okay.
But what the beauty of that, and also, some of the stuff that Wendell Berry talks about. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but there's a great documentary they did on him called Look and See, and he's an agrarian thought leader, and he just talks about how everyone from a small town, you haven't really made it in the U.S. until you've left your small town, and nobody's like coming back and actually working in their small town and loving the land that they're from and making sure that gigantic, nasty, polluting pig farm doesn't happen. So that's part of it. But as we've lost all these small farms, small town America has just completely dried up, and now it's just big box everything. And so if we're able to sort of dismantle these like 4 meat companies that control 80% of our meat and somehow get it back to a more balanced system where there's more regional control over the food systems, you're going to have more healthy small communities.
This gets out in the weeds a little bit, but when people talk about AI supplanting jobs, it's creative jobs that are going to be the last things that go. Like even doctoring and lawyering is so kind of scripted and rote that they predict that being a doctor and being a lawyer could be replaced by AI stuff in the not too distant future. But this process of regenerative farming is a really creative endeavor. Like you're problem solving constantly, and people have a tendency to relegate these farmers as just kind of like inbred idiots, and they're not that smart. Like there's an enormous amount of information that they have to learn about their local situation and what they're doing, and again, constant problem solving. So this could be one of these things that revitalizes middle America and is a really long-term, job and employment and economic engine, is having people do more of this type of work. Like there was a time when more people worked in agrarian settings, and then we shifted into urban centers. And maybe there's a case to be made that more people need to shift back into a quasi-agrarian setting, both for the employment, but also for like the quality of life and the production of our food and different things like that.
Yeah, and I was just going to add too, the vegan dialogue works really well for like Norwegian billionaires and Bill Gates and people that can afford it, and they've got a Whole Foods nearby where they can get their goji berries and coconut oil and all those things. But for the majority of people, they want meat. They want to be able to eat it. And now we've got even science so corrupted that people are trying to pull it away from people. And so when you look at the nutritional ramifications of what happens when people have less animal source foods, it's a social justice issue. It's a food equity problem.
What was the motivation for demonizing meat? Other than, we know about the studies that were done that the sugar industry funded that demonized saturated fat, which is really, when you know about those studies, I believe it was in the 1960s, right? Where they were saying that saturated fat was the cause of all this heart disease, and they were trying to take the blame off of sugar. They only bribed these guys with like $50,000, which is crazy. Because those findings, so this is pre-internet, obviously, that swept through the whole country, and everybody's terrified of saturated fat. And people started drinking low-fat milk and low-fat this and low-fat that, and everybody got fatter. It's really wild. If you look at the difference, like people
Right.
that lived in 1960s and 1970s versus people today. Like you've seen all those photos of people on the beach from the 1970s versus people today. It's crazy,
Right.
the difference. And some of that has to be attributable to diet. So when we're saying science has been corrupted, like what happened? What's the motivation? If they know this, I know this. Like I'm not an expert. How the fuck do I know this? I would think that people who study food science know this too, and they would want to get that word out. Like, hey, this is not real. Like, that's not what the problem is. Not saturated fat. The problem is not cholesterol. In fact, cholesterol is like the building blocks for a lot of hormones, and it's very important to, cellular development, right?
Yeah, I mean, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are one of the, from what I understand, are one of the big donors to this global burden of disease.
So do you think it's a financial
there's a
incentive?
who benefits from meat being bad? Big oil, because now it's not an industrial problem, it's a consumer's problem, right? Just like recycling, like you put it on the consumer. It's not the company making the plastic bottles, it's the consumer, right? So we've got big oil benefits. The ultra processed food industry benefits, not only because they're the ones making this junk, but also it takes the blame off all the cereals and pasta meals and all that stuff and puts it on meat. So they're winning.
In the book, and I always forget what's in the book and what's in the film, but you dug into like the history of it, interestingly, like Seventh-day Adventists, vegetarianism. They kind of founded the dietetics profession.
Oh, yeah.
So it had a very strong vegetarian underpinning to it because the religious leanings of the Seventh-day Adventists. So
they founded
dietetics and nursing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So a religion founded nursing?
Well, like Loma Linda University. So I mean, they're operating within science, but it definitely had this
Religious
vegetarian orientation to it. Yeah.
And
yeah.
so, why has there? The cattle industry is huge. The beef industry is huge. There's 95% of the planet eats meat, right? Isn't it something high like that?
The margins are really small though, because meat is such a commodity. It's like steak is steak is steak. But Beyond Burger, their margins are amazing.
They're new. Like, is this an unorganization thing? Like, do the beef people, do they not know the existential threat to their existence?
They don't.
Really?
It's weird. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're out there shoveling shit and oblivious.
Well, because they're not part of the coastal dialogue. That's anti-meat.
And I think some of it too is most of the players that own the meat production, they own like the grain, the corn and everything, because it's all consolidated. So they're like, well, maybe we'll lose a little bit there, but we'll make it up here. And
they're major investors in the plant-based meat as well. The large meat packers.
Just for money.
Diversify. Why not?
Yeah,
You're going to win either way.
Oh, criminy. So when you wrote this book, did you think that there was going to be major pushback? Did you think that, you'd basically shored up all your arguments with data and solid discussion?
I thought there was going to be more pushback from like the vegan side of the house, and there hasn't been a huge amount. And we tried to, we really, even in the point, is pastured meat more nutritionally superior to, we really we had a discussion. I'm like, do we just lie about this? Because it'd be great. Then like everything is consistent. But one, I think the ethics are dodgy there. And then two, it's one vegan doctor goes through our work and he looks at it and he's like, no, there's a difference there. And if you can point out one glaring error like that, then it calls into question everything else. So we really, whether it hurt or not, we tried to be as honest with this stuff as we could. And what we have noticed is that we kind of uniformly piss everybody off. Like almost nobody comes away reading that book and they feel just super happy and invigorated because it filled up the buckets of like their preconceived notions. Like if you were really, really, really excited about regenerative ag, we sing the praises of that, but also we're kind of...
It's not black and white.
It's not totally black and white, yeah. Like we make the case that like there's all these other foods that could be nutrient upcycled that doesn't really fit into like the grass-fed model. So why don't we take advantage of that? So it's been interesting. Like the areas that we've had some pushback and the most aggressive pushback has actually been the really meat elitist kind of pastured meat scene, because there are people out there that say it should be grass-fed meat or nothing. It's like, well, that's
interesting.
They're not understanding the nutritional importance and how that dialogue, grass-fed or nothing, ends up with New York City schools going vegan. right?
The grass-fed or nothing thing, that sort of the ideology, is that oriented in like a nutrition standpoint?
No,
Like,
it's-
why do they?
It's
Is it a nature thing?
an environmentalist and ethical thing.
Right.
Yeah. And so they cannot tolerate the idea that protein, period, is important. We don't have enough regenerative meat to feed everybody. We've got kids who, if they just got enough meat in a disadvantaged situation, they actually might have a leg up. So we should just be feeding them the meat that's available right now instead of waiting for the whole world to go grass-fed.
Now, who's responsible for making Meatless Monday and No Meat Friday in these school systems?
So Meatless Monday is partially funded by Beyond Burger
Oh God.
and Johns Hopkins,
Really?
which is a very anti-meat place.
Now, why are they anti-meat?
I don't know if they have some kind of religious background. I mean, Harvard is also, Walter Willett is very anti-meat, and
It's
he's
because
funded by
anti-meat-
Barilla.
Anti-meat equals woke, right? Like, it's
A
part
lot of it, yes.
Part of what the ideology is today.
And then the Vegan Fridays is Mayor Eric Adams. I actually have a public letter on the, so I started an organization called the Global Food Justice Alliance, where I'm trying to advocate for the inclusion of animal source foods for people. And I have a public letter out to Mayor Adams on all the points why this is a horrible idea.
Do you know he's not really vegan?
He has been questioned, right,
He's
about
been
like,
caught eating fish.
and he says,
in
I have a
restaurants.
plant-based life. Whenever he is questioned, he's like, I don't want to get into the nuance. And the Vegan Friday thing is just, I have a photograph actually that I sent over in the Dropbox of what the Vegan Friday lunch looks
I've
like.
seen it. It's so sad.
The burrito.
looking. Oh, it's so sad looking.
Yeah.
School lunch looks like shit already.
Right.
But taking meat away, and if you think about the context for these kids in New York, right? If you tell them meat is bad, they're just going to go to Subway and get a sandwich without meat on it. It's not like they're going to go get a tofu bowl somewhere.
Right.
And so, the top kid foods that kids love are mac and cheese,
Pizza.
burgers, pizza, and chicken nuggets. And I would argue the meat part of those is the best part. And so if you tell these kids meat is bad, then they're just going to pull the meat parts out and just eat the fries instead and the Coke.
When a child is growing, do they have different needs per kilogram in terms of like the amount of protein that they need?
Yes, and we have major problems, even in developed countries in the U.S., with iron deficiency, which is one of the major things you need for growth, for your brain and for physical growth.
So the biggest pushback that you guys got was from the agriculture or from the grass-fed people?
Kind of what you would call the meat elitists. We had lots of
Meat
people in the
elitists.
pastured scene that were very gracious towards the book and thankful and everything, but there's kind of a weird cross section of like the health influencers that say grass-fed or nothing, and then also kind of the.
And what are they basing that on? Because I've said that. I've said that because I read it. Because I read it that it was higher in essential fatty acids, is better for you.
Yeah, so they don't like it when I say that, because then that takes part of their argument away. It's an emotional decision. It's not a logical decision.
I've said that. I'm
Yeah.
probably one of the people that
You probably
like,
told me.
released that like syphilis on a college campus, and then I did something crazy, and I really thoroughly got in and vetted the science, and it was like, oh, it's not that simple. Like there's great ethical considerations for it. There are really, really sound environmental reasons, but when you just butt up against just that nutrition piece, it's just not the same compelling story on meat by itself. Again, like the dairy, eggs, seafood, huge differences there, but just not the same with meat.
And there's a lot of very large family foundations that are funding a lot of this grass-fed stuff, and it's a very progressive platform that they're taking. And so to say that meat is healthy, period, it's all of a sudden I'm on the right and like not aligning with their politics. And this should
Right.
be a bipartisan.
Apolitical.
I am totally apolitical on all this stuff, but I am immediately tagged as a troublemaker if I say the meat is healthy.
We have so many problems with that in this country where people get so dogmatic and they're so connected to their ideology that they don't even question anything that goes outside of it. And this sort of healthy questioning and just reasoning and logic and just looking at data and looking at information and challenging your own personal assumptions, it's so rare. It's so rare. I mean, maybe you get 1 or 2% of the people, I don't know what the numbers are, who will like look at their diet and look at their life and then look at things like this and read a book like that and go, hey, maybe I should try this. Like maybe I'm like too rigid with this philosophy that I've adopted, that plant-based is the only thing that's good for the heart and protects the environment, and you want to be a good person, this is the way to go. You know, it's just so rare. Most people, they get something in their head and they just stick with that, and in their echo chamber that they exist in, that reinforces and supports that, and that's all they ever talk about.
Yeah, and there's a lot of very large interests that are pushing the plant-based narrative, and then they have this grassroots army of ethical cheerleaders that are just backing them up for free. And then on our end, it's so complicated to be able to talk about the environmental piece. Like, we have health influencers that understand the nutrition piece, but they can't really articulate all the environment. And then you throw ethics in there, and then environmental people don't fully appreciate the nutritional piece, is that meat is good, period. And so you end up with nobody really advocating for meat, and also there's no money in advocating for meat. It just creates the headache.
They've just made that idea so, it's so prevalent that meat is bad for you, meat is bad for your heart, high cholesterol, bad for the environment, you're a bad person.
That's why we call the book Sacred Cow.
Yeah.
Because it's just this unquestioned truth that cows are bad.
And where's the documentary?
It's on Amazon.
Only on Amazon?
It's on iTunes and like all those like video on demand type things. I couldn't even give it to Netflix.
They wouldn't take it. They probably have some funky deal with like some vegan programming.
But, you know, it's worth mentioning the folks that we were turned down from every single
No publisher would take this book.
So I'm like I'm not a J.K. Rowling, but my books have done really well. I'm more than 1 million copies sold of my books and everything. Like, I should be able to get a book deal kind of anytime I want to do it, and nobody would sign off on this. And then the folks who did were the folks
publishers
that publish
The China Study.
They
It's a
felt-
vegan publisher.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And they happen to also be Stephen Kunin's publisher too. Like
They're
they're
diversifying, sort of like the meat business.
I think they're diversifying, but they also they're pretty ethically driven. And even if in their team there were folks that are like, I have some real reservations about this, but this is a story that at least needs to be told.
What was the rejection when you guys got rejected?
It was always a different answer.
Yeah.
From that's when you know it's not really your fault. It was a different reason. Like, I think that this is already been told. I think that this is too complicated. I think that this isn't going to sell. And then the weird thing, and it's probably just COVID, but we would have made the New York Times list. Well, if the New York Times wanted to put us on the list. The first week we sold 7,000 copies, but Amazon only shipped 2,000.
Well, we sold out the day of release, and we were all over them. And this was my third book. My other books have done very well. So there was something really.
So you think
really
they were holding
weird.
it back? Are you guys
kinda
wearing
seems like it.
tinfoil hats right now? What is going on?
I mean, we really thought that this was,
A slam dunk.
4 years of work.
Well, let's see what we can do today. Let's pump this motherfucker
It won't
up.
hurt it.
Well, thank you guys for coming in here. And and so the film. Is there a trailer, Jamie?
Yeah.
Let's end with the trailer. And so let's let everybody know this book is available. You can get it right now, right here. Sacred Cow, The Case for Better Meat. Diana Rogers and Rob Holt, right there. And here's the trailer. We'll leave you with this. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rob. Tell everybody how they can find you on social media.
RobWolf.com. You can find all my stuff from there.
And Diana?
I am at Sustainable Dish and then the Global Food Justice Alliance.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All right. Play this, Jamie.
There's a debate out there about whether or not we should be eating meat.
Going to drop until the next one comes in. I think they want to clear the landing zone for the next Cosmos, but it went to Netflix.
But is it available for anyone to get right now?
Oh, right now? It should be. I haven't checked. That's a great
Because
question.
I have it all on my DVR, and I'm scared to delete it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
only have like 6%
left.
hard
we
drive
all,
space
That's
left.
what everyone's DVR looks like.
I got all your Cosmoses in there.
Yeah. So thanks for having them all in there.
What was that Morgan Freeman show?
Through the wormhole.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got that on there too.
Yeah.
That was a great
well,
show.
that's a Joe Rogan thing.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, I'd be disappointed in you. I say you're an imposter. You're fake.
It's an opportunity to be entertained and learned, which I think is what everybody misses.
Right.
And I think that's what's missing in most public education. It's people are bored,
Yeah.
and you take these kids with so much energy, and then you make them sit still and watch something that's not even remotely stimulating by a person who doesn't really care to be there.
Right. And they know this. They know this intuitively, if not explicitly, that the enthusiasm is absent.
Yeah, they could feel it.
Yeah.
And just, it's the worst way to learn. It's the worst way, and it's so hard to escape. Once you get out of that system, it takes forever for a lot of these people to just get their excitement about education back.
You know what I say when I address teachers? We all. By the way, I'll do this right now in this room. We have only 3 of us, but let's take a show of hands. In your life, with all the teachers you've ever had in every class you've ever taken, how many had like a singular influence on who and what you became? Give me a number. It's going to be, I'm betting, it's 5 or fewer. Probably more like 3.
Yeah, for teachers.
What's your
yeah.
number?
Well, there's the one that I talked about on your show the last time I saw you.
Thanks for coming on to Star
My,
Talk. Yes.
my pleasure. Who was a science teacher that I had when I believe I was in 7th grade, who
Right.
told me that if you really want to hurt your brain, look up and recognize the fact that that goes on forever, that this is infinite, and then just think about what that means, infinite, that there really is no end to it.
So, but how many teachers such as that were so influential on you?
That one guy saying that one
So for
thing
you,
in
it's
that
one.
one class,
It's one.
he might be the one.
And what do you got?
Feel like 2 at
2.
most, maybe.
For me, it's like 2.5. And I've had scores of teachers.
Yeah.
Okay? 100 teachers, at least. So what I tell teachers is, be that teacher to your students. We've all had those teachers. Be that teacher. And in every case, it wasn't because the topic was something you knew in advance you would like. It's because their energy for sharing their passion and love for the subject was palpable.
Yeah.
And it just spilled out of them and went into course through your veins and your arteries, and you walk out of there thinking, wow, that was the most interesting thing I've ever done in my life. You don't even care what you get on a test after that, because you got touched and you became an enlightened participant in that exercise, in that exploration.
Yeah, it's just so hard for them to even get kids' attentions, though. I
Yeah,
mean, there's just so many wrestling
unfortunately-
matches going on.
Unfortunately, that could be, in some places, half the energy of the teacher is maintaining order.
I think the success of your book, the success of your show, your podcast, and many of these other really intelligent podcasts are showing, though, that there's an appetite for this stuff out there.
Yeah, and I'm delighted to be a servant of that curiosity. And I brought this just because it's not even out yet. You're airing like now live. You're live.
We're live.
You are live. Okay, so
There's
this
like a 5-second delay or something like that.
is that to
just
bleep
the
all of my
internet.
expletives?
No. What is this? Accessory to War?
Oh, this is like another book. This is coming out in 3 weeks.
Is this about space war?
Accessory to War: The Unspoken Alliance Between Astrophysics and the Military. Yeah, so this other book was Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. If you're in a hurry, do not buy this book. This is not for people in a hurry. This is not an impulse item at the checkout line. This is all about. By the way, we know what role the physicist plays in war. The physicist makes the bomb, invents the bomb. The chemist perfects napalm. The biologist weaponizes anthrax. And the astrophysicist, well, we sit at the end of a telescope and wait for photons to cross the universe and enter our detector, and we go into conferences and argue about them. So there is no obvious connection between what we do and military strength, hegemony, dominance, empire building. It's just not obvious. That's why the subtitle, The Unspoken Alliance. It's not a secret. It's not there. It's there, but it's not, nobody's talking about it. Do you realize, I'll just give an example, okay? If you needed more reasons to think that Columbus was a dick, okay? Let me add one to it, okay?
There's a difference between when we were kids and today.
Yeah, I know. But actually, I do have something mildly redeeming to offer about Columbus, if you have the time.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted...
Okay. We'll start off with that.
You want me to start out with that?
How you want to do it?
No,
You
no,
wanna
I'll
go
do the dick part.
Let's do the dick part first.
Okay, so on his third voyage, by the time of his third voyage, he had already planted enough Spanish flags that Spain had already begun to set up governments and infrastructures in these places that he had found. Yeah, basically conquered. And so in one of the places, it's in the book accurately, but I think it's Hispaniola, one of the island today. He has to get back, this is his third voyage, 1503, 1504. He's got to get back to Spain. He doesn't have enough resources, not enough food for his crew. So he asks the natives, would you please give us some of your stock that you have collected from your farming? Now, this particular group of natives only makes exactly the amount of food they need to tie to the next crop. They don't have surplus. So they said, no, we don't have surplus, sorry. Columbus knew that 1 week hence, coincidentally, there was going to be a total lunar eclipse where the moon in its orbit around Earth enters Earth's shadow. The full moon enters Earth's shadow and disappears. And the geometry of that event, it's just a simple lunar eclipse, but the geometry is such that sunlight passes around Earth through Earth's atmosphere and takes on sunset colors that leach into Earth's shadow, giving the moon, if you can see it at all, a deep red amber hue, almost the color of blood. Columbus said, and he knew about this because he had read the tables, the eclipse tables, all right? We'd known enough about the solar system at the time we got that, okay? Actually, back then it was just the known world with Earth in the middle of the known universe. But that didn't matter. The rhythms of the universe were known. He says to the natives, if you do not give us food, my God, which is more powerful than your God, will make the moon disappear and it will turn blood red. That will happen in 1 week. You have 1 week to comply. Some of them were skeptical. What? You can't. What? Others said, shit, we got to do what this guy says. Look at the ships they came in. Their guns, their power, their culture. Look what they've got. Sure enough, right on cue, the moon begins to disappear. According to that is a famous woodcut. You got this? Those viewing the video of this.
Yeah.
That is a famous woodcut, and notice the natives bowing to him, and he stands proudly because he knows the science. He knows the astronomy. He knew this. And so he invokes this to dominate people who are not yet scientifically literate. And within seconds of this beginning, they bring him all the resources he wants, and he gets. And we don't know what happened, back at the island, whether the people survived the winter, but he got back to the island. That is one microcosm of ways that the universe has been invoked in this. I'll give you another example. Los Alamos, one of the national labs. They today, as basically since their inception, are charged with tracking the nuclear arsenal of the United States. Our nuclear power, the nukes that would go into nuclear weapons. They think about this. Do you realize they hire astrophysicists? I had colleagues working there. You know why? Because there's a room. There are two rooms. I mean, I'm simplifying this, but basically there are two rooms adjacent to one another and a computer between the two of them. The most powerful computers in the world. And there is code running on those computers that calculates the energy yields of hydrogen fusion. That's exactly what an astrophysicist cares about when stars blow up. Okay? The sun is undergoing nuclear fusion right now, and that's how it's making energy. And when high mass stars die, they explode as supernova. This is a natural thing going on in the universe. On the other side, that's a classified room. They're calculating yields of hydrogen bombs. And they have lunch together. They compare notes. The government doesn't always have the best people, but if you hire some of the best people to do whatever it is they want, and their calculations happen to relate to a military project, there you have a two-way street in progress. Why do you think the Hubble telescope, the mirror issues notwithstanding, which were ultimately fixed when it was first launched, why was that so successful? There were versions of the Hubble telescope previously launched by the military, looking down. The model for that telescope had already been conceived and built and was operating. Then we said, oh, we want one of those. Okay, but we don't, that's not public that this is going on. The telescope gets designed, it has the benefit of previous versions of it having been used successfully, but looking down, and we look up. This is the perennial two-way street of astronomy in the old days and in modern times, astrophysics. And the invention of the telescope. You haven't said anything yet. Oh, you're a good listener. Should I just keep talking? or am I preventing you from interrupting?
Don't worry, keep going. Don't worry about me.
Okay, fine. Galileo perfects the telescope. He learned that it had just been invented in the Netherlands. The Dutch were opticians, all right? So they invented the telescope and the microscope within a couple of years of one another. This transformed science.
When did they invent the eyeglass, the reading glass?
The reading glass, earlier than that, but I don't know when. The real advance was putting two lenses in line with one another. Sounds trivial in modern times, but that was a huge leap, conceptual leap in what you would accomplish. And in so doing, depending on how you curve them and how you grind the shape of those lenses, you would get a microscope or a telescope. And we're off to the races. That's basically the birth of modern science as we now think of it and conduct it. Because you say to yourself, my senses, I don't trust them to be the full record of what's going on in front of me. You pull out a microscope. Oh my gosh, Leeuwenhoek. He got the microscope guy. He got a drop of pond water, puts it under his microscope, just to think to do this. It's just water. Why do you think that's something interesting to do? He said, I wonder. He was curious. He puts it under and sees little, what he described as animalcules, happily a-swimming.
Animalcules.
Animalcules. These are like the amoebas in Paramecia. And, it is... and so he reports on this to the, to scientific authorities, and they don't believe him. They say, Van Leeuwenhoek, we think you might have had too much gin before you wrote this letter. Why would anyone believe this? That there's entire creatures, an entire universe of creatures thriving in a drop of pond water. And so the way science works is one report does not make it true. You need verification. They sent people to the Netherlands to verify his results. And there it was, the birth of microscopy. And then they looked at everything. Cells, you need vocabulary to describe what you're now seeing. Well, that was the journey down small, then the journey went up big. And Galileo perfects the telescope. He looks up and says, whoa, I see craters, mountains, valleys on the moon. The sun has spots. Venus goes through phases. This became the corpus of evidence for Earth going around the sun in support of Copernicus's idea that Earth went around the sun. My point is, what was the second thing he did with his telescope? He contacted the Doge of Venice, invited him to the clock tower, and said, look at what this instrument can do for you as we look out into the lagoon. You can identify a ship's intentions, friend or foe, by its flag 10 times farther away than you can with the unaided eye. Venice bought a boatload of these telescopes in the service of their military defense. And this was a source of money to Galileo. Now he could go look at the universe. This has been a two-way street ever since people have looked up. So this is an accounting of that. This is It goes on and on. The first X-ray machines for airports. You're old enough to remember. Why were they put in? Because of hijackings to Cuba, basically. They were armed hijackings of airplanes, of American carriers to Cuba. And Congress said we got to do something about that. Oh, by the way, there's a company in Boston called American Science and Engineering that was building an X-ray detector small enough to put on a satellite to observe the universe in X-rays. And because no one had, we've used visible light, but not X-rays. That's a branch of the electromagnetic spectrum. We think if there are black holes out there, their region surrounding them will give us X-rays. It's a new window on the universe. And then they said, oh my gosh, there's a call for X-ray machines at airports. We've got the technology that we've perfected to put in a frickin' satellite.
So the technology for those ones you walk through at the airport initially came out?
Initially, yes. Wow. Yes. There was a two-way street. There was, oh my gosh, we need this for security. Oh my God, we were using, let's apply that technology to these detectors.
Well, that's been a lot of the stuff with the space program, right? A lot of the stuff that they devised for use on the space station and many other technologies have trickled their way down into regular society.
That always happens, and even some simple things. Because people say, why spend money up there and we should be spending it down here? But there's an interesting fact here that is almost never discussed. The people who think about the universe and study the universe are hugely creative. And the creative energies cannot be pre-prescribed. You can't go to you might, but I don't know that you'll get their maximum creativity. Say, I need you to invent a cure for cancer right now. Use that brilliance. I'll try, but the greatest discoveries, the greatest cures, the greatest of these comes from a cross-pollination of interests that people have where they were engaged because they were interested just for the sake of being interested. So watch what happens. Here's an example. The space shuttle. It's a glider when it lands. Okay, it's got no engines. It's got flaps. There's a little bit of brakes in the tires, but that's about it. When it comes in, okay, how do you make sure the thing stays on track? Because they kept drifting and crosswinds and this sort of thing. And so they said, why don't we groove the road so that the rubber on the road, the runway, so that the rubber can align with the grooves and stay in a straight line, because rubber doesn't slide well doesn't slide sideways very easily on grooves. When they realized how effective that was, it's now put on off-ramps to freeways. If there's a freeway off-ramp that's a little tight, not quite banked well enough, it's going to be grooved. Check it out next time. And you could say, well, okay, that's pretty simple, low-tech solution. Why couldn't we just discover that on our own without the $20 billion a year space agency called NASA? But you didn't. You didn't. Power tools, cordless, high-torque power tools, were invented to service satellites in orbit by NASA. Because you can't just plug it into a 120-volt socket when you're floating in space. So the engineers said, how are we going to solve this problem? Let's make a high-torque power tool. So now, NASA invents the high-torque. Now, that is the only way you're buying a power tool today, is the cordless variety. All construction sites. They're not looking for a power outlet for these things. So why didn't we invent this without the $20 billion space race? You didn't. You didn't think about it. You said, oh, I can plug it in. This is great. You're not even thinking what you need. So yes, there are all of these applications, but I don't. That's a good reason to do it, but I don't think it's the best reason. The best reasons are, my gosh, don't you want to keep dreaming? Don't you want to keep looking into the future?
That would be ideal, but that's not attractive to people that are spending tax dollars. When it comes to tax dollars, people get super pragmatic, and they go, why do we need to go to Mars? Now, what we need to do is take care of this and pay for that, and with the deficit and the budget. And NASA's budget today is 0.4% of the federal budget. So if you take $1, 0.4%.
I will quantify that for you. Take a dollar bill, and imagine that's your tax dollar, and you can cut it to whatever percent you want. So let's cut 0.4% off of the edge. That doesn't get you into the ink. You're still in the white border around it.
You wouldn't even notice. They take that dollar.
You could trim that off the dollar and
pay for anything.
So my point is, most of the people who say, don't spend it here, spend it there. They think NASA has more budget than it actually does. They're if you ask them how much they think they're getting, 10%, 5%, several percent. No, it's 0.5%. So if you're going to tell me that if you can take that 0.4% and spend it in these other problems and solve them, I would say, yeah, go right ahead. But is this where you really want to pull the money from? When it's the only thing that has us thinking about tomorrow, has us thinking about a future.
Well, for a guy like you, that's super important. But for a guy who lives in Cleveland, who doesn't give a shit about science...
excuse me. That's like the person who says, okay, I don't need the space program. Why do I need the space program? I have my cell phone and I have the Weather Channel, and I know anything I need. This is...
Yeah.
You're using GPS satellites to understand where you are on this Earth. To understand where Grandma's house is.
Do you know who created it?
Who created what?
Who created spread spectrum technology that led to GPS and Wi-Fi?
Who is that?
Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, I did know that. Yes.
Beautiful
yes, she did.
actress, 1941.
Yes, she did.
How about that?
Under recognized. Thanks for reminding me of that.
Super hot, though. That was the problem. Nobody cared. Like, hey, you're smart, too.
Yeah, but... Yeah, it would take decades to really realize that. And of course, GPS is launched by the military, and it's now hundreds of billions of dollars worth of the American economy thriving on this space application. But it was a military intent, and it was to navigate the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
To navigate. And the first Gulf War was the first big use of space assets in the conduct of military operations.
I believe even when Hedy Lamarr created it, with another scientist, the idea behind it was for encoded transcriptions or encoded information during the war.
Well, so that's a big challenge. How do you encode information?
Yeah.
That's, by the way, the future of this might come from. It's still not clear. The jury's still out, and there's sort of opposing views on this. But you've heard about quantum entangled particles.
Yes.
Where I can create a pair of particles that know about one another. Now they're separated in space and time. And if you observe that other particle, it instantly changes the state of the other particle that's back where I am. And by the way, that they communicate instantaneously, faster than the speed of light.
When you say if you observe, do you mean that if you observe it with
anything, doesn't matter.
But you have to do something.
Yeah,
to
you have to do.
observe it with.
You have to do. Yes.
So something has to interact with it. It's not woo.
No, it's not.
But
it is
people
so
think,
not woo.
But you say that, people go, yeah, I saw that in The Secret.
Yeah. So the problem is the word "observe." People
Right.
think is a psychological thing, but in physics, it's got nothing to do
a
with
measurement
It's a
thing.
measurement thing.
Right.
And so,
The
in other words,
act of measuring.
if there's an electron sitting in the middle of this table and all the lights are out, I can say, I think there's an electron here. Let me find out. And the moment I turn on the lights, the light interacts, a photon interacts with the electron and kicks it somewhere else. So the more I try to measure its position, the less I know its position.
Ooh.
So, because the measurement requires an interaction with it. And in the quantum scale, interactions change the state of the experiment that you're conducting. We know this, we've quantified it, we don't like it, but we deal with it. And in the act of dealing with it, you can exploit that fact for other purposes. We exploit quantum craziness to birth the information technology revolution. There is no creation, storage, or retrieval of information without an exploitation of the quantum. So, and by the way, the quantum was discovered in quantum physics as a branch of physics was discovered in the 1920s. If you were around back then and your tax buddies who don't like paying taxes, what would you have said? Why are you spending government money
on
the atom and on molecules? You can't even see them. What good is it? I'm a woodworker. I just care about my wood atoms. Right here I am. Shove that where your tax dollar is. And so it would look like you're wasting your own time and everybody else's money. It would take decades, 5 decades, 4 or 5 decades, before we would realize what role that would play in computing, this creation, storage, and retrieval of information. And by some measures, it's a third of the world's GDP is traceable to what quantum physics does for us on a computing scale. So anyone, yes. Well, I mean, there are ways to do it. There's certain industries that would still be there without computing, but they're made more efficient with it. Okay, so UPS tracks all of their trucks with GPS and with computing devices that invokes the quantum. But UPS predates the use of these tools. But you can look at profits relative to their efficiencies that are enabled by these technologies, as well as entire fields that didn't exist before computing. You add all that up, it's a stunning fact. And so my only point is that if you want today to say, why study this when we have these other problems? All I do is take you back to the cave, and let's say, all right, we're in a cave, and there's a mountain over there in a valley, and I tell the cave, I tell the tribe leaders, I want to explore that mountain and that valley. No, we can't afford to send you out there now. We have to solve the cave problems first, before anyone leaves the cave. We laugh at that. That's an absurd claim to make. In caveman days, I don't know if anyone did it, but that's a crazy thought. Because there are solutions to your problems that might exist, and time has demonstrated likely exist, by leaving the cave that you can then discover. So for me, exploration is not just space, all the frontiers of the unknown. Biology, chemistry, AI. You know those frontiers. And then you can cross-pollinate them and transform civilization. And then the last example I give, and then I'll shut up because I want to hear you talk too. It's not for me. I want to hear you interact with what I'm telling. Here's one. You ready?
Okay.
My physics professor in college studied the universe, loved the universe, studied gas clouds between stars, and studied how would you detect a gas cloud if it's not radiating light? Well, they give off radio waves, all right? And he figured out what kind of radio waves they give off and why. And in this, he gained expertise in the nucleus of the atom. And he discovered that the nucleus can resonate. Depending on the mass of the nucleus, it will, which means depending on what atom it is on the periodic table, it will resonate slightly differently when exposed to the same electromagnetic field. He discovered a new phenomenon in physics called nuclear magnetic resonance. It would then take a clever medical technologist to say, wait a minute, if you can distinguish one heavy atom from another, let me make a machine out of that, put your body in it, and I can then distinguish one kind of tissue from another. And thus was born the magnetic resonance imager, the MRI, arguably the most potent tool in the arsenal of modern medicine, where I can diagnose a condition in your body without cutting you open first. That is based on a principle of physics discovered by a physicist who had no interest in medicine. By the way, the real title should be Nuclear Magnetic Resonance Imaging, but that's the other N word. You're not so...
Nuclear, they don't like that one?
Yeah, people don't like nuclear.
What about...
They're less likely to go inside the machine if the word nuclear was on it. But my point is, that was a cross-pollination of ideas, with clever people on their frontiers looking over the fence at discoveries that are being made. It's how we got the microwave oven. That wasn't invented by a thermodynamicist. Microwaves. This is a World War II attempt to communicate using microwaves. And they found out some guy's chocolate bar melted in the microwave field, and they said, what happened there? And they did some more tests, and of course, the water molecule and other molecules common in food respond to microwaves. It vibrates them ferociously. And so you put food in a microwave cavity, the water content of the food vibrates, friction cooks the food. There's still people today who say, oh, nuke this, because it's so fast and they quite... Oh, you still say It's still... Have no fear. It's just friction. Okay? Friction it.
Yeah, but everybody's scared that it fucks up the food.
Well...
Does it?
No. It just heats the water.
People get scared. The woo-woo people do.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's certain foods that don't respond well to the flipping of the water molecule. And one of them is like bread products.
Gets hard.
Yeah, it gets chewy and leathery.
Yeah.
And
but only if you like overdo it.
If you overdo, you got to do it just right, and you're still good. If you overdo it, it can get leather. That's kind of it. I'm trying to think. You wouldn't grill a steak in a microwave. You would heat up the meat uniformly, and that's all it would do. It cooks bacon pretty fast.
Yeah.
But it's a mess and it splatters all over. So you pick the foods that are best for that situation. as you would pick the foods best. You wouldn't put toast in an oven at 350 degrees, bread to make toast. We have toasters for that. Right. So different things in your kitchen do things best. You wouldn't make ice cream in your, in your toaster oven.
But people are afraid of microwaves. The one thing that they're afraid of.
It's not that they're afraid of microwaves. That they're afraid of things they don't understand. That's your point. Precisely.
Yeah. They're afraid that something's going to happen to their food that makes it less good.
Correct. And it's just it's not the not knowing that people fear.
My wife's friend's mom will not eat something that comes out of a microwave.
Really?
She quotes that as part of what makes her healthy. She drinks a lot of water. She refuses to eat microwave food.
The whole life is around not using microwave food.
She won't eat anything that comes out of a microwave.
Okay, I'm glad that she doesn't, she can live a long, happy life as such.
She has to reheat food old school.
Okay, one of the hardest things is reheating lasagna if you don't have a microwave oven.
It's true.
That's like impossible.
Because you're going to cook it again.
You're going to cook it again.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So I think microwave ovens were invented for leftover lasagna.
Yeah, just eat a bowl of pasta, just in general.
Yeah.
Soup.
Yeah,
it's great for soup.
Soup is good.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about it. It's not doing anything to it. It's not sucking any nutrients out or adding any nuclear radiation.
Correct.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with radiation in the normal sense, other than electromagnetic radiation. It's already light from the bulbs. We tend to use radiation in the context of stuff that would hurt you. So that would be radiation of high enough energy to hurt you, and microwaves are not in that category.
I never even thought about what microwaves do until this conversation.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a certain frequency of microwaves that beautifully pairs with the water molecule, and it vibrates it brilliantly.
So it doesn't work for completely dried things?
Yeah, that's why if you put something that has no water in it, it's not really very useful.
What happens if you do beef jerky?
It's
Must have a little
there's still
moisture.
some moisture in it, correct.
Yeah.
It's why it heats the food and not the plate. If the plate gets hot, it's not because the microwave oven heated the plate. It's because
the food's hot.
hit the food and the food. That's why you can usually pick it up at the handles. You can cook food on a paper plate.
That's
my gosh.
right.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't burst into flames.
Doesn't burst into flames.
This is crazy.
What? You didn't, Joe?
What is the difference between MRI and fMRI?
Oh, so an fMRI, and I don't claim total expertise here, but I'll tell you the little I know. An MRI, they put you in there and you're stationary, and then they make this map of whatever part of the body they're studying. It's typically your head, all right? But you can do it for your joints and other parts of your body that might require this level of three-dimensional analysis. And it's a 3D map of what's going on in the part that they surveyed. And so you look at it through slices through that section. So you might see in MRIs of your brain, of your skull, and they take slices. As the slices go through, you see like the eye socket come in and then go out again, or the nose cavity. And you can look at it in all three dimensions, front to back, side to side, up to down. So depending on the sophistication of the machine. fMRI is they are looking at your brain while you were thinking. So time is now an active coordinate of what's going on.
And they're measuring it as they're talking to you about
Correct.
certain
So they
things?
say, oh, think of ice cream sundae with a cherry on top. Think of a naked person who you'd want to have sex with. Okay?
And F stands for functional.
Functional,
correct?
right. And so it's basically a real-time observation of what's going on in
used
your brain.
it to
And
convict a person. There was a woman in India. It's really a highly criticized case, but she was convicted of a crime. I believe it was murder, because she had functional knowledge of the crime scene. And the arguments against it were like, if you're going to be accused of a crime, clearly you're going to study the evidence. You're going to talk to a lawyer. You're going to go over some things. You're going to be.
I don't know if fMRI is that precise.
Yeah, they don't think it is. That's why it was very disturbing that this was used in court. It's like, do you remember when these Italian geologists were, I think they were tried because they should have known about an earthquake before it happened. And then scientists had to say, hey, guys, this is not how it works. Like, this shit can just happen.
Yeah, that's so.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't, but that's what I do know. Let me share a couple of things with you that I've thought deeply about recently. There are three kinds of truths in the world, okay? Because we're in like a
Three?
I'll give you three, okay?
The Rudy Giuliani kind?
You're welcome.
Because
Okay, so you
apparently
ready?
true isn't always true.
I know. So let me try to
Okay.
unpack that.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Okay.
Alternative facts?
There's something called an objective truth. An objective truth is something that is true whether or not you believe in it. And the methods and tools of science are uniquely conceived to seek out and establish objective truths. And this, referring to the invocation of the scientific method. No one scientific research result, is true until it is verified by other people's research results using a different experimental method with different wall current from another country. When your competitor says, I think you're wrong, let me show how you're wrong, and they reproduce your experiment and get the same result. When you have generally the same results emerging, that is a newly discovered objective truth about the natural world. And when you have objective truths, they're not later shown to be false. That's an objective truth. Then you have personal truths. These are truths that you hold dearly. Jesus is your savior. Mohammed is the final prophet on earth. Abraham is these are your personal truths. There's a heaven you're going to. No one is going to take that from you, not in a free country where freedom of expression and speech and religion is protected. That's a personal truth. The problem here is you can't convince someone else of your personal truth without some act of persuasion and, in the limit, an act of violence. Okay?
In the limit.
In the limit. This is how you get holy wars. So I have this personal truth, and I require that you share my personal truth.
But why is
That's
that
a
personal
recipe for
truth
disaster.
and not a belief?
Because the people who hold the belief will tell you that it's a truth. So I don't want to take that usage of the word away from them.
Okay, so you're giving them
I'm
the
giving,
definition.
I'm giving them the word truth, but modifying it to say personal truth. That's correct. I'm not. They've used it that way for millennia. I'm not gonna. Okay. They feel that is true, and it's true in their bones. I'm simply saying that because it's your personal truth, you cannot require that someone else share it. And in this country, because in the United States, because God is not mentioned in the Constitution, itself a controversial thing in its day, by the way. Actually, God is mentioned, but in a very insignificant way. The Constitution is a God-free document. And because it's a God-free document, it protects your expression of religious faith. Because it means the government has no say in who and what you believe or why. If the Constitution said, mention God and Jesus, well, there it is. There's Christianity built into the fabric of the country. And if you want to be some other religion, you're going to have a hard time because we can set laws against it. This is why so many religiously persecuted people came to the United States, to escape their country where they could not practice their religion a little differently or a lot differently from what was going on in their homeland.
Is it a problem, though, to call it truth?
I would rather not call it truth, but I'm a big word guy, and I respect what happens to words. I don't always like it, but I respect it. And so I'm going to say there's an objective truth, which is true whether or not you believe it. There's your personal truth, which is true to you. Third truth is a political truth. Political truth is something that is true because it has been incessantly repeated. And then you just believe it at that point.
What? Give me one of those.
Okay, what's Hillary Clinton's first name? It's Crooked. Crooked Hillary. Her first name is actually Hillary? Okay, I thought it was Crooked Hillary. This was incessantly repeated in the Trump campaign. And that's an absurd example of it. But the point is, if you keep saying that the New York Times is fake news, you just keep saying that. Eventually people believe it. And it becomes a political truth because the politicians repeated it.
So it's a political truth that people believe it, or it's a political truth because people believe it? Which one is it?
So again, you're trying to preserve the
Truth.
Fundamental meaning of the word truth here.
Yeah.
And I've just given up on that.
Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris had an infuriatingly frustrating podcast where they went over the meaning of the word truth for more than an hour.
And like I said, you can do that, and philosophers like arguing and debating meaning of things. For me, it's however people are using the word, that's the meaning.
Okay.
I concede that.
Well, we can
By
see
the way,
those
it's
things.
why I don't call myself an atheist. It's why. You can look up the dictionary definition of atheist, and it kind of applies to me. But what is the definition of atheist in practice? It is what leading atheists do, and it's their conduct, and it's their behavior, and it's what they say, and it's their attitude. That is what an atheist is today, because they're the most visible exemplars of that word. And most of their conduct, I either don't agree with or simply don't engage in.
What don't you agree with?
I don't debate religious people and tell them they're idiots. I don't.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
It's whether or not it works, it's not in me to do that. I don't purge myself of words that have religious foundations in them. I once, in my Facebook, I had a friend going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope, one of the astronauts, and I said, Godspeed. And then I gave the astronaut's name. People wrote in the thread, said, I thought you were an atheist. How could you say Godspeed? An atheist got angry with me? And I said, okay, first of all, this phrase is deeply historical in the space program. When John Glenn was launched, the headline was Godspeed, John Glenn. And every mission where we send human beings into space, somewhere there's that reference in the NASA family.
What does that